everybody! Hello! How are you doing on this Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. That would make sense. But yes, how is everybody doing? Let me go ahead and get everything open. I haven't even opened Steam. I am terrible. At least it doesn't take too long to open. Okay. But yeah, how is everybody doing today? Let me see. It should just automatically detect it since it was the last game that we had in the scene. But you know, that's just hoping for too much. Maybe it wants to be a game capture today. Hello, Kigurashi. It's your cue. Okay, I guess it wants to be a game captured today. Let me make sure. Okay. Very interesting. Usually it's never a game capture. But that's okay. It wants to be different today. I do not mind. So hopefully I don't sound that groggy. I slept in today. I was just being all cozy in my bed and it's just like, oh, it's 11. I need to be up and like eating stuff. I got up at like 11:15 and it's just like, oops. This is a little later than usual. And then I tried to have my energy drink, but the bottle I have it in smelled funny, so water will have to do. I was looking up at the ceiling with my arms and legs spread out. It's not that I wasn't getting hungry. I didn't live with my parents. I didn't live in the school dorm. That meant I had to cook something for myself when I wanted to eat. I knew that, but I still didn't feel like getting up. That is a mood. It had been several days since I began this empty life. It must be tomorrow. The Watanagashi festival, I mean. Oh, someone's visiting me. I heard the doorbell ringing. I ignored it at first, but it rang persistently. I started hearing knocking alongside Kashi's rude voice. Shion-san, please open up. I bought some food for you. I didn't ask him to. He must have known that I hadn't eaten enough and that I had been feeling down lately. How nice. You haven't eaten, have you? No, I'm not hungry. But when Kasai put the food on the table, my stomach reacted in a very primitive way by making some noise. Your stomach is growling. I believe you need to eat. I was hungry, but I had no appetite. I mean, I didn't have an appetite, but I didn't have the energy to eat. Yet, I feel bad wasting the food Kasai had bought. I picked up my chopsticks just to humor him. I thought you were marked by the hag. Is it okay for you to be here? Oryo-san is busy with the festival preparation meetings. She doesn't seem to have time to deal with you right now. Didn't you like crochets? They're good. Thanks. While I nibbled on the food, Kasai read through the magazines I bought. Have you... No, this is me. Have you, I never talked to Kasai about something like this before. Since I'd always believed myself superior to him psychologically, I hesitated to show my weaknesses to him. That kind of hardship is healthy for your age. Hey, do you know about that? Mion-san told me a little bit about it. She said she wanted me to assist you. She did she? She looked worried. Your sister is looking out for you. Without responding, I threw the last crochet out of into my mouth. I'm probably not pronouncing that food correctly, but you know. Too late now. I thought you might want to know how Satoshi Hojo-kun is doing. I've gathered some information. Would you like me to report? That's not necessary. But since you went through all the trouble, I think I'd better listen. Kasai chuckled, but stopped quickly as if thinking it rude. It seems that Teppei Hojo fled the premises. He seems to be staying at his mistress's place in Okinomiya. Teppei? Who's that? Oh, Satoshi-kun's uncle, huh? Their aunt, Tame Hojo, Satoshi, and Satoko are the only ones living in the house now. Ever since Tame learned that Teppei had fled to his mistress, she's been in a foul mood. So that must mean that the aunt is being even nastier to Satoko and Satoshi-kun is taking even more indirect blows. I don't know about Satoshi-kun, but I heard that Satoko-san looks very miserable. The neighbors are spreading rumors about her. If Satoko looks miserable, that means Satoshi-kun must be going through equally miserable torture. Can't you do something about that aunt? Doesn't anybody talk about punishing her? She's also one of the remaining Hojos, after all. The uncle is gone, so why not the aunt? The main Sonozaki family ruled against further harassment towards the Hojo family after the death of the couple. They say the police still might be stalking out their house due to suspicions about the couple's death. Their deaths have been filed under Yashida-sama's curse, so the Sonozaki family thinks no further divine intervention is necessary? Kasai put on a faint smile. Come to think of it, it is hard to not suspect the involvement of the Sonozaki family in all the incidents said to be Oyashida-sama's curse. Somebody strives to get rid of the hag's concerns on the day of the Watanagashi festival. Furthermore, the Watanagashi festival is going to be held tomorrow. Will the curse strike again this year? If so, who will be the victim? Now that I think about it, there were cases of multiple victims in the past. The first and third year, it was just one, but the second year, the victims were a couple. So it wouldn't be too strange if 2 people fell victim this year. It seems like a good time. It'd be best for Satoko and her aunt to be the victims. Satoshi-kun will be freed from every source of his worries all at once! Oh no, you can see my cursor! let me fix that real quick. I think I had that on for... needy streamer? Let me see. Get that cursor off of there. There we go. Kasai, do you know if this year's victim has been selected already? Does the hag make the decision? If so, Sis should know about it by now. Kasai, do you know anything? Shion-san, I don't know anything about that matter. Well, that makes sense. That kind of secret doesn't make its way to you because you're just a small fry. That's true. I've never received any information regarding that from my connections. But as you know, the Sonozaki family has access to many underground organizations, which I have no channels into. Maybe I should try asking Sis about it. My throat is so groggy. But she won't talk. She's strict about keeping promises, unlike me. If the hag told her to keep a secret, she'd take it to her grave. Damn. I hope Satoko and her aunt will go missing this year. Hey, Kasai, I just thought of that. Aren't you going to do something about it? Shion-san, you must be joking. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I took a glimpse at Kasai. It didn't look like he was actually going to do something to make my wish come true. I wasn't able to go to the village as myself, so I definitely wasn't going to the festival. I didn't care about that. Even so, I was interested in who was going to end up as the victim of the curse. If I just kept lying on this couch playing hooky, somebody would fall victim in several hours. I had no clue why it would happen every year. But I was certain that the hag was behind it. All the enemies from the Dan conflict had been punished. Only the Hojo couple was left, since most of the other enemies had already gone. The cicadas were crying loudly outside. It made me feel hot. Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to turn down the volume just a smidge more. There we go. Just to make sure nothing overpowers anything. The cicadas were crying loudly outside. It made me feel hot. Why was it this hot and humid in June? Because summer. If Yashida-sama was actually punishing people, I'd pray for one thing. I'd pray that the evil aunt would be punished, and I'd offer up Satoko as a sacrifice. It's hot. When I woke up, Kasai had already gone. Looks like he cleaned the table in the surrounding room. He put my dirty laundry into the hamper in front of the washing machine, too. Being a girl of a sensitive age, I didn't want a man to clean my room. Well, I'd rather thank him than badmouth him. I looked at the clock. It was late afternoon. I had to go grocery shopping. There was nothing left in the fridge, and I'd been having just rice for dinner if I didn't go. I mean, rice isn't too bad. At that moment, the phone rang. It must be Kasai, I thought. I did hope it was him. He could have brought more food, so then I wouldn't have to go shopping. While I was just being lazy, I didn't feel like going out at all. But it wasn't Kasai on the phone. Sis, where are you calling from? The house? No, I'm calling from a payphone, so I'll make it quick. Satoshi called me. Satoshi-kun dead? He called you? It probably wasn't me he wanted. He called you, I think. It sounded like he wanted to apologize for what happened the other day, so I thought you should take the call. I told him that I'd call back because I was busy, so can you call this number? Okay. I was stunned for a second, but then recovered and wrote down the number on the back of a magazine. Thanks. I'll call right away. Good. He's been extremely stressed these days. I don't think he'll listen to me anymore, but I think he'll listen to you. She could have pretended to be me and handled his call, but she passed it over to me. Thanks, Mion. See you, Shion. Before she hung up, I put the handset down. Then after a second, I dialed the number in a flash. I heard the dial tone. 3 times. 4 times. And there he was. Hojo residence. He sounded like an adult. His voice sounded a little bit tired too, but it definitely was the voice I loved. I got scared. I was scared that he might become sulky again if I mentioned my name. I couldn't open my mouth for a while. Is that you, Satoshi-kun? Oh, sorry that I called you so suddenly. Are you okay now? That was the Satoshi-kun I know. He didn't sound cold like the other day. Yes, I'm okay now. Good. After that, he went silent. I felt the urge to start a conversation. It wasn't fair. He was the one who called in the first place. Then, he finally spoke. I'm truly sorry for what happened the other day. I'm sorry too. You don't have to apologize, because I was the one in the wrong. If this were a face-to-face conversation, he would be stroking my head. It was sad just talking to him over the phone. I won't forgive those people who forced us into this situation. You might be close to them, but it was never you personally, so I wanted to apologize. No, please don't apologize. I was selfish and didn't try to understand your situation very well. We apologized to each other a few times. Are you alright, Satoshi-kun? You're working and you're under a lot of stress. Isn't that too much to handle? I quit my job since I have enough money now. You did? That's good. You don't have to push yourself anymore then. That's really good. Satoshi-kun tried to say something, but he dropped it instead. Satoko has it far more worse than me. Seems like it. Is she alright? Does she look alright to you? I got confused. I think... I'm very confused. I guess Shion said that Satoko has it worse than her, but... I don't know. I don't know. Does she look alright to you? He suddenly sounded upset. I'd messed up. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so stupid. I had ruined this miraculous conversation with him. Satoshi-kun didn't respond to my apology, so I stopped apologizing. She was tortured until she was literally torn up, and everybody abandoned her. Everybody did. I didn't... I tried to calm him down. I hated what I just said because of how hollow it sounded. I had no idea what to say next. I felt guilty. Satoshi-kun was desperate to protect Satoko from their evil aunt, but I'd wished that Satoko would die tomorrow because of the curse. I was trampling on his desperate hope. Satoko can't take it anymore. So... He cut himself off in the middle, and went quiet for a moment. He must have been choosing his words carefully. Then, he finally spoke. His words sounded hollow. I mean... I want her to have fun for one night. Eh? What do you mean? The Watanagashi festival is tomorrow, isn't it? I want you to take her there. Yeah, I can do that, but why? Hello, Lisa, how you doing? She's exhausted, so I think she'd be happy if she can get away from her aunt for even just one night. But why? Why? It's not that I didn't understand why he wanted her taken to the festival. What I didn't understand is why he was asking me to do that. Was there any reason he couldn't take her there himself? I had a hunch that he might disappear, so I kept asking, I'm doing okay?
Oh, that's better than not okay.
What do you mean, why? Why don't you take her yourself? He fell silent. Satoshi-kun isn't good at lying or keeping secrets. It was clear that he wanted to hide something. I just have some stuff that I need to take care of with my work tomorrow, so I can't go to the festival. He was lying, but he was also stubborn.
Hello, Moki. How you doing?
But he couldn't admit that he couldn't admit it if I accused him. Mion, can you take her there tomorrow? Can't go to the festival.
Yeah. Everybody will look at me.
I wouldn't want to look after Satoko even at Satoshi-kun's request, but I'm also glad that he's relying on me. I know it's ridiculous to ask you for help after that incident, but you're the only person I can turn to now. I didn't know what to say. I did know, though, that I wasn't going to turn down his request. Okay, but just for tomorrow, alright? I hope you'll keep looking after her. What are you saying? I wouldn't do that, just for tomorrow. He sounded as if he were going to disappear tomorrow. I didn't like the sound of that, so I intentionally sounded sulky. We talked about trivial stuff for just a little while, but then when the conversation was almost over, Satoshi-kun asked something else. Hey, Mion. I really hate asking this, since you might think I'm crazy for saying it, but... What? You... don't believe in it, right?
Believe in what?
In Oyashida-sama's curse. What are you talking about, Satoshi-kun? Oyashida-sama curses those who leave the village, right? That's the rule. Every kid in the village knows that. That's the rule. What's with that suddenly? Are you planning to leave? Though I was kidding, I wanted him to deny it. I'm not thinking about that anymore. He admitted that he had thought of it. I guess Sarada told me that much. That's good. So you're not leaving the village? No, but I haven't been forgiven yet. Eh? Satoshi-kun tried to say something but hesitated. He was breathing so heavily. Was he sick? Hey, do you feel alright, Satoshi-kun? Sorry. I'm fine. I guess you're tired. I think you should get some rest.
Hello, Bailey. How you doing?
He sounded distinctly more sickly from when this conversation had started. He breathed heavily when punctuating his words. Satoshi-kun repeated his question. Mion, I'll ask you one more time. Do you believe in Oyashida-sama's curse? What did he want me to say? Could I make him feel relieved with my answer? How should I respond? The answer was simple. There's no curse. There can't possibly be. I didn't know what was bothering him, but I wanted to make him feel better by laughing his worries away. But Satoshi-kun instead fell silent. I couldn't tell if he was happy with my answer or not. One thing was certain, I didn't make him feel any better. Sorry that I asked such a weird question. Sorry. I felt like I let him down, so I apologized in a rush. Whether it's a real curse or someone's conspiracy, I won't disappear, and I won't fall victim to it. You won't disappear? No. Not until I buy that teddy bear. I'll get the money pretty soon. I won't go anywhere until then. He chuckled. I knew he was trying to relieve me, but it worked the opposite way. He sounded as though he didn't care what would happen after he bought the teddy bear. Oh, my aunt is home. I have to go. Oh, okay. Mion, huh? Even though he wanted to hang up the phone because of his aunt coming back, Satoshi-kun took a breath to tell me something important. I'll leave Satoko to you. I should have said yes right away, but I still couldn't forgive Satoko, so I just kept him quiet. Forget what I said. Bye. Oh, he was obviously disappointed. What had I done? I wanted to apologize. I wished I could, but it was too late. The dial tone left no doubt. Now that was depressing.
He gonna do an unaliving. He's gonna do some bonking. A torn diary.
Let's see.
Let's see what the diary shows us.
Somebody whispered to me from behind. They told me that I was going to be the victim of the curse this year, so I'm going to disappear soon. There'll be nobody left to take care of Satoko. Somebody whispered to me from behind. They told me that I don't have much time, that I won't stay as myself as for much longer, so I had to make the best of the days I had left. What could I leave for Satoko? She wanted that huge teddy bear. She wanted a peaceful life in which nobody would bully her. I whispered to the person at my back. Bestow your violent nature and formidable strength upon me. I want your peaceful mind, filled with hatred.
Very interesting.
Just get a little whisper and be like, "Oh, Yashiro-sama, give me your strength. I need it for like one night. It's fine. It'll be fine." The day of the Watanagashi Festival. June 20th, 1982, 1:40 p.m. You know what else is interesting?
What?
What was I doing today? Nothing in particular. Nothing at all. Oh, your mom!
Wait a second.
Nothing in particular. Nothing at all. I just... Wait, no! You guys teamed up against me, I see. Do you guys not hear the dramatic music? Nothing at all. I just wanted to play hooky. I woke up in the afternoon. I ate instant food for lunch while watching boring TV programs. I had a light headache, so I lay down on the sofa. I wouldn't wake up again if I went to sleep. Just kids killing kids. Yeah. Whatever. I decided to sleep. I'd already told Sis that Satoshi-kun asked her to look after Satoko. I didn't have to do anything myself. I fell asleep, though my head was aching a little bit. That would be all I'd have to deal with. June 20th, 1982, 5:02 p.m. The aunt believed that all the villagers frowned upon her because of her brother-in-law and his wife were pro-dam activists. Yeah, kids will be kids. She surely experienced some fallout during the time of the dispute, but people had stopped looking coldly upon her, even though she assumed otherwise. She was paranoid, believing that all the villagers hated her, and so she decided to hate them back. Her attitude, of course, begot hatred from the villagers, and the situation became extremely the way she thought it was from the start. What came first, their poor relationship with the neighbors, or her husband's affair? She didn't know herself. Her husband claimed that he got a lover because he was fed up with her attitude. She, in turn, claimed that their relationship with the neighbors went sour because her husband had damaged their reputation. Only Satoshi was aware that both happened at almost the same time. Their quarrels had become a daily routine now. When the husband came home late, the wife would shout at him at the entrance. Satoshi wondered why they didn't get a divorce, their marriage being as rotten as it was. But he secretly knew the reason for that too. It was the fortune his parents had left. His aunt had hidden their bank book and stamp card and never allowed her husband access to them. So her husband would search the house for them. She'd put out he stole some money from her purse. And this would cause yet another fight. Thought that was Nutella in the middle of the screen for a second, like a sideways Nutella. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think Nutella was a thing back when this game was made. Satoshi had never been aware of that his parents had that much money when they were alive. After their death, however, one of his relatives told him. He was informed that his parents had left a large sum of money in some bank account. Satoshi couldn't understand why they had that kind of money, because his family had been, as far as he knew, poor. It was because of the dam project. His parents probably got the money in return for their cooperation with the government. They had strived to get more villagers on their side, provided information to them and whatnot. The money was probably compensation for their efforts. His aunt and uncle never had any intention to adopt them until they heard about the money. After someone from some financial institution revealed its existence, they appeared to adopt Satoko and Satoshi. The couple would fight every day. Eventually, Satoshi's uncle started spending more time at his mistress's home. He realized that he had no reason to return to his own home, because he'd just end up in a fight with his wife if he did. When he stopped coming home, Satoshi felt relieved. Neither their uncle nor their aunt treated the two siblings very well. Satoshi's aunt wouldn't have to vent her frustration upon them. The reason the couple fought was their corrupted relationship, so if they separated, there wouldn't be any more fights. Satoshi had thought that at first. But even after they separated, his aunt still had a short temper. Another woman had stolen her husband. The villagers must have been talking behind her back. It was mortifyingly embarrassing. Since she lost an opponent to fight, Satoshi's aunt directed her hatred toward the siblings. Satoshi had been observing her. He learned when she would get upset and how to avoid her attention. He managed to get by without upsetting her, by turning a keen eye to her behavior and avoiding conflicts. But Satoko couldn't do that. She hated her aunt and didn't even try to hide it. Satoshi told her to behave in her aunt's presence, but her eyes were always filled with hatred. Satoshi strived to reduce the conflict between them as much as possible. He stepped in to mend their relationship. It was a heavy burden for him, though, because he was still just a boy. He bore so much. He covered for his little sister by lying and maneuvering. He tried to maintain a tangible sense of peace, but he couldn't do that forever. The relationship between Satoko and her aunt had already spiraled out of control. Satoshi found something in the trash. It probably wasn't a legitimate place for trash disposal. If it was, sanitation workers would come and pick it up. He passed by the street all the time, so he noticed when there were new things dumped there. He'd found a plain-looking desk, of the kind likely to be seen in offices. Somebody must have dumped it within the past few days. His aunt liked to bring usable trash home. She'd had Satoshi help bring a chest home just a few days ago. If he told her about the desk, she'd want it. His aunt hated to find bugs and garbage in the drawers, so she'd always open them to check before carrying things home. Satoshi opened all the drawers, all of which were empty. After that, he turned around and walked for about 5 steps. He was standing in a knee-high bush. There he laid something he'd been carrying all the time, until today. It'd be very hard to find unless you specifically knew where it was to begin with. Looking satisfied, Satoshi looked around for some landmark to remember the place by. Ooh. June 20th, 1982, 5:51 p.m.
Oh, hey, old pal. I see you showed up again this year. You better get ready for us.
You're as peppy as ever. Oh? Is she a newcomer? This is Rana Ryugu. Don't underestimate her. She's good. Yeah, gun.
No, I'm not. Nice to meet you.
Yo, you too. I brought all kinds of prizes for this year. It'd be a real battle to win. Try and take them all if you can.
Rena tends to dote on cute stuff.
Yeah, that stuffed animal looks like just her type.
What? So cute! I want to take it home with me. I want to carry.
Hey, the booth isn't open yet. Whoa! Stop it, Enna. He says the booth isn't open yet. You can run him into the ground once he opens up.
It's mine. I'm taking it home. I want to carry.
Enna lost her marbles over the stuffed animal. Everybody laughed. Everybody except Satoko. Satoko was like,
What do you think you're doing?
my face was so small.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Biao Books. How you doing?
God, I won't ever forget that sweet bro face, right? Aw, man. I guess that's how you doing. Oh, why don't I have the...
Thank you for banning them.
She was standing by herself some distance from the crowd. Her eyes looked dull. That was interesting. That was like the first one of those bots that actually did a follow. Usually they just drop the link and then leave.
Meep. Well, what is it, Rika?
Rika walked up to Satoko, smiling ear to ear in an effort to cheer her up.
Forget your worries today. Let's just have fun.
Satoko looked down. Even if she got to have fun today, her circumstances at home wouldn't change.
Satoko, your evil aunt isn't around. I know that. So why don't you have fun?
No, my ears off.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't need to force you to be here, but thank you for banning them, because
For some reason, my chat has changed and I don't have the easy ban button.
why don't you have fun? Nipa. Oh. Nipa.
I have to enable mod icons. Oh, I used to have that on. There you go. A lot of my stuff reset for some reason.
Nipa. Oh, sorry, but I don't feel like it. Could you please leave me alone? Why aren't you smiling?
Satoko sulkily glimpsed at Rika. She gave her a look, as though she wanted to say that Rika should know the reason. Even if she could have fun today, nothing would change between her and her evil aunt. No matter how fun the festival was, once she went home, her aunt would be there. The aunt would find something wrong with Satoko, get mad, and shout at her so loudly that the neighbors would hear. How couldn't she have fun, even just for today, while knowing all that? Satoko didn't say that out loud, but her eyes betrayed her emotions to Rika.
So, Satoko, if you're suffering ends today, will you smile?
Satoko gasped. She thought that Rika might do something to help, but soon after she realized that Rika was just trying to comfort her. Could her suffering end today? Because of Rika? How? Satoko knew that there was really nothing Rika could do. And so, after just one moment of freedom, Satoko fell into depression again.
Rika, don't give me false hopes. Satoko?
Rika's voice was clearer than Satoko had ever heard before.
It's already been decided.
June 20th, 1982, 8:11 p.m. Satoshi snuck out the window after supper. He heard the distant ruckus of the festival. The festival would end at 9 p.m. After the Watanagashi ceremony, there was going to be a raffle drawing, so there were two types of people in Hinamizawa: the people who would go home for dinner and the ones who would stay until the raffle was over. Either relaxing at home or still at the festival, there were only those two patterns. And on top of that, there wasn't many neighbors in the vicinity of Satoshi's home. As a result, he found nobody on the streets. On that night, the small village seemed especially desolate. Satoshi knew it was going to be like this, but he would keep worrying until he saw it for himself. He was barefooted, but started running without hesitation. Oh, his poor feet. He felt as though he'd become a wild animal running on his bare feet. He got the impression that he could run faster than usual. Not only his running ability, his vision, his hearing, and his sense of smell. All his senses were keener, including his sixth sense. He could almost sense the presence of people in the distance, if only when crouching like an animal. It felt strange, as though he had stepped into another world. He'd been feeling these tense and anxious until today, battling with his own fear. But now he felt as though he'd metamorphosized into a different person, right? He's become a werewolf. Didn't you see the full moon? June 20th, 1982, 8:37 p.m. Alright everyone, I'm going to explain how the raffle works. Please gather around the altar. The festival had reached its climax. The raffle was going to start. Both the women who were dancing and those who were waiting for the raffle gathered around the altar. This was the first time they'd held a raffle. The planning committee decided to hold one from this year onward to attract more people to the festival. At first, the prizes were things the committee members had donated, but Oreo, not appreciating how pathetic they looked, had them thrown away. Oreo took the initiative and bought a brand new TV, a washing machine, a cooling fan, and other such things for the raffle. The committee had wanted to keep it small initially, but it turned out big thanks to her. Oreo was upset because the committee members weren't enthusiastic enough, in her opinion. Some of the members thought it would be very difficult to prepare prizes of equal value the following year, so this might be the very first and last raffle. Yeah! Thanks to you, we have such wonderful prizes this year, Oreo. They must have cost a lot, didn't they? We can reimburse you from our budget. But
loan. No point in reimbursing that. It was never about the money. Idiot.
Now, don't say that. This raffle's all thanks to you, Odio-san.
It's not like I'm doing this all by myself. Don't be ridiculous.
The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was having a tough time pacifying Odio. All of a sudden, one of the committee members burst into the tent in a rush. He looked upset, so Kimiyoshi assumed that somebody probably got hurt in an accident.
What's going on, Makino-san? I heard you're not I hope you're not having a heart attack.
Kimiyoshi made a joke to calm himself down. Makino, however, still looked tense. He whispered something to Kimiyoshi. Even without hearing the exchange between Makino and Kimiyoshi, it was plain as day that there was bad news.
Odio-san, I have unpleasant news, if you don't mind.
Kimiyoshi, accompanied by Makino, moved to Odio's side and spoke in a very serious tone. Kimiyoshi whispered to her the exact same words Makino told him.
Oh dear. This is bad.
Unexpected. What happens thrice will happen a fourth time.
That's not funny, Odio-san.
You're right, it isn't.
It's just another hassle. The police are trying to identify the body. I heard that the face was completely destroyed, so it'll be difficult. It's clear who it is, though. Eh? Do you know who it might be?
Odio glared at Kimiyoshi and started chuckling.
Idiot. Must be some impudent lad who didn't come to the Watanagashi festival. People who respect Oyashiro-sama won't get involved in something like that.
Odio kept laughing. Kimiyoshi and Makino didn't know how to react to that. June 20th, 1982, 9:04 p.m. This is merciless. Kuma-chan, every death is merciless, unless the death is wished for it. They have my condolences. How's it going over there? Did you find something that could identify the body? The forensic investigators shook their heads. The victim's wearing sandals and casual clothes. They might be from this neighborhood. We should be able to identify the corpse by asking around. That's the way we do it. The section manager says this case might become classified, so be careful with that. Gotcha. Kumagai gathered some officers and gave them directions. Dr. Iri has arrived. Doctor, it's over here. A young doctor got out of his car and headed in the victim's direction. Hello. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I had to help with the raffle. You must have drunk a lot at the festival, Doctor. Are you sure you're sober? Maybe I should run a breath analyzer on you, just to be safe. I'm fine. My assistant is driving. Clever of you. Hey, let the doctor pass. There was an area cornered off with blue plastic sheets. An officer rolled up the sheet and let Oishi and Iri pass. The forensic people were taking photos from many different angles. The blood splatters in the bloody sandals were left untouched, marked with chalk and indicated with small alphabetized plates. I'm not used to seeing things like this. Iri took out a handkerchief and covered his nose. You should breathe through your mouth. Well, you might sense the smell visually, though. The body appeared to be that of a middle-aged woman. It was soaked in blood. It looked like a middle-aged woman because of the hair and what she was wearing. The reason why no one would be certain it was a middle-aged woman was because its face was completely pulverized. This is brutal. I'm sure it was done out of malice. The victim must have been murdered right here, judging from the pattern of blood splatters in the soles of the sandals. And, even though not many people take this road, the body is right in the middle of it. It's very unusual to see a culprit who would bludgeon their victim until their face was completely destroyed. Also, can you look at her arms? Oishi put on latex gloves and lifted the corpse's arm. See? Spotless, aren't they? Are you saying that the victim didn't try to protect her head? That there's no signs of struggle? Right you are. I think the victim lost consciousness in the first blow. Then the culprit kept beating to complete the murder. The victim was probably lying face down at the time, judging from the stains on her clothes. The body is face up now. The culprit seems to have flipped the victim over in order to smash her face, even though by that point, her death was certain. Iri looked like he was going to throw up, both because of the putrid smell and Oishi's reasoning. Smashing the victim's face is clearly a sign of a grudge in my experience. I'm Oishi, not Iri. It's a very profound grudge, too. That means the culprit must be someone very close to the victim. I understand you didn't call me to resuscitate her. Doctor, do you know who the victim is? If you do, I don't have to waste time questioning the neighbors. Erie looked at the body once again. He looked away quickly and thought. Then, after a while, Erie left the investigation area without saying anything. I'm sorry. I don't know. Eh? Are you sure? Oishi smirked and looked into Irie's eyes, as though Irie was hiding something. I'm not hiding anything. I guess you're still under the influence, Doctor. Maybe you'll remember when you're sober. Let me know if you do. Oishi tapped Irie on the back. The doctor, saying he wanted some fresh air, left the scene. Kumagai returned. Oishi-san, the section manager is on the radio. The one in the first car. Irie lied. Huh? Nothing. Hurry up and question the neighbors. The victim must be from this area. June 20th, 1982, 9:39 p.m. Here he is! Oishi-san! Thank you for coming here this late at night. I know you have school tomorrow. I'm really sorry to bother you. No problem. Where's your father? My stepfather doesn't come home much. Uh-huh. Since when? When did he come home last? I don't know. I heard he's living with a woman who works at a club in Okinomiya or something. I don't remember exactly when, but I guess I saw him a few weeks ago. Uh-huh. Do you have your father's address? No. He's living with a woman who works at a club? Do you know what the name of the place is? No. I know it's in Okinomiya, and that's all. What's your father's name? Tepe Hojo. Oishi signaled Kumagai with his chin. He nodded while taking notes. Were your mother and father getting along well? I don't know much about that, but I don't think so. I see. I want you to tell me honestly. Do you know anyone who might have been holding a grudge against your stepmother? I don't... Alright. Please let me know if you remember something. Here's my card. My number is on it. Okay. I might ask to see you again for further inquiries. And if you see your stepfather, please let him know that we want to contact him. Kuma-chan, drive him home, will you? Oh, no. I can go home by myself. Please, let us drive you home. There's a possibility the culprit who murdered your aunt is roaming around the neighborhood. You might get her too. Thank you for your consideration, but really, I'm fine. Satoshi tried to reject the offer, but Oishi and Kumagai insisted. In the end, Satoshi was forced to accept. He turned around to leave, when Oishi spoke to him as if he remembered something he'd forgotten to say. Hojo-san. Yes? Don't worry. It's no problem. We'll catch the culprit soon. Do you have any leads? Yes, we do. Like what? Yeah, that boy really guilty. That's confidential. Ordinary people might think that Oishi was trying to cheer the poor kid up with a joke. Well, usually people get worked up when they commit murder, though, of course, there are some exceptions. What kind of evidence do you find when the culprit's worked up? When somebody is in a very excited condition, their body shows many symptoms, like sweat, loss of hair. We often find the culprit's hair at the crime scenes. Well, this is outside, so it's a bit different, but still. Did you find their hair? I don't know yet. The forensic guys are searching the scene right now. I'm anxious to see what they'll bring me. Excuse me, I have to go now. Wow, Satoshi, you're totally not suspicious at all. Please, Kuma-chan, would you? Sure. See you again soon, Hojo-san. I'll let you know if there's any progress in the investigation. Let me know when you remember something. Let's cooperate to catch the murderer of your stepmother. Just like, have you found any evidence? Oh man, they're looking for me. Oh, I gotta go. I'm totally not the killer or anything. Sis called the morning after the Watan Nagashi festival to tell me that the curse had struck again for the 4th time. The victim was the evil aunt who was harassing Satoshi-kun and Satoko. Satoshi-kun's suffering should be over now, since the problem was with Satoko and the aunt's relationship to begin with. Maybe I should have celebrated, but I wasn't in the mood for some reason. Did the police have a lead on the suspect? Sis went quiet when I asked that. I don't know. Oishi seems to be questioning people in the neighborhood. He thinks the culprit is somebody close to the victim. Being identical twins, Sis and I think very much alike. If I suspected Satoshi-kun for being the murderer, so would she. Because of this, I didn't have to mention the obvious. Does Satoshi-kun have an alibi for that day? I don't know. I heaved a huge sigh. Are you stupid? He was at the festival. Didn't you see him there? Yeah. Right. I'm sorry I didn't realize that. I heaved another sigh. Sis was stupid enough to forget to make an alibi for him even though the murder of his aunt alone would raise enough suspicion. So that means he did do it? That's not important now. The problem is whether he has an alibi or not. Well, the police are going to come here later. I'll tell them I was with him at the festival. Sis? Lying out of the blue like that won't work. If you haven't done anything to ensure his alibi, it's too late now. Please just be honest with them. I can't trust your acting skills. You might raise more suspicion if you make something up on the spot. Yeah, sorry. She sounded depressed. I was the one who should have been depressed. Mion usually handles things well, but she's not too good with emergencies. I was left worried for the future of the Sonozaki family. Mion must have been embarrassed. She soon changed the subject. I guess you haven't been able to work lately, have you? You're right. I haven't. Thanks to you. Sorry about that. I'll hide somewhere until tonight, so maybe you can work today? Sis had been appearing in public places during the festival preparations and whatnot. As a result, I hadn't been able to pretend to be her. I hadn't been able to work. As someone who had to support herself, it was a bit of a pain. To be honest, I didn't feel like working. But I couldn't afford to be sitting around either. When I locked my apartment door before leaving, the door of the next apartment over opened, and Kasai appeared. Oh, that's convenient. Shion-san, are you heading out? Yeah, I'm going to work since Sis gave me time until tonight. Can you give me a ride? Shion-san, wouldn't it be safer for you to take a few days off? The police seem to be staking out the main house. I don't think it's a good idea to leave. I appreciate your concern, but I have to make money to survive. Kasai might suggest he donate money to my cause. However, I had sworn to myself when I started living here that I wouldn't depend on Kasai. While I don't obey anyone else's rules, I stick to my own. Kasai would tell that I was adamant in my decision. So, after repeating himself a couple of times as a formal procedure, he decided to give me a ride after all. Every time we went to my uncle's store by car, we stopped at this traffic light. I knew it was going to happen again, but it still irritated me. Pedestrians passed in front of the car. I was startled to see one of them looked like Satoshi-kun. It was him! I thought I'd spoken with him on the phone just a couple days before. It'd been a while since I saw him last. Kasai, sorry, but could you tell my uncle that I can't come today? I'm getting off here. What? Shion-san? Kasai looked taken aback, but I got out of the car regardless. The light turned green. The car behind him honked while Kasai was shouting at me, so I had to start moving. Satoshi-kun was on his bike, but he was going really slowly. I caught up with him in a flash and tapped him on the back. Hello. I'm surprised to see you in Okinomiya, Satoshi-kun. If I talked to him with a smile, he might smile back. So I smiled as brightly as I could. Mion. He looked tired as always, but as I could tell, he was trying to smile back. My worries suddenly disappeared. I was certain I looked happy. I was aware of that myself, so it must have been obvious to Satoshi-kun. I don't know the circumstances, but you look happy. Yeah, I am happy. I'm happy because you look happy. When I teased him, he looked a bit embarrassed. It was like we were back in the good old days. I felt even happier than before. What's going on, Satoshi-kun? Did something good happen? Not really. My aunt died and I have to deal with the police and the neighbors. I might have asked something dumb. He seemed to be okay with it, though. He'd frowned a bit at first, but Satoshi-kun continued smiling gently. He looked worn out, but satisfied, like he had accomplished something great. That was the mood I sensed from him. So, I was convinced. The one who killed that wicked aunt who tormented Satoko was him. I had absolutely no proof, but I knew it intuitively. So I admitted all those questions. I knew Satoshi-kun's motive for killing his aunt, and how badly he was driven into a corner. I knew the environment and the situation he was in, and I knew Satoshi-kun's feelings. I knew all of that. So I had omitted all of those questions. I wanted to celebrate his release from that curse, so I smiled like nothing was different when I asked. Where are you going, Satoshi-kun? To work? That's right. I have to make a stop before that, though. A stop? I have to make sure it's still there, otherwise I'll continue feeling really anxious. The conversation reminded me. The reason he started his part-time job was to buy Satoko a huge teddy bear. It was being sold at the toy store just down the street. I recalled that the teddy bear was really expensive. Satoko's birthday was right after the festival. I wasn't sure what day, though. Wait, didn't he say he quit his job? Maybe he was going to greet his ex-coworkers and clean out his locker or something? Either way, he'd be completely free very soon. Well, in theory, he would be picking up his last check, right? You know, he's probably lying about going to work, but you know. Maybe he hadn't been paid yet. That's why he wanted to check if they still had the teddy bear. Maybe he was only getting paid on Satoko's birthday. When we got near the toy store, he rushed to the display window. He looked relieved that it hadn't been sold yet. Good, good. All right, it's still there. You've earned enough money already, haven't you? Why don't you reserve it? He probably hadn't thought of that. He really did need someone to look after him. I looked into the display window over his shoulder. The teddy bear wasn't that cute, in my opinion. It looked huge and cramped in the middle of the store's showcase. Really, it looked more like a display model than an item for sale. I don't see a price tag. Is that really for sale? How much is it? Yeah, I'm sure they'll sell it. What about the price? Does it fit your budget? It's alright, I already checked. Satoshi-kun thought I was teasing him again. He pouted and looked a little sulky. There's no problem then. Why don't you go reserve it now? Then you won't have to feel anxious anymore. We entered the store and looked for a clerk. Is anybody here? Nice. Maybe you can get it without paying. Oh my gosh, Yeon. No, Mion. Stealing is bad. I'm just kidding. Trying to make you laugh. Do you think I'd really do that? No. Sorry. Satoshi-kun smiled apologetically. I puffed up my cheeks to tease him. It had really been a while since the last time we did this. In between those times, many undesirable things happened that I wanted to forget. But now I felt as though all those things simply vanished into the air around us. I found an old person napping in the back. He must be the clerk, I thought. He looked to be fast asleep. Excuse me, you work here, right? I poked his shoulder, but he didn't look like he was going to wake up. When I did that, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron came in. Grandpa, you fell asleep again. We have customers. I'm really sorry, you two. He's been very flaky, you know? The middle-aged woman shook the old man awake and told him to go back to the living room. She went to the cash register after that. That was so embarrassing. So, how can I help you? I'd like to reserve something. That big teddy bear on the display window. Oh, that one? Are you sure? That one is really expensive. You know that, right? Wow. Great customer service. Yes. I think I have enough. He'll get paid really soon, so he'd like to reserve it. The woman looked a bit hesitant at first, but she eventually wrote down Satoshi-kun's name and accepted the reservation. Satoshi-kun received a slip of paper. See? You don't have to worry about the teddy bear anymore. Yeah, I'll get paid soon too. I feel relieved now. He would have kept coming to the check every day if he hadn't done this now. He would have spent his time needlessly worrying. Satoshi-kun looked very relieved indeed. I should have done it sooner. Usually people do it right away when they want something. It's very rare for somebody not to think of that. It's so very fun to tease him. Those painful days seem unbelievable now. Satoshi-kun looked like he'd forgotten everything that happened up until yesterday. Anyway, thanks! Satoshi-kun held out his hand to touch my head. Was he going to stroke it? I felt my face reddening already. Even before he touched my head, I felt tingly, remembering the last time. I didn't care about the murder or whatever else happened. As long as Satoshi-kun had his freedom, everything would be all right. I'd be content as long as he could live happily from today onward. But Satoshi-kun's hand never reached my head. I slowly opened my eyes, only to realize that the situation had drastically changed. Oh no! There were 4 men in black suits blocking our way. It looked as though they'd been waiting for us to exit the toy store. Oh no! Oh no, Shion. Oh no. Hello, hello! The oldest of the 4 men stepped forward while smirking. I'd never met this man, but it looked like he knew both Mion and Satoshi-kun. He was probably a cop. I ran a search for information. I know, right? Like, we in trouble. I ran a search for information in my head, and found some right away. Good to see both of you, Hojo-san and Satsuzaki-san. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this. This must be Kurado Oishi. I almost said the clown. The cop who's investigating the series of mysterious deaths. He thinks that the Sonozaki family is behind all of the cases. In other words, he's an enemy of the Sonozaki family. He has deep connections with other investigation divisions in the police force and likes to nose around the businesses in the area. He annoys the Sonozaki family enough that it's by interfering with its Yakuza business, let alone his suspicion of the series of mysterious deaths. Naturally, as the family's successor, he's not a welcome figure to Mion Sonozaki. I tried to imagine how Sis would react. Oh, Oishi-san. Thank you for working hard for our safety. Oh, the 4 of you want something from this toy store? A doll, maybe? I know what they want, and it's not a toy. It's probably not me either. They want Satoshi-kun. I took a look at Satoshi-kun. He seemed a bit uncomfortable. The other 3 cops loosely surrounded us to prevent our escape. Hojo-san, I'd like to talk to you about something. What for? Are you taking him to the station? You don't have to go with them, Satoshi-kun. Let's get out of here. I pushed on his shoulder, but he just stood there, looking pale and bewildered. Yeah, he's in trouble. Bewildered? No, he actually looked resigned. Then I recalled Sis's mistake. It's obvious that he killed his aunt from the circumstances. You don't even have to look at the crime scene. How could Mion have failed to create an alibi? That stupid Mion must have spoken to the police without making anything up at all. She must have not told them that she knew where Satoshi-kun was. If she hadn't done anything, the villagers wouldn't work to help her. It was just a matter of time until the police uncovered Satoshi-kun's complete lack of an alibi. The police were trying to corner him and lead him to confess. I looked at Satoshi-kun's face once again. He had looked like a dead man. He probably didn't know he could refuse to be interrogated. If he was taken to the station and grilled by Oishi, he'd confess in a minute. Somebody had to protect him. Nobody had ever been there for him. I had to step up now. But how? Would it be possible to alter what Mion had already told them, saying it was a mistake? That wasn't going to work. If I had more time, I'd come up with an excellent idea, but I didn't have that much time at all. To pressure him, the cops were drawing nearer. Satoshi-kun must have felt intimidated. He might end up turning himself in due to the pressure while I'm stuck trying to come up with something. I have to do something now. I have to say something. Otherwise, Satoshi-kun might give in. I have to save him. Oishi drew nearer. Satoshi-kun fell back. It won't take much time. Come on, don't be scared. It won't take much time. He just said it. He just said he wouldn't let him out if he caught him now. Satoshi-kun, don't give in. If you give in now, everything you've been working for will be ruined. Oh, Satoshi-kun looked like he was about at his breaking point, or she was clearly aware of it. Oishi smirked, and he held out his arm to grab Satoshi-kun's shoulder. I felt electrified when I saw that. That hand shouldn't be allowed to touch Satoshi-kun. The moment Oishi touched his shoulder, he'd give in. He'd go to the police station and confess everything. Do you want to know his alibi? Oishi turned his face towards me, his hand left hanging in the air. I wasn't very prepared for this. I just had to stop Oishi no matter what. I only needed to gain some time. It didn't really matter what I said. That's right. I want to get Hojo-san's alibi. Oh! We must not be doing our jobs. We can't seem to confirm his whereabouts at the time of the crime. Wait, who played that? It didn't show in the chat. We'll never know, it was a mystery. We can't seem to confirm his whereabouts at the time of the crime. It's shameful, but we decided to question him in person. You don't have to ask him. It was Shion Sonozaki. Oh no. You don't have to ask him. I can confirm his alibi. Oh? Really? That helped. You already told me that you were at the festival that night, and many people can confirm it. It'd be easier if you can confirm that Hojo-san was with you. But I don't think you mentioned him when I questioned you last time, did you? Remember that heckin' bit at the end of the second or third core arc where the ending was like, oh yes, Mion and Shion are both dead. Yeah. I think, like, I can't remember where it was, but I remember it was like, yeah, they were both dead, and they were both dead for, like, a while. And, like, one of them creeps out from behind. Yeah, that was the, that was a few chapters ago. I think it was the last of the questioning arc, before it goes to, like, what's-his-face and not calling his wife. But yeah. And it never gets explained. Yeah, that's true. I think it was just, like... Well, Shion was at, like, a hotel to be away from Hinamizawa, and she went just crazy. And I think Keiichi also had, like, a delusion thing. But it was definitely, like, never explained why. It was just their minds were so broken they imagined stuff. Let's see. But I don't think you mentioned him when I questioned you last time, did you? Yeah, good old Hinamizawa syndrome. More than likely. Are you going to change your statement now? Even though no one at the festival saw Hojo-san, are you going to tell me he was with you? Could have been a dream for all we know, right? That's right. He was with me. Wouldn't that be enough? I know you were there with your other friends that night. I saw that myself. Are you still saying that you were with him? Isn't that a little too hard to believe, isn't it? Oishi approached me with a creepy smile. Was he teasing me because my excuse sounded funny? I didn't think so. He was frustrated due to being interrupted when he was about to catch a big fish. Are you saying that you forgot that you were with him? But just now remembered you actually were? Mion Sonozaki-san. I did get a little scared, but I couldn't stop myself. I could save Satoshi-kun if I revealed my real identity. I was aware of the risk. Grandma would certainly capture me if I revealed it. I didn't think of the consequences after that. I mean, that's honestly the only way to have saved him. I'm not Mion Sonozaki. I didn't go to the Watanagashi festival in the first place. Huh? Satoshi-kun and I were talking in a restaurant in Okinomiya at the time. The name of the place is Angel Mart. You can confirm that with the owner if you want. Oishi was still smirking, but he apparently felt confused. What are you saying? If you aren't Mion, then who are you? I'm Shion Sonozaki, Mion's twin sister. Pleasure to meet you, Oishi-san. Oishi looked perplexed, like he didn't believe what I had said. He frowned. I didn't know Mion Sonozaki had a twin sister. Are you trying to fool me? Not at all. Why don't you check my family register or whatever? Should I call Sis? All the cops looked bewildered now. Shion Sonozaki-san. Yes, that's me. Is there anything wrong? Can you come with us? If you're testifying that you were with Hojo-san that night, I'll have to talk to you, too. Sure thing. Please go easy on us. The cops gathered at their car and started discussing something. It looked like they'd never expected this to happen. I hoped to be able to fake Satoshi-kun's alibi for at least a little while. It wouldn't be too difficult to talk to Sis about this, then forge up an alibi together. Satoshi-kun, Tell them you were chatting with me at Angel Mart that night, no matter what they ask, okay? I'll confirm your alibi. Tell them you don't remember that night too clearly, or maybe you should just keep silent. Satoshi-kun wore a startled expression. Though I was telling him something important, he'd apparently decided not to listen. Can you hear me, Satoshi-kun? You can't mess this up, okay? Okay. He must have been feeling deceived. No wonder. I just confessed that I wasn't Mion, but her twin sister. I really had been deceiving him. Are you upset? Why? Because I had been fooling you. Satoshi-kun started laughing. I didn't know why he'd laugh, because he wasn't the type of person who would laugh in order to hide something. I finally understand why you were weird sometimes in class. I've been thinking it was a bit strange. Aren't you upset that I've been fooling you? Satoshi-kun looked puzzled. It was like he didn't know whether he should be upset about it or not. Or maybe he was only pretending to be that way. So, this isn't the first time we met, is it? Well, yes, that's right. Okay. How do you write your name? With the characters for poetry and sound. Shion. Huh. Huh? That's a beautiful name. Could you please come with us to the station? We can get you instant coffee or tea if you'd like. No, Satoshi's like... I was gonna say something, but like, given the situation, it's understandable.
But now we got some new tips. Page 29.
Either Satoshi-kun was smart or very lucky. This is a little off topic, but there's a link in your bio for commissions. I wanted to check if they were really open.
Technically.
I think technically it's like a waiting list at the moment because they need to catch up on a few commissions. But
I mean, we're still technically open.
The police found nothing at the crime scene to indicate his involvement in the murder. Yet Satoshi-kun was still the prime suspect. Considering his home environment, he had a strong enough motive. He had no alibi. The police had everything other than physical evidence. 'Cause yeah, I have a few to do. And then once I'm more caught up on those, I have Sykes emotes to do. So it would technically be a waiting list type of thing. I wouldn't charge you until I am ready. And then I also have Moki's emotes to do. So yeah, definitely waiting list. The police had everything other than physical evidence. It wasn't surprising that Oishi took a chance. He probably didn't expect me to step in, but what I did was too little to avert his suspicion of Satoshi-kun. Oh yeah, speaking of that, I had a couple ideas for that commission thing. Should I DM you? Yeah, just whenever you think of something, let me know. Because I think you gave me 3 emote ideas. So yeah, just let me know when you have more ideas. Not contributing to the weight at all. Totally not. I have started on doing your outfit though. I'm very excited. I've got the shorts and the skirt and the little garter belt and the socks. I just need to do everything else. But I'm finally excited to actually dress your model. Oishi believed that Satoshi-kun did it. He was waiting for Satoshi-kun to fall apart and confess. That's what both Oishi and I were thinking. But that hypothesis was destroyed later on. I'll not talk about it now, but Oishi's theory will be disproven and the police will be thrown into shock. A question comes to mind. That is, who saved Satoshi-kun? I can only think of the possibility that the Sonosaki family invented the culprit. Master has given Bailey clothes. Bailey is free! Well, you still need to be given your top, but you at least have pants.
Let's see, now we can save and continue, and then get in trouble for telling people that I'm Shion.
And maybe lose our nails. I don't remember exactly when that shows up. But we'll know. We'll know when it happens. I'm pretty sure it's this chapter that happens. The cops were smart enough to separate us during questioning. Yeah, it's not at this part, but I'm pretty sure it's in this chapter, I think. Oishi didn't come talk to me. His aim was Satoshi-kun and nobody else. I got a young cop who just talked about ordinary things. He must have been trying to ease me into interrogation. When I realized that, the clumsy way he spoke began to frustrate me. Is Satoshi-kun alright? I didn't think Oishi really bought my testimony. He must have been trying to get Satoshi-kun to confess in spite of that. All I could do was pray that he'd keep quiet. The phone on the desk rang, and the cop picked it up. This is Kumagai? What? Alright, I understand. Right away. He hung up and told me somebody had come to retrieve me. Looked like Satoshi-kun had to stay. Were they going to continue the interrogation just because he had nobody to pick him up?
Hello, Rocket Time. I feel like it's been a while. How you doing?
Although maybe I should have been worrying more about myself. The hag had probably heard about me by now, since I revealed my real identity to police. I couldn't hide any longer.
Maybe it's because I also see that you changed to blue instead of yellow. Doing good? That's good.
I was going to receive some sort of punishment. I had no idea what she'd end up doing to me. I have an idea. The degree of punishment for a traitor is always severe in the world of the Sonozakis. The punishment must be carried out. If it's to protect the family reputation, it's carried out no matter what. Maybe I should kiss my pinky finger while I still can. You should kiss something else. I was green at first.
Ah, I thought you were yellow at one point.
Maybe it's just my dark mode chat.
I don't know.
I asked the young cop just in case. Hey, did you know that in America, if a condemned criminal gets arrested in a state which was banned capital punishment, they refuse to surrender him to the state prosecuting him if that state hasn't banned it? Huh? Maybe it was too difficult for him. It was too difficult for me. He just looked puzzled. A glossy black car was waiting for me in front of the police station. A few men from my dad's office bowed to me. It's been a long time, Shion-san.
Where's Kasai?
Kasai had been helping me ever since my escape from the school. They wouldn't allow him to walk free. How's Sis doing? Does she have something to say about this? We were only told to bring you to the main house. Please ask her when you get there. After saying that, he escorted me into the car. A man sat on either side of me. Obviously, they didn't want me to escape. Thinking of Satoshi-kun, I looked back at the police station. Hold on tight, Satoshi-kun. I'll grin and bear it too. The car started off roughly. It was never a good occasion when I went to this house, except when Mion and I were really small, oblivious of what the Sonozaki name meant for us. I had been here only when I had attended boring family councils. Hopefully you guys don't hear the washing machine in my background. The car parked behind the house. Traders aren't allowed in through the main gate. I got out of the car. It looked like Sis would be the only person to receive me. I almost spoke to her casually, but her cold gaze froze me before I could. It's been a while, Shion. I never expected to see you other than on New Year's. It gave me the chills to hear her greet me in the cold manner. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mion-sama. I feel overjoyed to have the chance to see you other than on New Year's. I responded, trying to sound likewise. Our leader is deeply upset. I wonder how you'll explain yourself. I have nothing to explain. I had no excuse. Green didn't fit my color palette, so I changed it to a color that was more prevalent than my old yellow.
Fair enough.
I had no excuse. I escaped from the school solely because I couldn't stand it there. That was all. Shion, come this way. Everyone is waiting for you. Mion escorted me and the others followed. We went to the garden, not into the house. As we passed through the huge yard into the woods, I realized where she was taking me. When we were little, we were told never to go near these woods. I had a vague idea of what was in the back of them. I had heard that there was a hidden entrance to the underground torture room where they used to punish the enemies of the family. The more hideous rumors I heard about the family, the more credible these rumors seemed. Well, I wasn't completely certain about any of that. I'd never expected to see the torture room for myself. We came to a conclave clearing in the middle of the woods. I saw a metal door at the bottom of it. The door reminded me of a bomb shelter. So, this is the underground torture room, huh? I was surprised to hear my own voice. My voice was trembling. It made me realize that I was more scared than I thought. Nobody answered my question. The very air felt tense. According to the family rules, one of the twins must be eliminated. Was I finally going to be eliminated? I realized I had been underestimating my punishment. I hadn't been aware of the real terror until now. I just thought I was. Beyond the steel door, the air had an intimidating smell. This really was happening to me. I am... I am fear. I shouldn't allow myself to give in to fear. I felt like saying something rude, but my lips were dry, and my fingers were fidgeting. I was escorting through the narrow hallway and down a few sets of stairs. There, I saw another huge steel door. So, this was the place. Oh, I hate this noise. It was a spacious and utterly odd-looking room. The room had two sections that looked completely different. One side looked like a lounge. I hate this. Why? Underground torture room sounds like fun. Hopefully it's some kind of fun torture, not the painful. Oh, it's the painful kind. I promise you that, Rocket Time. It's painful as heck. One side looked like a lounge and saw several high-ranking members of the family council sitting on cushions there, looking expressionless. The other half was tiled, as if in a large public bath. Okay, I like this part of the song. That was already puzzling enough. And there were those things. To be honest, they had captured my attention from the moment I arrived. I noticed them even before I saw the lounge and tiled space. I just didn't want to accept that they existed. I couldn't stand straight. I almost dropped to my knees, but I couldn't. Two young men had been holding me by the arm since I got here. They were oddly shaped things hanging from the wall. Right? Right. Like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling so many emotions. Like, this track is wild, but also I'm just like, fear. Who knows, the player character could be a massive masochist? No. No. She is not gonna enjoy this at all. I was just refusing to recognize that they were... I knew exactly what they were called. Right? Majima, save us! You know how these Yakuza dealings go. I see. I understood that those eerily shaped objects were torture devices from hell. Damned fool! How dare you return? The hag, sitting at the front of the lounge, intimidated me in a horrid voice. She kept cursing me for a little while, but she was so incensed that I could barely tell what she was saying. I knew what she was trying to say, though. The hag was willing to forgive my escape from the school, but once I revealed my identity to the police, she had to step in. Since I had disobeyed the family rule, she, as the leader, was forced to punish me. Moreover, there was one thing that bothered her more than anything else. The fact that I covered for Satoshi-kun. The Hojo family had been seen as traitors to the village ever since the dam conflict. Satoshi-kun was still considered one of them. She couldn't accept that I was connected to him. To me, this was a little bit unexpected. I'd escaped from the school the hag had put me in. All the while, I'd believed that was what she was upset about. But in fact, she said that she was the most uncomfortable with my connection with Satoshi-kun. I couldn't believe this. Of course I knew that Satoshi-kun's family was persecuted for their betrayal. But I didn't think that Satoshi-kun was also burdened with that responsibility. The music is just going wild. Remember the defense against someone in a chair just kicked them in the chest? Well, she has to do this. Because, you know, her family. He has nothing to do with that. I understand that his parents were ostracized, but he shouldn't be. Shut the hell up! The hag interrupted me with a shout, which made me cower in fear. She continued slandering the Hojos and said that Satoshi-kun was a cursed child. I started feeling pissed off. What did he do to deserve this? What has he been blamed for? It was too late when I realized I said that out loud. The hag looked furious. I'd obviously upset her. I decided to repeat myself to make it very clear how I felt. What are you saying, you old hag? Everything you've spouted is nonsense.
Huh? Who the hell do you think you're talking to?
Shut the up! Let me finish. I shouted loudly to silence the hag. What the do you know about Satoshi-kun? How could you talk to him like he's some pest when you don't know anything about him? I know how sweet he is. You don't like him because he's a Hojo? How stupid is that? Is even your brain archaic or what? You hate the fact that Sonozaki is with a Hojo that much? That's just stupid. That's beyond stupid. Boy, I never expected to feel like Juliet. Screw family if they aren't helpful to me and they're toxic to me, I'll cut them out of my life, right? But you know, Yakuza and all that. My family, my voice became hoarse from shouting. My face was messy with tears. Even so, I didn't feel like putting a stop to my emotional explosion. I was all too aware that I was doing this just to overwhelm my fear. The hag was glaring at me while breathing heavily. I glared back at her as fiercely as I could. Eventually, I realized that her sticking point was my relationship with Satoshi-kun. Pardon me, she wasn't only upset that I had a mere connection with him. I see. Looks like Mion mentioned that too. It was as though Mion was wearing a mask. She didn't budge under my penetrating glare. That was what the hag was really unhappy about. The fact that I was in love with Satoshi-kun. I don't give a shit about his family background or my own. Yeah, I admit that I'm in love with him. I love Satoshi Hojo-kun. I love him so much. Is that so wrong? Do you need a reason to love somebody? I could see the relatives shaking their heads in turmoil. Among them, I saw my mom. She must have been trying to protect me, but even she wouldn't look at me. Instead, she looked silently at the floor. Did you guys in the back hear me? Am I wrong? You'd know how sweet Satoshi-kun is in an instant if you bothered to get to know him. How could you put him down without— Mion held out a hand to silence me. Then, she slowly walked in my direction. That is enough, Shion. I understand what you wanted to say. Mion put her head close to mine and whispered. Shion, I know how you feel, but you can't go back after coming this far. You have to pay for what you did. What did I do? Why me? That's ridiculous! Shion. Mion's face turned cold again, and she calmly told me. You're probably right. But this is Hinamizawa, and we are Sonozakis. As I'm sure you understand, we are the leaders of the three families, and you are the twin sister of the successor, Mion Sonozaki. Yet, I interrupted her. You haven't agreed on that matter ever since I came back. You're full of this reputation shit. Hinamizawa? The Sonozakis? So what? I don't give a about it. Listen, Mion interrupted me, just like I did her. How many people do you depend on to start your new life in Okinomiya? Chills shot through my spine. Kasai-san is in the cell in the back. Why Kasai? I knew why, of course. The moment I got caught, those who helped me were destined to meet the same fate. We were all subject to the punishment of betrayal. Maybe my punishment would be lighter than what they'd be going through. Kasai and Uncle Yoshido must have been treated much worse than this. Everybody who helped me was falling victim. I know that you're preparing for your punishment, but have you ever thought of the consequences that Kasai-san and Uncle Yoshido will have to face? My head rapidly cooled down. If my aggression was all used up, I should be able to bear whatever punishment they'd bring on me. The more I get thinking, the more I realize I was a monster sibling. I learned to mimic my father just to mess with my brother and sister. Oh no, even the way he walked. That's wild.
I am an only child, Dragon Soul. You know, I didn't have any siblings to mess with, or siblings to mess with me. But I resented the fact that I'd be putting the people who supported me at risk. Shion, apologize to Granny. If you do, the others won't have to suffer. Alright? But Mion, did I really do something wrong? Was any of that what I did bad? The moment Mion learned that I wasn't willing to apologize, her expression turned cold again. She turned her back to me and returned to the lounge. I'd talked back to the old hag in a really harsh manner. I told her that I didn't do anything wrong. Yet, I had involved many people to who I owed so much. Ah, I see. I like the name change, Lisa.
It went without saying, this was my responsibility. I was the sole person to blame, and no fault lay with them. Yes, Kasai and Yoshido were blameless, yet as Satoshi-kun was. But then, as if she read my mind, Mion turned around and gave a slight nod. It was possible that something was going to happen to Satoshi-kun, on top of Kasai and Uncle Yoshido. Wait, sis! That can't happen. Satoshi-kun, I mean, nobody else should be punished. Please forgive them. What is it, Shion? Tears rolled down my cheeks. I no longer cared about my pride. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I should have said what the old hag wanted to hear, yet she still looked unsatisfied. Maybe that wasn't too surprising. I had just denounced her so badly in front of the relatives. She wouldn't forgive me so easily. Just then, Mion spoke as the successor. Was that you asking to become my sibling because you don't have to be related to me? Oh my gosh.
Nah, I was just stating fact.
So, Shion, how do you propose to pay for this? Pay? What do you want me to do? Nothing could be scarier than being told to pay while standing next to horrid-looking torture devices. I was completely terrified. I couldn't move from trembling. Mion saw that and whispered to her grandmother. The hag nodded. Mion summoned some young minions and gave them an order. They removed one of the torture devices hanging on the wall, then set a table in front of me and put the device on it. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. What is this? It's a tool for removing fingernails. Do you know how to use it? No way. I shook as I stared at the tool. I almost feel like I should put like a little text thing of like the nail scene. I'm actually gonna do that real quick. Just trigger warning, the nail scene. Let me see, where is TW, the nail scene. That is not how you spell nail. There we go. And then get it over there and ba-da-da-da, and then whoop. That good? Maybe I should make it smaller. Nah, that should be fine. God, I was stretching and something in my chest popped and I just took the deepest breath I've taken in my life. Oh no. But yes, we are in the nail scene. It looked like a giant nail clipper. You probably put that part that looks like a beak between your finger and fingernail, pulling them apart if you squeeze the handle. Ugh. Chills ran up and down my spine when I imagined that. Each fingernail represents one of your responsibilities, Shion Sonozaki. No matter which ones you choose, you must remove 3 nails yourself. You have unlocked third lung. 3. 1 for Kasai, 1 for Uncle Yoshido, and the last one for Satoshi-kun. It was a fairly reasonable number. Will you really not punish the others? Promise me. Please let them go if I do this. This is a punishment, not a negotiation. If you don't like the procedure, I'll do it! Just give me a second. I'm doing it. I put the device to my little finger while shaking badly. It's like unlocking a chakra, but now you can breathe so good. It's better. Well, I don't know about that. If my fingernails were shorter, it would have been harder. The metal beak captured my little finger beautifully. The subordinates then stabilized my left hand with a different restraining tool. Right, this is awful, but I have to persevere. That seemed reasonable, because my finger would slip out if it weren't restrained like that. As the subordinates buckled up the leather straps, I realized that this was really happening, and there was no escape. Like, not as bad as some forms of pain as I can imagine, but the nerves in your finger are so sensitive when your nails aren't... Right? Like, even like, bending your finger slightly is just like, ugh. Okay. Somewhere in my mind, I had been thinking that they might forgive me after just the gesture alone. I shouldn't have been so naive. The emotions I'd been holding back appeared in the form of tears and kept rolling down my cheeks. It was like my feelings were being squeezed out until the very last drip. Something even more horrifying followed this. It was the silence that awaited my next action. So, what should I do now? Well, in the moment, I guess I feel more okay with it knowing they treat your fingers after and bandage them and make sure that she doesn't get infections and stuff. It's the small things, right? It's like, you know, she's doing a punishment, but they're still family, so, you know, they don't want her to die from this. One of the subordinates pointed to the handle and told me to either squeeze it or hit it. He recommended that the latter would be easier to make it quick. Nobody said anything after that. There was nothing to hear but the sound of my sweat dripping onto the floor. The onlookers were staring at me silently, waiting for me to execute my punishment. They're still family, that's why they didn't let her die after making her rip her own fingernails off. Yeah. You know, they're family, but they're also Yakuza family, so... Both the hag and Mion, just Yakuza things. They were also anticipating it. I could refuse, but that meant I wouldn't be paying up. This punishment exists to offer payment in exchange for the safety for those who helped me. If I refused, they would suffer. I started breathing heavily. I knew that if I did this, the others would go free. This was, if you thought about it, quite a good deal. If it weren't me, it wouldn't be just 3 fingernails. Power moves, squeeze slowly while making eye contact with your sister. That sounds so painful. That would be a power move, but that sounds so painful. If it were Kasai, he'd have to sacrifice his little finger or something even worse. I knew that. It was my selfish desire to get away from that school. Hello, Ellie, you're just in time for the nail scene. You're just in time for the nail remover. Why did Kasai have to suffer because of that? I knew that. Why did Uncle Yoshiro have to suffer just because he provided me with a job? I knew that the hag and the other relatives still hated the Hojos. Actually, I'm gonna replace it with finger trauma, because people who don't know the nail scene might be like, what do you mean the nail scene? There we go. Updated. So I didn't know what they'd do to Satoshi-kun if I didn't do this. Would they bring Satoshi-kun here and tell him to do the same? Would they tell him to remove his fingernails in exchange for forgiving me? He'd do it. He'd sacrifice himself with no hesitation in order to save others. My sweat dripped onto the table through my nose. I'd do it. Yes, it was only 3 fingernails. It might hurt a lot, but I wouldn't die. The fingernails would grow back. It wouldn't even leave a huge scar. I shouldn't be afraid. The punishment was minimal because it was me. If I refused to do this, the others would be punished much more severely. I couldn't let that happen to Kasai, Uncle Yashido, or Satoshi-kun. I was the only one who should be punished. So I just needed to bear the pain. That! I wasn't just breathing heavily anymore. I was also moaning faintly, ready to scream at any moment. That's right. Make it quick. It wasn't torture, so I didn't have to prolong the moment of pain. I should do it in one swift blow. That way, my pain and fear would be minimized. I raised my right arm. Quickly. The pain would be lessened if I did it in one stroke. It'd be much more painful if I messed it up. So, for context, Ellie, Shion messed up. And her family is Yakuza, so they basically are like, hey, you need to bear this punishment, or else the people that helped you through this will get punished more. So, you know. And they picked this. She didn't pick this herself. It'd be much more painful if I messed it up. Yeah, please no wet, meaty noises. I hate the zappy noises. I held my breath. I felt as if my body was frozen. I was choking, the chills crept up my spine. Don't be afraid, Shion. Fingernails are just a tiny fraction of the whole body. Just 1 square centimeter. I couldn't do this. I could do this. I could bear it. I smacked my right hand onto the handle of the device. We'll kill your friends if you don't rip off your own fingernails using this torture device. Yeah. I sensed the noise through my body instead of through my ears. At the same time, I felt a pain I'd never experienced before. Just a tiny, small nerve center for your hands. A moment later, the pain pulsated with my heartbeat. Oh! I clenched my teeth. I felt like my teeth were cracking. I tightly shut my eyes until my eyeballs got squeezed up. The pain wouldn't fade. Rather, it swelled with my body pressure. I felt as though I was bloating like a balloon. Timidly, I opened my eyes. I found that my little finger wasn't really drenched in blood. It was bleeding, but not much. Certainly not enough to explain how much it hurt. My fingernail was open just like the hood of a car. No projecting headphones, music changed. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was overwhelming. It occurred to me that I had only done 1 out of 3. Did I have to repeat this 2 more times? Oh, baby, more like 2.5. Did I have to remove the nails from my ring and middle fingers as well? And I looked at the hag and at Mion, begging for mercy, but they were just silently staring at me, as if the show had only just begun. I saw no hint of mercy in their eyes. They wouldn't be changing their minds. Since they said 3, it had to be 3. They wouldn't forgive me until I removed 2 more fingernails. Mion, look, isn't this enough? It really hurts, you know that? You see that in my eyes, don't you? It really hurts. Mion answered, still wearing a cold look. You can't keep going, Shion? She didn't mean that it was sufficient. What she meant was that the others would have to take the remaining punishment if I didn't. I knew that. I really did know. I'll do it. This is easy. You sadists. This doesn't scare me. This doesn't hurt. Ah! I quickly moved the metal beak and set it on my ring finger, and smacked it with no hesitation. Ugh! Instead of making it quick, maybe it was just rushing out of fear. I'd messed up. The torture tool had clipped just the tip of my fingernail. The pain, however, was equal. I couldn't believe I'd only chipped it. Did I have to do it again? Did I have to continue removing the nail from my ring finger? That much pain again? Again? Shion? No, I don't want to do it. I couldn't bear it anymore. I started crying shamelessly. I can't take it anymore. It's too painful. Forgive me, please. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They didn't seem to hear my voice. It felt as though there was an invisible barrier between us. They showed no mercy. They were just here to witness this ritual. So, rather than sympathetic, they looked amazed by my screw-up. Neon walked up to me and whispered to my crying face, Shion, there's just a bit more to go. Hang in there. No. I can't do this. It really hurts. It really does. Mion shook her head and signaled the subordinates. They came from behind me. They covered my head with something like a knit cap. It was a blindfold. One of them pinned me in a Nelson hold, restricting my movement. No! Stop it! No! I couldn't overpower the guy behind me. Then, I felt something strange on my left hand. The other guy was doing something with the torture tool. He put the metal beak between my ring finger and its fingernail. No! Mom! Help me! Mom! Ah! My left hand was fixed in its restraints, so I couldn't put up much protest anyway. But even that left hand was rubbed down by its rough palms until it hurt, robbing it of its freedom even to tremble. They had no hesitation. It was made very clear to me how merciless people could be. Robbed of my vision, all I could do was clench my teeth again against the pain assailing me. If there was anything I was thankful for, it was that he was well practiced and had ripped both my fingers' nails cleanly. Pain and screaming might induce narcotic chemicals in the brain. While screaming, I started losing consciousness. Yeah, this is a whole big nope. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done with the nail trauma? Oh, good. Okay, now I can take. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was. That is good. Okay, no more nail trauma. We did it. We got through it. I woke up. My memories were missing. I couldn't remember how I got back to my room. Yeah, I think seeing it in the anime was worse. Definitely. Because you got to see all the, like, things. Like, but I'm so glad we're over that part now. My memories were missing. I couldn't remember how I got back to my room. I held my head with both hands. My left hand was bandaged. The fingers that had their nails removed had swollen like hot dogs. I had paid with those 3 fingernails for what I did. The hag had said something after the punishment, but I didn't remember any of it. I was taken to the hospital in Okinomiya. The car shook on the way, adding extra pain on top of what I had already felt. Somebody gave me some aspirin. They worked just like they said on TV, but they didn't last more than 10 minutes. I swallowed the pills without water. While I was spacing out in the waiting lounge, Kasai showed up. He probably came to check if I was alright. I obviously wasn't. He must have understood that from my bandaged left arm dangling from my shoulder. Kasai, on the other hand, looked just fine. At least, on the outside. I was relieved that my sacrifice had meant something. Kasai didn't say anything. I couldn't tell if he wanted to tell me something or not, because he looked so emotionless. Kasai. Yes? He paused shortly before answering. I could tell he was upset. I didn't regret revealing my true identity in order to protect Satoshi-kun, but I hadn't wanted Kasai or Uncle Yoshiro to be hurt. I had been contradicting myself. Do you know how Uncle Yoshiro is doing? No. I'm sure he's alright, because he's strong. Even so, you should apologize to him. Okay. I wanted to ask him about Satoshi-kun, too. I wondered if he was captured or harassed by the Sonozaki family because of me. But I was hesitating to ask Kasai. After all, I'd chosen Satoshi-kun over them. Was Satoshi-kun alright? I hoped he wouldn't get caught or incarcerated somewhere. I paid the hospital bill, and Kasai gave me a ride home. I finally realized that somebody was knocking on my door. Shion-san, it's not healthy to sleep so much. It was Kasai. He put some side dishes on the table, and we started nibbling at them. How do you feel? Depressed. Have you been resting? Have you been eating? I have been eating the stuff left in the fridge. Otherwise, I'd been eating either sleeping or staring at the ceiling. It'd been 3 days. I'd just been lying down since then. I woke up every now and then to swallow in my shallow sleep, but I didn't feel like getting up or thinking. I felt like I'd just been floating the whole time. My appetite was gone, but it came back with the smell of food Kasai brought. I wasn't able to think of anything to talk to Kasai about, so I just ate silently. I got a call from Mion-san yesterday. She was saying she called you a few times but never got through. The moment I heard Mion's name, I felt my wounds throb. But I didn't stop Kasai, who continued. Because you paid up, the family decided to close the matter. You will officially withdraw from St. Lucia's and transfer to a school in Okinomiya. They're finally acknowledging my right to make my own decisions, huh? Indeed. They said you could live as yourself now, under a few conditions. You will stay away from Hinamizawa. You won't pretend to be Mion Sonozaki. You won't show up in public places, and so on. This means, in exchange for acknowledging me, they don't want me around. That's correct. Of course, it is only temporary until things cool down. There is no set duration, but I think you should stay inconspicuous at least until the end of the year. It'd be good enough just to live in Okinomiya quietly, the way it was before. Kasai put on a sad smile. I smiled back at him likewise. Before the conversation ended, I should ask him what I wanted to know. At the hospital, would you think you could get the family in trouble with the law for abuse? Probably not because of Yakuza. I doubt you, yeah. How's Satoshi-kun doing? I wished that Kasai would assure me of his safety right away, but he didn't answer like that. Kasai, is he alright? Shion-san. Kasai put his chopsticks down. The family wants you to forget about him. What? Shion-san, I don't want to get in an argument with you, so I will not get into the details. I'm only relaying to you what the family wants. What are you talking about? What details, Kasai? Kasai pretended as though he didn't hear me and started eating again. I'd never seen him get so stubborn like this. The Sonozaki family had been using the Hojo family as a scapegoat. They must have concluded that a Sonozaki shouldn't be in love with a Hojo. I didn't like that. Satoko was a friend of Mion's at school. Would it be okay if Satoshi-kun and I were the same gender? Anyway, if I did something conspicuous again, they might do something to him for real. Just like they forced me to remove my own fingernails, the Sonozaki family wouldn't hesitate. They'd torture him if need be. Maybe, if I really loved him, I could stay away. Satoshi-kun won't show up in Okinomiya unless he rejoins the Hinamizawa fighters. I'd have to pretend to be Mion if I wanted to go to Hinamizawa, but I didn't think she'd cooperate with me. Even if she did, it'd be sometime down the road. Even if they told me not to see him, I already had no means of doing that again. Oh, wait. Mion gave me his number a little while ago. I could call him, and maybe ask to meet him secretly. But if I get caught again, they wouldn't cut me any slack. Should I risk it? What the hell did I even want from Satoshi-kun? Kasai, could I be alone for a moment? Kasai started putting away his food in a rush, assuming that I wanted him to leave. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Take your time and finish your food. I just want to take a walk. You can't lock this place up if I don't step out with you. Kasai quickly put away his meal and followed me out. Just to be clear, I'm not going out to see Satoshi-kun, alright? I see. I turned around and started walking. My destination was rather pathetic. It was the toy store that sold that giant teddy bear. I couldn't deny that I was somewhat expecting Satoshi-kun to pass by there. I couldn't stop myself from looking at the faces of passerbys who resembled him. I looked into the store's window. The teddy bear was gone. Congrats, Satoshi-kun. Looks like you were able to buy it. His evil aunt had died and his wicked uncle was living with his mistress. Satoshi-kun succeeded in fulfilling his duty as a big brother by buying his little sister that huge teddy bear. There was nobody left to hurt him. He was free from his tiresome efforts. He was completely free from pain. Over time, he'd retrieve his smile, and he'd go back to being the Satoshi-kun I love. But I wouldn't be there with him. Honk, honk. I heard a car honking. I didn't think it was honking at me at first, but it was so persistent that I had to look up. The person waving at me from their car was Iri. He was waving at me all carefree, oblivious of my feelings. Sonozaki-san, long time no see. Oh, are you meeting up with Hojo-san? No, I'm not. I know he looks into the store's window all the time, so I assumed you were expecting him here, or something. Young girl plus 3 missing nails, you'd think that would launch an investigation. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, her hand's like, I think a cast of some kind. So, you know, you could just be like, oh, she broke her arm. You know, that just happens. No, I'm just passing by. Looks like he was able to buy that teddy bear. Iri seemed to know that about the teddy bear as well. Okay, gotta get going. Okay, have a good day, Moki. I will. You have a good day. He smiled upon seeing its empty display space. Yesterday was Satoko-chan's birthday. He must have celebrated it with that teddy bear. He doesn't have to work so hard anymore, huh? Indeed. Did he turn in his resignation to the Hinamizawa fighters? Oh, does that even exist? I never received one. Did you, Sonozaki-san? No, I didn't. So that means he still belongs to the team. I think he'll be back after things have settled down. But I know he'll be sad if he doesn't see you there. Iri teased me. He's a grown-up after all. He must have been trying to sound optimistic because he knew I was feeling a bit down. You can come back to the team anytime you want. It might as well be empty without you. I'm thinking of providing you with a maid costume once you come back. I burst into laughter. Edie sure hasn't changed. Oh, I almost forgot. I can tell you my name. Whoops. I didn't mean to right-click. My name now. Sorry, Coach. I was lying about my identity. I'm not Mion. I'm her twin sister, Shion. I've been pretending to be here for a few reasons. What? You're Mion-san's twin sister? He was totally taken aback. I burst into laughter again. Yes, I am Shion Sonozaki. I'm forced to live quietly because my grandmother hates me, though. I never realized that Mion-san had a twin sister. Same here. Suddenly a loud voice interrupted us. I mean, at the hospital they would need to see your hand to treat it. I don't know if they ever went to the hospital. I think it was just the family, like, wrapped up the stuff. I don't know if it mentioned a hospital. I could be wrong, though. I could be misremembering. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted us. The voice sounded mean and greasy, unlike Edie's. It was him. Oishi. Hello, Dr. Edie. Thank you for your cooperation last night. Don't mention it. I wasn't of much help. They were just going through the motions. It was obvious that they hated each other. Edie whispered to me. I'm leaving now. Do you want to get in my car? I can drive you home. Edie figured out that Oishi was after me, so he was giving me a chance to slip away. Looking at Oishi's face, it was clear that his focus was on me, not Edie. He probably intended to interrogate me until my testimony broke. I was sure I could talk my way out of it, but it'd be just a waste of time. All right, Coach. Let's get going. Oh, are you two going somewhere together? Yes, we're on our way to get some stuff for the team. We have to drop by a few places, so will you excuse us? Edie bowed. I followed suit. I had to admire how good he was at lying. He's a grown-up after all. Oishi seemed to know it was a lie. But he didn't have a warrant, so he couldn't stop us. I moved to get into Edie's car. How are your wounds, Shion Sonozaki-san? I gasped when I heard that. My left hand was bandaged. It was unsightly, so I kept it in my pocket. There was no way Oishi could have been able to see it. They'll heal with no problems if they don't get infected. I tore my fingernails off a couple of times myself when I was a kid. But look, they look beautiful now, don't they? Men's fingernails shouldn't look beautiful. That gives me the creeps. Oishi scratched his head and chuckled. He's supposed to be one of the best cops in the Okinomiya PD, and he knows about all the underground activities in the region. He must have heard about my payment from somewhere. Still, that happened in the secret basement of the Sonozaki main house. I couldn't underestimate this guy's sources. Thank you for your kind words. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Shion Sonozaki-san, why don't we get coffee together sometime? What? Are you hitting on me? If you like. Sorry, time flies. I can't waste any of that precious time on things that don't interest me. Ah, you got me there. How about this, then? You can leave any time if you get bored of talking to me. I won't stop you. How does that sound? I don't mind you talking, but I won't talk back. I doubt you can call it a conversation. Yes, that'd be fine. You can just listen, and I'll talk. You can just listen to an old man ramble while sipping on a cup of coffee. He was being strangely persistent. It didn't look like he was trying to poke a hole in my statement. What would he even talk about? I got a bit curious, even though I was still skeptical. Coach, I think I'll go with the old man instead. Oh no. Shion-san. I winked at him and told him not to worry. Edie didn't insist. He got in his car and drove off. Oishi backed his car up so I could get in. I hopped in the back seat since I didn't want to sit next to him. Are we really going to a cafe? If you could direct me to one with no connection to your family, that'd be great. Why don't you take me to the station then? Oishi carefully checked for oncoming traffic and then started driving. Oishi took me to the police station, as I thought he might. If he had taken me to a nice cafe, he would have scored points. But whatever. I thought it'd be more convenient if we came here. You can still go home if you get bored. Try your best not to bore me then. Do you want to go into the station hand in hand with you? Oishi chuckled and got out of the car. He escorted me inside the station. I thought he'd take me to an interrogation room, but instead he took me to an office of the investigation division. Officers in both suits and uniforms were working at their desks, answering phones. There was a desk with a plate that said Section Manager, and nearby there were couches and a table. Oishi told me to sit on the couch and started making some instant coffee. I'd never been to this part of the police station, and I looked around curiously. Did you think I'd take you to an interrogation room? Oishi brought over a tray with coffee cups on it. You're treating me better than I expected. I thought you'd whip me or something. My tastes don't run that way. So? I thought you wanted to talk. All right, I'll cut to the chase. Are you in love with Satoshi Hojo-san? What? It's getting boring already. I'm going home. Okay, please forget that. Oishi must have known why I had to remove my fingernails. He wasn't trying to confirm that I liked Satoshi-kun. What he was really saying was that he knew already. I already talked to Detective Kumigai about Satoshi-kun's alibi that day. That was me saying that. Of course, I read Kumagai-kun's report. I know you were with him. I'll report the same statement no matter how many times you ask. Don't you think you can poke holes in it? No, that's not what I want. You're a smart person. I know that wouldn't work for you. I wonder what you're after. You're wasting your time if you want information on Satoshi-kun. There's no more to talk about. This is boring me after all. I'm going home, since that was our agreement. Excuse me. I got up off the couch. Shion-san, I did want to get Satoshi-san's alibi from you. I admitted. That's it then. It's boring. I'm going home. I turned around and started walking. Oishi didn't get anxious, but instead spoke a little louder. But Shion-san, what I want to ask you about is his alibi for yesterday, not the day of the murder. His alibi for yesterday? Why? Not a fan of the fat cop, and I've seen clips from the anime, so I'm still concerned with some people's well-being and not keeping their heads. Yeah. Oishi's kind of like chaotic waffle almost. It's very tricky. Like some time loops he's good, other times he's just like a real piece of work. But, I don't like him. His alibi for yesterday? Why? What does that have to do with his aunt's death? It's because Satoshi-kun has been missing since then. What? Didn't you know that he went missing? I couldn't say anything, but my expression answered Oishi's question anyway. What's going on? Missing? What? Why don't you take a seat? What do you mean, Satoshi-kun has gone missing? What the hell? We only know one thing for sure. He withdrew all of his savings at an ATM in Okinomiya post office before 3 p.m. yesterday. We don't know his whereabouts after that. I knew why he withdrew that money. He wanted to buy Satoko's birthday present. Yes, he definitely bought that teddy bear yesterday. This is just my guess, but I think he skipped town with that money. You mean he used the money to run away? That's stupid. He was saving to buy Satoko a birthday present. He bought a big, expensive teddy bear from that toy store. He'd never use that money to skip town. Yes, the most expensive teddy bear in that toy store was sold. But we can't confirm that it was Satoshi-kun who bought it. Why don't you ask the clerk? Satoshi-kun and I reserved that teddy bear together. Oh, I had a bad feeling. That old man who was watching that store was sleeping when we were there. He'd looked very senile. Maybe he was also watching that store on that day, and even though Satoshi-kun bought the teddy bear, he didn't remember. Oishi put on a wry smile. It looked like he'd already tried to question that old man. Anyway, it's Satoshi-kun who bought that teddy bear. He must have saved enough for it to buy it, so he shouldn't have been able to run away after. That's nonsense. All right. Let's say he really did buy the teddy bear. Then why didn't he come home with it? At that point, I felt as though my heart had turned to ice. I know cops and none of them have pretty nails, so I'm sure he wasn't doing his job. Yeah. Satoshi-kun has been working hard to buy that teddy bear, even though he was under extreme mental and physical stress. After all that, he finally managed to buy it. It's unthinkable that somebody else just showed up and bought the same teddy bear. The teddy bear was gone because Satoshi-kun bought it. Nobody else. But if so, Satoshi-kun should have given it to Satoko. But though he bought a present for her, he didn't come home. He didn't come home? That wasn't possible. He would have gone straight home with that teddy bear. He wouldn't think of running away after buying the teddy bear, even though Satoshi-kun wanted to run away from the police. He'd never leave without giving Satoko her present. Anyway, it must have been Satoshi-kun who bought the teddy bear. I can say that with 100% certainty. The question was, why didn't he bring it home? That teddy bear was huge. It wouldn't fit into the basket of a bicycle. He might have bought some straps to tie it to his bike. He wouldn't have thought of running away on a wobbly bicycle like that. He necessarily had to go home after buying the teddy bear from the store after withdrawing the money. Nothing could have happened when he was going between the ATM and the toy store. It was impossible. Nobody else would possibly have bought that teddy bear. Never! That teddy bear had been sitting in the showcase up until that day. Everybody could see it when they passed by, but nobody wanted it. It's impossible that it could have been somebody else. There should be no question that he went to the toy store after he withdrew the money. What about the route between the toy store and his home? There shouldn't be any question there either. He shouldn't have been able to do anything with that huge toy. He shouldn't even have thought of making a stop on the way. So he must have headed home right after he bought the teddy bear. But nobody saw him after that. It was simple then. Satoshi-kun went missing on his way home from the toy store. He went missing? What did that mean? I was sure he killed his aunt. He's not that shrewd. Maybe he couldn't bear the pressure from the police? Was he resigned to the idea that the police were going to arrest him soon, regardless of my help? Did he decide to run away? Did he think that he should disappear until things cooled down rather than get arrested? That was definitely, absolutely impossible. It was impossible that he came to that conclusion on his way home from the toy store. Even if he did, he would have waited until he gave Satoko her birthday present. Satoshi-kun loved Satoko. He shouldn't have spoiled her like that, but anyway, he always tried to be a good brother to her, so he'd never disappear before going home. I felt as though the ice was cutting through my heart, expanding the frost. If Satoshi-kun didn't disappear by his own will, the answer was simple. He got lost and the teddy bear was blocking his vision. He's definitely 3 towns over looking for home. He's just like, man, I just cannot see. This teddy bear is too big. I did not think this through. I should have met with someone with a car and had them drive me. Satoshi-kun disappeared by somebody else's will. Was Satoshi-kun eliminated? That's really stupid, old man. I thought I could shake off the frost in my heart if I laughed loudly enough. I kept laughing until it happened. I kept laughing and laughing. All the cops in the room stared at me. They thought I'd gone crazy. I didn't care what they thought. I kept laughing until it turned into a cough. I finished laughing and took a sip of lukewarm coffee. I felt as though the frost in my heart had spread all throughout my guts. I was chilled to the bone. I was freezing. My fingers shook as I held the coffee cup. Shion-san, please listen to me without interrupting. What I'm about to tell you is only a hypothesis. It's all just a theory. You might start laughing in the middle, because it may sound ridiculous. But I want you to hear me out. Can you do that? Whatever, just talk. I was feeling far too cold. My teeth were chattering. I felt as though my brain had frozen as well. I lost my ability to think. I couldn't do anything by myself. I could only do as Oishi told me. What was he going to tell me? What he was going to tell me might be the worst possible theory, but I had to listen to it. I know that Satoshi-kun's and Satoko-san's aunt was abusing them, especially Satoko-san. In my opinion, it's normal that Satoshi-kun started thinking about murdering his aunt, because he was just a human being. I had to deny that Satoshi-kun murdered her. But what Oishi was saying was true. I couldn't deny his hypothesis right away. I just kept silent. Oh, I make fun, but I've gotten lost and wound up in the next town. That's why I never leave my home without it. That's fair. I do remember you telling me about that. I had to like walk home from school because I left my phone at home. That was a long walk. My legs hurt. I have never left home without my phone ever since. This is only a hypothesis, alright? Please don't be upset. And no interruptions. Agreed? I know. Just go on. Satoshi Hojo planned to murder his aunt and executed it. We have no proof, okay? It's all theoretical. Alright, I heard. Just keep talking. I'll switch the subject now. Shion-san, you were forbidden from having a relationship with Satoshi-kun, weren't you? They told you to stay away from him, correct? I believe the reason behind this is not that your family hated the Hojos, but they didn't like the fact that you were involved with a murder suspect. That is actually possible. After all, when I was pretending to be Mion, I already had a connection with Satoshi-kun. Before anyone knew it, it was Shion who was spending time around him. I could have been accused when I was helping out the Hinamizawa fighters that the relationship between the Hojos and Sonozakis was the problem. It wouldn't be difficult for the Sonozaki family to know that Satoshi-kun murdered his aunt if it happened in Hinamizawa. Maybe one of them even saw the murder. The Sonozaki family didn't like that I was in love with a murderer. They decided to step in. Also, you're known not to give up easily, aren't you? Which means, even if the Sonozaki family threatened you or ripped off your nails, you still wouldn't cut ties with Satoshi-kun, would you? I couldn't deny that. I lost most of my means to access Hinamizawa, so my ties to Satoshi-kun were essentially cut, true. But I still knew Satoshi-kun's phone number, and I expected him to rejoin the Hinamizawa fighters eventually. I believe your family knew that a few threats would never be enough for you to break ties with Satoshi-kun. They could threaten you all they liked to no avail. So, their only option would be to do something about the other person, wouldn't it? What do you mean, do something? What would they do? What? What? If threatening me was useless, then they'd do something about Satoshi-kun. What would they have done? If they pulled something, then wouldn't that interrupt his path from the toy store to home? The toy store to home! Toy store to X to home! What's X? What is X? X marks the spot where his path was interrupted. But what interrupted it? Why couldn't Satoshi-kun make it home from the toy store if something interrupted him? Why? What's X? X! I ran out of air, became dizzy, and then collapsed. The floor felt cold. I felt no pain. I had fallen to the floor like a plastic doll. Oishi and some others rushed over to me and helped me up. Calm down, Shion-san. We're not certain that Satoshi-kun was killed yet. You're not certain he was killed? What the are you talking about? Don't you know about that torture room where they forced me to rip off my fingernails? Don't you know that they say there are prison cells and a well for disposing of corpses in the back? If the Sonozaki family wants to eliminate somebody, they definitely kill them in the torture room and dump the body down there. You're not certain? Are you dumb? Is your brain made of tofu? If I were in the hag's position, I'd kill him for sure. I wouldn't let him get away. If I would kill him, then the hag would definitely kill him. Shion-san, please calm down. This is unconfirmed, but I have information that somebody witnessed a young runaway male at Nagoya Station. Yeah, that's not good. Who took a train from here to Tokyo. The clothes didn't match, but it is possible that he changed what he was wearing to hide from the police. It's still possible that it was him. Is he alive? Is he? This is also a theory, but let me go on. Your twin sister, Mion-san, is the closest person to Oryo Sonozaki, correct? I'm assuming that Mion-san stopped Oryo when she suggested murdering Satoshi-kun fruitively. Mion. That was possible. She could have tried to calm things down out of pity for me. That idiot was always so indecisive. She should have been clear on if she wanted to save him or not, but she probably seemed vague about that. She must have persuaded the hag to reduce the punishment to banishment instead of death, just to avoid feeling guilty. I believe that the Sonozaki family contacted Satoshi-kun. They probably told him that they couldn't cover up the murder and told him to disappear somewhere far away. They forced him to be more accurate. Satoshi-kun would have rejected that. He would never leave Satoko behind. I agree with you. Satoshi-kun was working at the places Mion-san referred him to, wasn't he? So the family knew he had enough money for a getaway. But he'd never use it for anything other than buying that teddy bear. You're right. He must have gone straight to the toy store after he withdrew the money. But what if the teddy bear was already sold when he got there? That would have been a very desolate situation. He's been working hard. While his aunt abused him, he worked at many jobs. The money was worth all that pain. He went to the toy store with that money in order to buy his beloved sister a present. That was the only purpose for that money. He must have looked for the teddy bear as he's always done, but it was gone. He wouldn't have gone into a panic right away, because he was always so optimistic. He might have thought the store was wrapping the gift for him because he told them that he'd pick it up that day. He must have gone into the store joyously. I couldn't guess at exactly what happened next. My heart would tear up if I tried to imagine it anyway. Why didn't they have it, even though he had reserved it? Did that old man understand the situation, or was he just zoning out? Maybe it had just been the same even if it wasn't the old man who was at the store at the time? If a bunch of fierce-looking subordinates from the Sonozaki family went in and showed them the money, nobody could have rejected it. Satoshi-kun must have sunk into silence. How fun the anime is on Funimation. Time to scare myself. Yeah, have fun! It is definitely a time. Oh, make sure it is, Go and Sotsu are the new ones, but they are, like, they're kind of like fan fiction almost. They're not canon. But yeah, the other ones, definitely. No matter how hard he complained, the teddy bear was gone. He probably never even considered that his dream might be taken away. He must have been wobbling his way home in sorrow, leaning on the telephone poles every now and then. It was the day he wanted Satoko to be happy the most. He couldn't get the present she wanted the most. She probably didn't think of getting another gift, because it was unimaginable that he couldn't get that teddy bear. I was digging Go and Sotsu until that happened, right? The ending was so weird. Like, the last, episode or two is just like, what? Am I still watching the same series? Why are they going Super Saiyan? He might have imagined how Satoko would react when she found out that he had no present for her. He must have looked unbelievably sad and empty. The money he'd been saving meant nothing anymore. Satoshi-kun never cried, even at his toughest moments. Did he even know how to cry? It was always Satoko who was crying, so Satoshi-kun never learned how to cry, and he grew up that way. Did you know? People shed sadness from their hearts with tears. Satoshi-kun wasn't even allowed to do that. Even though his heart was filled with sorrow, he couldn't let it out. You insisted he wouldn't leave Satoko-san behind, didn't you? But think, what if the Sonozaki family told him that they'd look after her after his disappearance? After Satoshi-kun found out the teddy bear was gone, all he had left were some crumpled bills. The family told him it was just a matter of time before the police got to him. They told him to run away. They said they'd take care of Satoko. Satoshi-kun didn't feel like seeing his sister. He wandered and found himself at Okinomiya Station. He must have been apologizing to Satoko so many times in his mind. He swore to come back someday. He headed to Nagoya, and then to Tokyo. But that meant, he's alive. He's alive! I should be able to see him again someday. He must be coming up, so I'll definitely see him again. I assume that the Sonozaki family set up some place for him to stay. Satoshi-kun must have gone there. So, he's safe. He's coming back someday, right? Oishi looked up at the ceiling and stretched. He didn't answer me. On June 24th, 1982, Satoshi Hojo went missing. I found the right one. It's just looking like elder sister. Like one was a legitimate version, but the artist also wrote a doujinshi too. Ah. I had to stop the clicking. It was gonna. Oh no. There is a possibility that he ran away, as he was the prime suspect of the murder that happened on the 20th of the same month. Allegedly, someone resembling him was seen at Nagoya Station embarking on a train heading to Tokyo, but the truth is unknown. No one has seen him since. As a matter of fact, no one even knows if he's still alive. I definitely, I only got a few of them, but I liked how they did the manga to where like each time loop was a different artist. I really liked that.
Oh, we get some more notebook pages.
Okay, page 34. The information that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo hasn't been verified. It started as follows. A young man came to the lost and found window looking for his wallet. The station employee asked him to write down his name on the form. Then the young man started writing Hojo as his name, but stopped in the middle, crumpled the form, and wrote a totally different name on another form. Another station employee witnessed a similar-looking young man rushing into the train heading to Tokyo. Time to look for the manga now, too. Yeah. The employee from the Lost and Found, and the employee who was on the platform, talked about the suspicious young man in the locker room. That was all. The wallet of the man named Hojo was never reported as found at the Lost and Found office.
Interesting.
At first, I thought Oishi's theory that the Sonozaki family banished Satoshi-kun from Hinamizawa and looked after Satoko in return was bogus, but thinking about it now, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, Satoko Hojo started living with Rika Furude after Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Rika Furude isn't just a regular girl. She was the head of the Furude family, one of the 3 families. The head of the Kimiyoshi family is Rika Furude's guardian. The Sonozaki family probably couldn't step in due to having been officially opposed to the Hojo family, but Satoko Hojo is in custody of the 3 families now. Even though the Hojo family was severely ostracized during the dam conflict, Satoko Hojo was now under protection. It seems as though only Satoko was exempt from the blame. Why was she spared, even though Satoshi-kun wasn't?
Because she's small.
Maybe. Okay, time to save. I wonder how much we have left of this. Like, it seems kind of close to the end, but to be fair, I don't remember much of what happens in this chapter after the nail scene. What did you just say? This is information from a reliable source. It appears that they found the murder of the Satoshi-kun's aunt. It has been a few weeks since the murder. Satoshi-kun still hasn't been found. I had no new information on his whereabouts. Kasai's report came, and as a result, completely out of the blue. Does that mean the police arrested the culprit? It seems that he confessed during his interrogation regarding another scene. That sounded strange. If it was Satoshi-kun they arrested, he wouldn't have worded it that way. It sounded as though Satoshi-kun wasn't the culprit. Kasai, who's the culprit? So it wasn't Satoshi-kun? I swallowed those final words. I was convinced that it was Satoshi-kun. The police and Oishi must have thought the same way. The reason Oishi approached me is because he was convinced that Satoshi-kun did it. Don't worry. It doesn't seem like it's Satoshi-kun. I heard it was a lunatic who was aiming to continue the series of mysterious deaths. What? A lunatic? What do you mean? Kasai shrugged. I don't know. Since the investigation is classified as a confidential case, the information I can get is limited. Confidential? Why? To prevent the village from developing a bad reputation. You don't see articles about kidnapping while the police are negotiating with the culprit, do you? It's something similar to that. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen anything about the aunt's murder on TV or in the newspaper. These strange deaths have appeared 4 years in a row now on the day of Watanagashi. There are those who try to make light of it. And now this lunatic who confessed the aunt's murder said he did it in imitation of the series of mysterious deaths? Kasai didn't know anything else, so instead of probing him further, I reviewed the information myself. I was really shocked to learn all this. I was convinced that Satoshi-kun killed her. I thought that was the reason he had to disappear, but it was actually some lunatic who killed her, and he had no relationship to the aunt whatsoever. So, Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with the murder? If so, why did he disappear? I couldn't accept that this lunatic had killed the aunt. And what's really strange is the phrase Kasai used 4 years in a row now. After all, I'd been thinking that this murder happened because Satoshi-kun had been in a dire situation and had nothing to do with a series of mysterious deaths. I felt as though Satoshi-kun's case had become somebody else's. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Satoshi-kun's case had become one of those mysterious deaths. In other words, Satoshi-kun's case had become the part of Oyashida-sama's curse. I didn't like the way that sounded, because it was as though the curse had swallowed Satoshi-kun. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to confirm the tip that Satoshi-kun took the train to Tokyo. We didn't even know whether or not he's in the prefecture, to be honest. Oishi broke the seal of a new can of instant coffee. I thought you knew his whereabouts already, since you seemed very convinced he was the culprit. I started watching the anime, and the only thing I can say is there's a lot more blood than I thought there would be. There's a lot of blood! All of the characters have, like 3 times the amount of a normal person would have for blood. They have no organs, only blood. You got me. Oishi chuckled and poured a cup of coffee, which looked far too hot. You have some good sources. Huh? It's a highly classified case, but you already have this information. I wonder who leaked it. Looks like we need to review our security precautions. Oishi smirked. Seemed like he knew why I was here today. I'm one of the Sonozakis, after all, and my ears are open. I smirked back at him. It's all about bluffing. Anyway, since we're friends now, why don't we have a chat? Let me ask you first. Who's the real culprit? I heard he was a lunatic, but what does that mean? I don't know how to answer that question. I want to know the answer myself. Really, I was convinced Satoshi-kun was the real culprit. It was rather surprising for me, too. Oishi threw himself on the sofa and crossed his hands behind his head. He looked up at the ceiling and smiled wryly. I suddenly received a call from a prefectural police the other day. They said that one of the guys in detention confessed to the murder of the housewife. Who is it? He's a crazy dopehead. He's been in and out of prison for drug abuse. His statement says that he was interested in the series of mysterious deaths and wanted to imitate them. Are you sure he's the real culprit? I didn't interrogate him myself, but the prefectural police did tell me that he has information that only the real culprit would know. He seems to have thrown the murder weapon into the Oiji River. They're searching for it right now. They're searching for... if it's found, a statement will be solid. Even if the weapon wasn't found, would this case be closed? Probably. I have high blood pressure and higher than the average hemoglobin, so I'm no stranger to bleeding a lot, and the little girl got... Yeah, I got a lot of blood. Probably. His statement clearly outlines the state of the crime scene and the body. This information, like I said, covers details that only the actual murderer would know. You don't seem quite convinced. Oishi, still looking up at the ceiling, went quiet. As a matter of fact, the dopehead was already dead by the time I got their call. Dead? You know those spoons that are forked at the tip? They use those at the detention facility. I was told that he swallowed one and choked on it. They couldn't tell if it was suicide or if it was caused by some mental disorder. I imagined somebody swallowing that spoon and gagged. So the investigation hasn't been done that thoroughly. But although I'm not convinced, my superiors are. I think with that, the case will be closed. Oiji turned his eyes from the ceiling to me. He looked serious. This is just what I personally feel, okay? So please keep it between the two of us. I believe that this lunatic is some kind of mistake. It might be either a big misunderstanding caused by a chain of coincidences or, you know. I have no idea what you're talking about. How the heck will we traps a classroom? Oh yeah, Satoko loves making traps. That's her stick. I can't believe the real culprit is Satoshi Hojo-kun. You sound confident. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything to prove he was at the crime scene. We obtained a warrant to search his house after he disappeared, but we still found nothing. I feel weird that they chose a sound effect to be the background music here. Do you still believe he did it? Yes. I wonder how you can be so sure even though you don't have any evidence. It's incredible. Is that supposed to be like a hunch of an experienced detective? Yep. It's the hunch of a guy who's been in the business for several decades. Oishi smiled in satisfaction, but I didn't feel relieved. Where did Satoshi-kun go? His disappearance convinced me that he was the culprit. If he wasn't the culprit, there'd be no real reason for him to disappear. What if the murder actually was done by that lunatic and Satoshi-kun's disappearance has nothing to do with it? In other words, what if Satoshi-kun disappeared because of the Sonozaki family didn't like my relationship with him, and he has nothing to do with the murder? Is Satoshi-kun a culprit? Or a victim? The reason for his disappearance had become unclear. I don't think they'd bother to make one person disappear just because of an undesirable relationship. What do you hear from inside the Sonozaki family? Do you know anything? I wouldn't be here if I did. You're right. Oishi laughed out loud while scratching his head, and after he stopped laughing, he leaned over. All right, how about this? Why don't we make a deal? A gentleman's deal.
A deal?
On what? On information about Satoshi-kun's disappearance. If you find any information like that, you tell me. And I'll also provide you with information if I find any. Do we have a deal?
That sounds too convenient for you.
Oishi chuckled. Shion-san, I think if we leave things as they are, they'll conclude that the lunatic committed the murder. If that happens, Satoshi-kun's disappearance will be treated as just another runaway minor. They won't search for him as actively as before. But I will continue searching for him. Only I will do it. I believe you're interested in the same. You're intending to do the same.
Our motives are different, though. I just want to know if he's safe, but you'd like to arrest him, wouldn't you?
If the murder case was considered solved, Satoshi-kun would be free, regardless of his innocence.
I doubt that.
Oishi chuckled again, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Well, let's be friends from now on. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, no? I'm not opposed to the Sonozaki family, though. Oh, really? I apologize, then. This is the way of Kurado Oishi, huh? As Sisen Kasai said, I wouldn't want him as my enemy or my ally, because both would be too risky. I probably shouldn't let my guard down in front of this big fat weasel. I sipped on the coffee to fill up the silence, though I wasn't thirsty. Outside the window, I could see normal life taking its course. But Satoshi-kun wasn't there. He should have been there, but he wasn't. I was scared that I might grow used to his absence someday. Where was he? I wonder how Satoshi-kun is doing. I hope he's all right. I know you think he might be dead. Don't patronize me. Do you know what people are calling his disappearance in Hinamizawa? Huh? They say that he was demoned away. To be demoned away means the same thing as being spirited away. It's part of the local dialect. He was kidnapped and taken to hell through the bottom of the Onigafuchi swamp?
That's ridiculous.
Anyway, the series of mysterious deaths has struck for the 4th time. It's too soon, but people are already talking about the next year.
Are you saying that the murder was the result of Oyashiro-sama's curse?
The victim was one of the Hojos, after all. She was involved in the dam conflict, though indirectly. Really, it's not surprising that some people take an interest in the incidents, because they do always happen on the day of Watanagashi.
That's ridiculous, too. Oyashiro-sama's curse? Though I said that, I couldn't quite wipe away the fear from my mind.
Getting a demon away sounds fun. Maybe. I don't actually know what happens to them after they get demoned away. But, I mean, we know what happens to Satoshi. I don't know if it'll say in this chapter, though. But I know.
Why did Satoshi-kun disappear? Was it the Sonozaki family? Did he run away from the police? Did he really kill his aunt in the first place? Why did he even disappear? He's on his own. Oyashiro-sama's curse has nothing to do with it. But... Huh? That's strange.
Hello, nobody. How you doing? Whoops. I was scrolling through the chat and ended up scrolling through the log. Satoshi-kun and Oyashiro-sama's curse. Somebody once mentioned those two together before. When did I hear that? Ah, that's right. That rainy day. It was the Reno Ryugu who told me that when we were taking shelter in the shack. I'm good, how are you? I'm doing good. We got past the nail torture scene, which went by faster than I expected, so I was very glad about that. Ah, I remembered the creepy story that she told me at that time.
Satoshi-kun wants to leave Hinamizawa and run far away, even if only unconsciously.
That's what Rena Ryugu said. Rena had definitely pointed out that Satoshi-kun wanted to leave Hinamizawa at that time. She also said,
everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashida-sama's curse.
She said that, for sure. She had definitely mentioned Oyashida-sama's curse. The series of mysterious deaths had struck 4 times. Was Satoshi-kun being controlled by the curse? Is that why he killed his aunt and was demoned away? No way! That can't be true. Satoshi-kun's smile faded away in my mind. Satoshi-kun disappeared. Not only that, the reason for his disappearance also disappeared. It must have been done by a human being. I can't accept that he was demoned away. I mean, technically. I won't spoil. What happens in the nail scene again? I have goldfish brain. So basically, you know, Shion was trying to, you know, make sure that her existence outside of the school was to be hidden. And the police were cornering her and Satoshi. And so basically the only way to have him have an alibi was to reveal her existence. And that made the Sonozaki family mad. So it's like, okay, either you accept a punishment and the other 3 people don't get punished, or you get to rip off 3 of your fingernails, and then they'll be safe. And it wasn't as painful in this source as it was in the anime. The animator just ramped it up. I moved from one chair to another because of the air conditioning was too cold. Yeah, big oof. I moved with my notebook, my pen case with a bunch of keychains, and a cup of milk tea. I did it all in one go. I sat down in a new chair, then opened my notebook again. I scribbled my thoughts and sank into silence. The series of mysterious deaths, dubbed the Curse of Oyashida-sama. I've been viewing each incident as a separate case, even though it was followed by another one. I've never looked at all the cases as part of one big scheme.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. That is a good idea.
After I wrote down all the incidents on paper, it became clear to me that all of them served the same agenda. I wrote down the victims. The first year, the construction site manager. The second year, Satoshi-kun's parents. The third year, the priest. Fourth year, Satoshi-kun's aunt. For the 4th year, one could consider Satoshi-kun himself to be the victim, rather than his aunt. If I considered that each case arose from the grudge over the dam conflict, it's quite simple. In the first year, the construction manager was killed. Hi.
Hello, Majima.
The construction manager was killed because he was a symbol of the dam construction itself. Of course, the real enemy was the Ministry of Construction, but it wasn't as clear a target. That manager, on the other hand, had been aggressively shouting back at the villagers, so he was a more appropriate enemy to attack. If Oyashida-sama had really cursed someone, it would have been the officials from the ministry. It's apparent that the target was selected based on the villagers' preference.
Yes, Majima's on the case. He'll find the people who were demoned away.
The second year, the accidental death of Satoshi-kun's parents. It said that they fell from the cliff in some park, but it's doubtful that it was really an accident. His parents were labeled as traitors to the village because they sided with the dam construction, even though they were also from Hinamizawa. The Hojo family was ostracized during the dam conflict in order to prevent further pro-dam activists from rising up. That means that the Hojos were necessary during the conflict to play the role of the traitor. So when the conflict was over, they no longer served their purpose. The construction site manager was a symbol of the external enemy. The Hojos were a symbol of the internal enemy. Those people fell victim to the curse. It seemed that the grudge over the dam conflict had ended, yet those incidents were followed by another one. The third year, The leader of one of the three families, the priest Frude, suddenly died of an illness with an unknown cause. His wife drowned herself on the same night. She seemed to have left a note that said she was sacrificing herself to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. Whether it was a fatal disease or suicide, their deaths looked suspicious. Mion admitted that the Sonozaki family didn't like the priest's attitude. They didn't like how the priest had been generous towards the pro-dam activists. The priest wasn't quite a traitor, but he was certainly uncooperative. Looking at these incidents, I realized that the curse was performed based on the degree of hostility. Enemy, traitor, and descendant. Yeah? Yeah, descendant. No. I don't know if that's a descendant. I don't know. This meant that the curse was actually payment. It was a punishment for the criminals of war. In the 4th year, I didn't understand this case at first, to be honest. At first, I believed that this case was separate from the other ones, even though it occurred on the same day. I never thought that there would be any relation to the other 3. But when I wrote it down, I looked at it objectively. The victim is a relative of a traitor. After enemy, traitor, and dissident, a relative of a traitor doesn't sound too bad. It comes naturally as a 4th target. On the day the villagers worship Oyashiro-sama, their guardian deity, the criminals of the dam conflict have been punished by the curse. Just like how I was forced to pay at the Sonozaki house, the criminals were made to pay as well. After writing these things out, I started thinking that the 4th incident might be in a line with the series of mysterious deaths after all.
Ooh, 11's not too bad.
Whether it was Satoshi-kun or the dopehead, it seemed that they were forced to play the role of the murderer, as a part of a bigger scenario. Even if Satoshi-kun was the real culprit, even if he killed his aunt because of an ordinary grudge, the murder seemed synchronized with the grand scheme of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, which is a payment plan for the war criminals. That murder was the result of his pain. But what if somebody planned that as a part of the scenario? For instance, somebody might have suggested him to kill his aunt on that day, that night, at that place. I had no doubts that Satoshi-kun decided to kill her in order to protect Satoko. But did he really reach that conclusion on his own? Satoshi-kun was optimistic and somewhat detached, as far as I know. Would he really have considered murdering his aunt, even if it was to protect his sister? And couldn't it be possible for somebody to have chosen the aunt as the 4th year's murder beforehand, and they used Satoshi-kun? And Satoshi-kun was eliminated because of a connection with him? Looking at it that way, the murder of the 4th year resembles this case. The main culprit behind that case hasn't been found yet, dead or alive. The other culprits testified that their fight had turned into a slaughter, but wouldn't it be possible that the main culprit had manipulated the situation? What if he had been told to kill someone on that day, at that time, and in that place? I'm certain the first murder resembles Satoshi-kun's case very much. So, did that mean Satoshi-kun was being controlled by somebody else? Oishi had presented me with a hypothesis that the Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear in order to end my relationship with a murderer. But when I read the notes I wrote down, his disappearance didn't seem too spontaneous. It seemed like a part of a bigger plan. Since I'd unexpectedly gotten involved in that plan, I had to be separated from him. Then Satoshi-kun was demoned away, as planned. At first, I also believed that the Sonozaki family made him disappear because they didn't like that I was in love with a member of the family of traitors. But something didn't add up. Something felt strange. I wasn't the reason for his disappearance after all. Even if I never met him in the first place, Satoshi-kun was supposed to kill his aunt on June 1982 and then disappear. At one point, I'd been thinking of taking revenge on the hag. I believed that she separated us. But what if my relationship with Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with his disappearance? What would that mean? Who made Satoshi-kun disappear? I need to understand the series of mysterious deaths in order to solve this mystery. What did all these deaths mean? Who was behind them, and what purpose did they serve? I wanted to know the purpose, the motive, and who was responsible. Who took Satoshi-kun? I wanted to know if he was alive. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa was also called Oyashiro-sama's curse. Feeling brave? Are you feeling brave? Ooh, let's see, Rocket. 2! It's better than a 1! You at least didn't time yourself out. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa was also called Oyashiro-sama's curse. What is that curse? Specifically, What kind of god is Oyashiro-sama? What blessings does he bring and what punishments does he dole out? I wrote down my thoughts in the notebook. What's Oyashiro-sama? What is he? I scribbled these down. I was so absorbed by it that I didn't realize somebody had been standing behind me, watching me, the whole time. I couldn't stop myself from gasping when I realized that. You! How dare you? You're always around. I'm sorry. Did I startle you? The intelligent-looking woman giggled. No, I was just a bit surprised. Sorry about that. She could have apologized a little better, too, since she'd been watching me from behind. But she just stared at my face instead. Are you Shion Tsunozaki-san? Yeah, you cut that super close. You must know, sis, since you know my name, but I don't know who you are. Being twins is a pain sometimes. People you've never met before can tell exactly who you are. I'm sorry. The Sonozaki-san I know would never be seen in the library, so I assumed that you would be her twin sister. The woman giggled again. Well, you're right. I'm Shion Sonozaki. Nice to meet you. May I ask your name? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself first. She seemed to love her own hair, because she kept running her fingers through it boastfully. I'm Mio Takano. You can call me Mio, Shion-chan. Nice to meet you, Takano-san. Her condescending attitude bugged me. I hate meeting people like that. I closed my notebook and got ready to leave the desk. I'm still feeling brave. Oh, good luck. Oh, are you upset? Thank you for your concern. I like to be alone when I'm thinking, so I'm moving to another spot. Excuse me. That's a shame. I thought we'd be good friends. Did you? I don't think so. I finally met someone with the same passion. A fellow researcher of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Ooh, a 19. Nice. A nice recovery from the 2. I think it's quite unusual to meet someone like that. She saw my notes. My face reddened. These are just theories. It's all nonsense. Just childish scribbles. The series of mysterious deaths is also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. Though each death is an independent incident, all of them clearly share the same purpose. Each year, someone dies from the curse, and someone else is sacrificed and disappears. What? What are you saying all of a sudden? Someone dies and someone else... What? I was taken aback by her weird spiel, but I realized right away that she'd said something extraordinary. Didn't you notice that the number of victims is always even? Haven't you realized that yet? The number of victims is always even? I was confused, but I tried to figure out what that meant. The dam construction site manager died in the first year. There was only one victim. In the second year, the victims were the parents of Satoshi-kun, so it was 2 people. In the third year, it was the priest, and if her death was also planned, his wife, 2 again. And in that year, the 4th year, Satoshi-kun's aunt died and Satoshi-kun went missing. If Satoshi-kun's disappearance was planned, the number of victims was 2. It's true. Except for the first one, the victim always came in an even number. 2. Wait, I had just included myself that the first case resembled the 4th one. The main culprit was still missing. He might have been demoned away, just like Satoshi-kun. See? Doesn't that make sense now? Takano-san sounded like a teacher who had showed me how to solve a difficult math problem. I wasn't quite convinced, but I couldn't deny what she'd said either. Did I give you enough hints? I really would have enjoyed a conversation with you, but I think you prefer being alone. I'm sorry that I wasn't respectful, Mio-san. Please, call me Shion. She seemed content that I changed my attitude. She kept giggling for a while. She didn't seem that reliable. I didn't want to be acquainted with her for too long. But I don't get to talk to people very much, and what she said interested me. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Mio Takano. Call me Mio. Pleased to meet you, Mion-san. I'm Shion Sonozaki, Mion's twin sister. Please, call me Shion. I took the hand that Mio held out as a sign of reconciliation. Please tell me more. You said that there's always 2 victims? One dies due to the curse and the other one is a sacrifice? Shion-chan, before we get into that, could you tell me why you became interested in this? She leaned over and looked into my eyes. It was kind of uncomfortable. Mio-san, how much do you know about me? I guess you have an idea if you know my name. I don't know much, just that you recently returned from a boarding school. I see. So, I think you can imagine that I want to know about the series of mysterious deaths that happened while I was away. I'm just curious. I see. You're curious, eh? I got the impression that she knew about what happened to Satoshi-kun and me, because she instantly recognized me as Shion, not Mion. I didn't know why I thought that way, as she shouldn't have access to sources that, for instance, Oishi does. It was just the look in her eyes that makes me think that way. Let me ask you a question this time. You called me a fellow researcher of Oyashido-sama's curse, didn't you? So why are you researching the curse? You also stated that there's always an even number of victims in the mysterious deaths. If that's true, that Hinamizawa's mysterious deaths are often called Oyashido-sama's curse, but why would you delve into the mysterious deaths if you're researching the curse itself? Shion-chan, you're asking too many questions at once. I can't tell you what you really want to know. Oh, I couldn't say anything in return. Maybe I'd been too inquisitive. I'll answer your questions one by one. I'm not researching just the curse, as my subject is much broader than that. I'm researching the history of Onigafuchi village. In plain terms, I'm researching the dark and ancient history of Hinamizawa. Onigafuchi village? Isn't Onigafuchi the bottomless swamp some people believe is connected to hell? And what dark history? I kept asking questions. Mio-san, however, looked pleased to hear them. Onigafuchi village is the old name for Hinamizawa, as it was known back before the Meiji era. About the dark history, you know a little bit about the man-eating demons, I assume. Ah, the man-eating demons, huh? That was a fairy tale told in Hinamizawa. A long time ago, demons came out of the swamp, and while the villagers battled with them, they ended up living peacefully together. The villagers transcended and became a sacred people, having demon blood in their veins. That long-forgotten fairy tale came back to my mind vividly. You know this story because you're a villager, of course. But what about the story of the cannibal banquet? Eh? What's that? You know the villagers had the blood of the man-eating demons in their veins, don't you? Yeah, I think I've heard of it. I dodged the question. Hinamizawa used to be a desolate village, but it grew in prominence after the Second World War and expanded its influence to Okinomiya and other areas. People who disliked and discriminated against the villagers called us man-eating demons, I remember that. The young villagers don't take it seriously, but the older people can get seriously upset about it. They certainly can't take it as a joke. So the term man-eating demons is forbidden. We normally never use it. Even during my rebellious phase, I never spoke those words. Mio-san, however, seemed to have no qualms with saying it out loud. Are you upset? About what? I know people hate that phrase in Hinamizawa. I apologize if it made you feel uncomfortable. The old people wouldn't like it, but I'm fine. Would you continue? Thanks. Okay, so, the ancient villages had a custom of cannibalism. They ritualized this custom and held various ceremonies based around it. The festival we held in June isn't just an early summer festival. It used to be a banquet in which the villagers chased after a sacrifice and ate them. They bound the sacrifice to a table, gutted them, and dumped the organs into a river. Wata can mean cotton, but it also means organs. That's the root of the word watanagashi. Organ drifting. Watanagashi. Indeed. I believe they started using futon mats to cover it all up around the Meiji era, according to my research. They wouldn't be able to do that openly nowadays. Everything Mio-san was talking about sounded startling. I was just taken aback. I couldn't wholly believe it right away. She sensed that from my expression. It's not a hoax. I didn't make any of this up. If you promise not to tell anyone, I can show you my notes on Watanagashi. Mio-san took out a notebook from her bag and flipped through it. She appeared to be doing her research thoroughly. Pardon me. Thank you, I'd love to read it. Sure. I'd love to keep it confidential. But I guess I should share it with my fellow researcher. Mio-san handed me the notebook a bit hesitantly. It looked like it'd take a whole night to finish reading. It was densely packed with information. I saw copies of various documents and quotes in there too. It wasn't just some delusion of hers. You told me that one person dies because of the curse and another person is sacrificed and disappears, right? A person is sacrificed and disappears. Satoshi-kun had gone missing. Did he become a sacrifice? What is a sacrifice anyway? Mion-san looked pleased to hear my questions again. She took out another notebook and handed it to me. I think you'll understand once you read it, but I'll give you the digest version. Oyashiro-sama's curse is simply Oyashiro-sama's anger. In other words, the curse is caused by Oyashiro-sama's anger. Do you follow? Yes. You're saying that Oyashiro-sama was mad at the people who opposed the village during the dam conflict, and that's why the curse occurred. That's right. Oyashiro-sama's anger has to be pacified. I keep having to readjust in my chair. If not, something even worse will occur. So, all the successive priests at the Furude shrine had to perform a sacrifice every time the curse struck, in order to pacify Oyashiro-sama. It's called a sacrificial ritual. So, each year on the day of Watanagashi, one person dies because of the curse, and another one is sacrificed to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger? But only one person is actually murdered each time. I've never heard of human sacrifices being made. Naturally, there's no body. The ritual of sacrifice requires the offering to be sunk into Onigafuchi Swamp. That swamp is bottomless, and no one would ever surface once they were thrown in there. No body would never be found, of course. So, one of the victims is always thrown into the swamp every year? Does that mean Satoshi-kun is also at the bottom of that dark green swamp? I don't know. I'm not sure that they really throw them into the swamp, but those who make these incidents happen must be eliminating one person based on that legend. Each year, a traitor to the village dies on the day of the Watanagashi because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and another person is sacrificed in order to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. That person's body will never be found, because he or she is supposedly thrown into the bottomless swamp. Yes, you get it. The series of mysterious deaths always involve both the curse and the sacrifice. It's a system that allows two traitors to die every year. What I'm telling you now probably isn't sufficient, so it might be hard to grasp. Instead, I want you to take the time to read my notes. You'll see that what I'm telling you isn't far from the truth. I heard a man's voice just then. A middle-aged man with a hat was waving at Mio-san from the entrance. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to talk to you more, but I guess we'll have another chance to chat. I'll leave those notes to you. I'm looking forward to hearing your opinions. Mio-san wrapped up the conversation and headed to where the man was waiting for her. She left her old notebooks in my hands. Mio-san waved at me as she left the library with her companion. I took a seat again and opened what she'd given me. What bugged me was a series of mysterious deaths, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Maybe I'd be able to get closer to the truth by reading these notebooks. If I studied them carefully, I might be able to find out who was really behind the incidents. Why did Satoshi-kun have to disappear? What was he involved in? How did that happen? Maybe Takano's notes would bring me the answer. Research notes, Mio Takano. I started flipping through the pages, this time making sure that no one was watching over my shoulder. Man, she was really looking into those. It was time for the library to close. I had to leave. I bought some food on my way home. I shut my door and locked it right away. Then I heard the door on the neighboring apartment open. Kasai lived next door. Nobody else lived on this floor of the nearly empty apartment building anyway. I clearly heard the door open and close. Kasai must have noticed that I came home and was coming over because he wanted to talk to me. I unlocked the door and shouted out to him. Is that you, Kasai? I'll leave the door unlocked for you. I'm not Kazai-san, Shion. That voice. I twitched. Can I come in? Sure, sis. The door slowly opened. My alter ego, Mion Sonozaki, appeared. She was holding a box of cake, while smiling timidly. Are you going to keep standing there until I escort you? Come in. Sorry, this room doesn't look very cute. It looks comfortable. Sis looked a bit tense when entering my room. It was her first time here. How's life? My new school is as boring as I thought it would be. I usually go, but I skip classes when I don't feel up to it. I couldn't do that when I was going to St. Lucia's. So St. Lucia's was really tough, huh? You should go there sometime. Sorry, I brought cake. Let's eat. Mion opened the box. I saw 2 cheesecakes there. Cheesecake! Good taste. Good taste. We have the same taste in food, so we don't have to fight if we get 2 of the same thing. I chatted with her over the cheesecake. I talked to her about school and whatnot. If you need furniture, tell me. I might be able to get some for you. I finally got used to this room, but I might move out soon, so furniture won't be necessary. Thanks, though. Dad wants me to come back home. I don't want to live with him, but he sounds desperate. He'd be pleased if you came home. He looked lonely while you were gone. You can only say that because you don't have to live with him. Come to think of it, this was the first time I talked to Sis since I was allowed to live as Shion Sonozaki. Yeah, you never know what'll happen. She's gotta come prepared. She didn't look like how she was at the Sonozaki house that day. The successor of the Sonozaki family and my twin sister are 2 different people. The demon lives inside the leader of the Sonozakis. Our bodies are exactly the same, except for the tattoo of the demon on her back. Mion's destiny as the successor was set in stone when she got that tattoo. It's pretty simple. The Mion from that night was different from the Mion before me. When I was forced to tear off my fingernails, I'd momentarily despised her. But if I were the next leader of the family, I'd have done the same. Shion, how are your fingernails? The wounds have closed. I don't bandage them anymore because it looks too conspicuous, but my nails still look ugly, so I don't really like showing them to people. I sneered at her, displaying my incomplete fingernails. Mion grew silent and looked down. You don't have to apologize. You did what you had to. You just played the role of the successor. I'm not holding any grudges. I'm sorry. Okay, apology accepted. But if you apologize one more time, that'll be cancelled. I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. Huh? What do you mean? Once you start apologizing, you never stop, so I'm cutting you off. Will you really forgive me? About Satoshi-kun as well? My heart ached when she mentioned his name. It felt just like the ache of an old wound. I figured you loved him. No wonder. I shouted it out loud in front of all of you. I'm not embarrassed anymore. Granny truly believes you've atoned. She thinks you've done all you needed to do, so the matter is finished. That's good. My pain won't go to waste then. I wonder where Satoshi-kun disappeared to, though. I started choking when I heard her say that. I just said it to her myself. I said that I'd forgiven her completely, but that promise instantly evaporated. Just because of what she said, I felt like I'd turned into a completely different person. What did you just say, Mion? Did you say, I wonder where Satoshi-kun disappeared to? Who else could know other than you and your folks? What did you say? Where did he go? I felt my eyeballs reddening with anger. It felt as though they were about to pop. I choked on a burning sensation in my throat. Mion's expression rapidly changed. It looked like she noticed the devil's mark on my face. We were one and the same. We could understand each other's thoughts without voicing them. So showing our expressions was like unveiling everything in our hearts to each other. Sorry. Even though I had told her not to apologize anymore, Mion apologized. I felt like strangling her. I was going to make her confess where she hid Satoshi-kun. If she told me she threw him into the Onagafuji swamp, I'd strangle her to death right then and there. I really don't know what happened to Satoshi-kun. That's a lie. It's true. Granny doesn't know anything either. Please believe me. That's a lie. Are you saying that Oyashiro-sama's curse demoned him away? There can't be a curse. There can't be. Words kept coming out of my mouth like I was chanting a spell. I wasn't speaking by my own will anymore. It was the demon who was controlling me. The demon that had been sleeping deep inside me woke up and was speaking through my mouth. My hands, the demon's hands, grabbed Mion by the neck. You guys demons set the Shikun away. You and the Sonozaki family. Give him back to me. Give him back. My hands slowly but surely squeezed Mion's neck. Mion put her hands onto mine. I looked at her fingers. 3 of the fingernails on her left hand looked as ugly as mine. Mion? What's this? Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't have to answer. She had the same scars as I did. She atoned as well. The way these wounds were healing looked to be the same as mine. So, did she get these wounds around the same time I did? It was unfair that only you had to go through that. I felt so bad. Mion started sobbing. I stood there, petrified, still wringing Mion's neck. Since I found out you loved Satoshi-kun, I really wanted you to be happy. Because it's always only you who has to suffer, even though we're twins. It didn't come as a surprise to me that Mion might have loved Satoshi-kun as well as I did. We've always liked the same stuff, and even the same people. She was stupid enough to feel obligated towards someone like me. I told Granny to leave you and Satoshi-kun alone. I shouted at her. Then she said she'd let you be if you atoned with sincerity. And you did. So, you were supposed to live happily with him, but Satoshi-kun has gone away. That's terrible. That's... Mion wasn't smart enough to shed crocodile tears. Those tears were real. Her tears dissolved my demon's anger like how the sun melts ice. Very sad. Believe me, Shion. I really don't know why Satoshi-kun disappeared. Neither Granny nor the Sonozaki family have anything to do with it. Granny forgave you, so she would never do anything to him. Mion, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? I took my hands off her neck and held her instead. I'm not hurt. You've been hurt a lot more than me, haven't you? I shouted at the demon in my mind. I believed in Mion. I had been convinced it was the Sonozaki family that made Satoshi-kun disappear, but Mion denied it, while shedding tears. Between her and me, her tears were more convincing than any words. So I'd believe in her. It absolutely wasn't the Sonozaki family that made him disappear. So, do you really think that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of Oyashiro-sama's curse? I don't believe in curses, and Mion didn't do it. If it wasn't the curse of the Sonozaki family, who demoned him away? I don't know. I just know it's not Mion. It's not the Sonozaki family because Mion said so. That's stupid, Shion. Are you going to ignore Satoshi-kun's voice? I know. You don't have to remind me, demon. I can hear his voice. I know he's mumbling with an ambivalent expression like he always used to, even though he knows he won't come back. I'll help him no matter what. I'll save him if he's alive. I'll avenge him if he's dead. But Mion didn't do it. I just want to take it out on somebody. It doesn't matter who. But I'm Shion, not a demon. You're only a part of me. Don't try to take control. Off. Don't ever show up again. The demon faded away. My body went limp, and I fell to the floor while holding Mion. Shion, are you alright? I'm alright now, Mion. Why are we 2 different individuals? Why can't we just be one? Stop it. We've asked ourselves that so many times, but there's no answer. I'm Shion and you're Mion. That's just how it is. I don't care if I'm Mion or Shion. I just want to be one and equal with you. There's nothing we can do. You have the demon on your back. You're destined to become the successor, and we can't change that. I don't want that. I don't need a demon. I don't want it. I'm not a demon. I want to be a human like you. Mion is a demon, and Shion is a human. Even though we're twins, there's a difference between us. Was it impossible for humans to live with demons after all? It should be possible. Because they did it before. That's the legend in Hinamizawa. Humans and demons lived in harmony together, as Oyashida-sama watched over them. Mion, Shion, Satoshi-kun, demons, humans, Oyashida-sama's curse, the series of mysterious deaths, Satoshi-kun's disappearance. We fell asleep while holding each other, while holding everything. These two have been through a lot. Ooh, we got 3 note pages. Nice. Okay, we'll look through those and then we'll take our little break. Okay, so page 50. I saw Mio Takano a few times after that. At her core, she was fascinated with the bizarre and she had an insatiable curiosity that was just as strong. I have to remind myself not to take her story too seriously. Otherwise, I might start believing that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of the curse. She talks about the dark history of Hinamizawa a lot. It's all very interesting. Her theories are based on nothing but conjecture, but some of her intuition covers facts that only members of the Sonozaki family would know. She thinks that Oyashida-sama's curse is the continuation of those ancient rituals. In other words, she believes that the curse is performed by religious fanatics. According to her theory, a religious cult once existed in Hinamizawa, and the 3 families stemmed from it. She believes that they are operating behind the scenes in order to revive the dignity of the Onigafuchi people, which was lost during the Meiji era. Mio-san's theories are far-reaching, and looking at them on a larger scale, they end up making a lot of sense. But they can't offer any explanation for Satoshi-kun's disappearance when using them on a smaller one. Her theories are just too broad. Now to page 64. I exchanged information with Oishi every now and then. We'd each expect new leads from each other, but neither of us had any luck. I no longer believed the tip that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo. It was clearly bogus anyway. Although I can't befriend Oishi, he's been fair about the deal. He alone has been serious about uncovering any new information. Oishi's sources were quite reliable, so whenever I found some dubious tip, I'd check in with him to see if it was valid. My meeting with him was to have diminished in frequency, since he's been assigned to new cases. Eventually, he stopped meeting entirely. Oishi stopped investigating, and I reached the limits of my sources of information. People now think that Satoshi-kun's disappearance was a supernatural phenomenon called Demoning. In Hinamizawa, they refer to his disappearance as him having transferred, and nobody will talk about it otherwise. I don't like the way that phrase is used to erase him. We experienced that a lot in the previous chapters. During the upheaval surrounding Oyashida-sama's curse in 1982, I was pulled this way and that by new leads on Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Every time I found information that looked promising, I kept changing my theories. Does this go through the main timeline as well? Yes, this is the year before Keiichi shows up in the village. But that also became an incredible burden on me. It wore me down plenty on its own. The fatigue was harsh, but it also provided a very kind acceptance. Bit by bit, it soothed away the anger and sadness and doubt that wore me down. I'll never forget Satoshi-kun. I'll never try to forget him and move on. I constantly repeated those to myself in my head. I repeated them to keep my memories of Satoshi-kun from fading too, over and over. For the sake of my fun memories of Satoshi-kun, together with my fear and my sadness, I repeated them forever and ever. Whoa! I'm actually, I keep feeling like this is gonna be ending here soon, but, I don't know how many chapters are left.
But anyway, either way, it is time for me to take a break. Because I need to get up and do a little stretchy and maybe have a snack. I don't know. But I will see you guys in about 10 minutes. Let me make sure that the clips are not going to be playing midway through when I go over there. Yeah, break. Okay, I'll stick around for you to scan me.
Yes, this is the face we are leaving on before going right back. I forgot the clips. Just give me a second. There we go.
So,
Have fun.
what you gonna do, Ukyo?
Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner. And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see, when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack. I'm sorry! I didn't mean... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety! There they go. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play.
No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall be a
fine.
movie girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I
It'll
shouldn't
be
have done that.
fine. It'll be fine. Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine. Okay. Okay. Time. Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup. Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain?
God.
You good? Don't die on me. You're supposed to drink the water, not inhale it.
I'm sorry.
Hello. I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Oh, Leon! Leon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi. Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Oops. Freaking
Watch it.
yup. Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven. Ugh. Talking
thinking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your psychic.
How? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mail. Hang on, borrowed lips wouldn't be right.
And he's not as cute as you either.
Oh.
Where are you right now? Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sermon. That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No,
fantastic.
no. You got me
What
stuck.
is-
You got me stuck.
You got me stuck.
You got me stuck.
Running.
Or Veronica, can we not fight anymore, please? Can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my God. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must. Did you just puke? Don't make us go. Ah! Ah! Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Wolves! Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play. Okay. Okay. That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No, no,
fantastic.
You got me stuck. You got me stuck.
You got me stuck.
You got me stuck.
Running.
Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
That
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
Did you just puke?
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had a good break. All good had snacks. Those were not words, but you know we are doing our best. Okay. Okay. Please. What? I didn't want to do that. Okay. I had some sugar before I came back, so I should take a sip.
AD 1983. The fourth year of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashida-sama's curse, 1 year after Satoshi Hojo's disappearance. I hadn't been able to get used to my new school in Okinomiya, but I had some friends there now. Since I got a part-time job at my relative's store, I had some extra pocket money too. I ended up living with my parents after all, so I didn't have to pay for living expenses. It felt great to get to freely spend the money I earned from working. Man, I wish I could. I still used the room Kasai set up for me from time to time. It was a convenient hideout from when I didn't want to see my parents. In fact, I was planning to spend a day there today. Damn that teacher. She told my parents that I was skipping classes. My dad got upset, and that was why I didn't want to stay at home. I'd been asking for it, though. My teacher should know that my dad is a Yakuza and that he gets really scary when he's mad. On the whole, my life has been going well so far, except that it was boring. The reason I could enjoy this lifestyle was probably because I had to live in secret before. It was a great relief to be able to live without having to fake my identity. Well, that might have been a valuable experience. I think I learned from it. I was going grocery shopping and thought I'd get enough food for a week or so. My parents would appreciate my presence more after missing me for a week. I was doing this for their sakes. Oh, wait! Isn't there a 100 yen sale today? Yeah, there is. I knew how to save my pocket money. I was in a good mood. I spun around with my arms spread out. I felt like I was inside a little whirlwind. My arm hit a motorcycle parked on the sidewalk. It obviously wasn't where it was supposed to be. Ow! What the? Who parked this motorcycle here? I gave the motorcycle a kick with no hesitation. There were 3 motorcycles lined up in a row. They all fell like dominoes. You really should have seen this coming, Shion. It was beautiful and so much fun. Oh? This was odd. I felt like I'd gone through this exact same experience before. While blinking my eyes in an effort to recall when that was, some people grabbed me by the neck and dragged me into a dark alley. It looked like these punks were the owners of the motorcycles. They started shouting at me. This really was strange. I was having deja vu. The f*** are you, bitch? What do you think you're doing, huh? Bash your head in, bitch. Gah. Gonna pay for what you did. That's right. It was when I met Satoshi-kun for the first time. He came to save me. If I pretended to cry again now, would he come and save me again? I made a wish, and I started preparing to cry and beg for mercy. At that time, I doubted my ears. Cut it out! Can't you see she's crying? Look, we finally get to see Keiichi! It was a boy about my age. I couldn't quite see his face because of the light illuminating for him from behind. Satoshi-kun? Of course, it couldn't be him. It couldn't be. When I snapped out of my daydream, I realized that it wasn't Satoshi-kun after all. He looked less gracious than Satoshi-kun, so to speak. If Satoshi-kun was pristine and untouched, then this guy would have scratches all over him. But although they were completely different, I got a similar impression from him somehow. What the hell? What the are you? Wanna get her what? Say something. Son of a bitch. The boy looked a bit taken aback. Well, I just thought you might want to let her go because she's crying, so... Huh? You think you telling us what you do? Whoa, hold on! I'm against violence! Ah! What is up with this guy? I felt ashamed that I mistook him for Satoshi-kun even for a second. He seemed cool at first, but he wasn't as cool as Satoshi-kun after all. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that your motorcycles were knocked down, but I hope you don't feel too bad about it. How could I make you feel better? Of course, you don't have any money we don't have any money on us, you know?
If you don't got the money, then if you got no money, you gotta pay with your body. This chick's got some real nice boobies.
Let's strip her down and see. Hey, are you kidding me? I tightened my grip on the stun gun in my pocket. Wait, you did have the stun gun the whole time. And then I turned it up to the maximum intensity. Don't hold a grudge against me if you die, pervs. I love it when girls get stripped in those porn videos. Yeah, the strippings is better than the actual sex. They indulged in their imaginations, which aroused their spirits. Hey now, why are you perverts closing in on me? Your gross hands are groping the air. Are you gonna try and violate me? Stripper. Yeah! Let's strip her from the top to the bottom. Socks off. She'll be as naked as the jaybird. Hey, are you out of your mind? Don't touch me with those filthy hands. Then a flash of light cut through the air. Was that the boy? You stupid! Blows like thunderbolts knocked the punks down. Whoa, so he was actually strong after all? What the hell? You want some? You don't have a clue, idiots. What the f*** are you on about? There's nothing arousing about stark naked. Keiichi, this is not the time. Leave her socks off at least. No matter what. That's the ironclad rule. Listen up, monkeys. What's the difference between Homo sapiens and other animals? That's right, humans wear clothes. Human beings without clothes are just animals. If you get aroused only when the girl is completely naked, you are less than human. You might as well be animals. I'm going to knock some sense into you. Clench those teeth. Woof. Oh, yeah. You mentioned a porn movie, didn't you? Let's say there's a cosplay sex video. The definition of cosplay is too broad. To lecture on that subject is difficult as explaining the spirit. What's the three most prominent divisions of the larger category of school uniforms? Answer me. That's right. Regular uniforms, gym uniforms, the swimsuit uniforms, both of the sailor style and the blazer style are included under regular uniforms, by the way. Gym shorts and bloomers are likewise, and the color prefecture between white and the navy. Let's say each of you have a preference in one of these divisions. Hey, you, tall one, you take the regular uniform. Fat one, you take the gym uniform. And you, the short one, you take the school swimsuit. Picture the image in your head within 3 seconds. Are you done? That's good enough. Do it again. Let's say there's a porn video of your favorite cosplay. Use your imagination. Come on. Say yes, sir, when you got it. Are you really military men, you maggots? Good. You all seem to have imagine your favorite cosplay is stripped entirely naked because of your stupid desire. Now think, if you take all the clothes off, that's not cosplay anymore, is it? That's sort of the video rampant lately. It's kind of lamentable. Humans without clothes aren't civilized, they're animals. If only naked girls excited you, need a pack of dogs, monkeys, or presents. Pack your bags and get out. Wait, you back there! As you know, a huge amount of Russian porn fans are going around lately. Thanks to the end of the Cold War, you know that. Get out of here. I heard a style called beautiful Russian schoolgirl, which is a combination of Japanese fetish and some Russian thing emerging, but never accept that. Russian school uniforms are part of Japanese culture and art. Those stupid barbarians will never understand the Japanese spirit. Are you listening? You pathetic squid, clench your teeth. I'll train you until you drop. I won't let you sleep until you're capable of perfecting your imagination skills. Here, come to my whip, I think he said. I don't know. My goodness. I missed Keiichi. At that point, I heard a bustle of people running this way. Maibara-san, I gathered some people. I saw several kids running towards us. Seemed like our backup has arrived. Ah, shit. Let's get out of here. The three punks had been standing there agape, and they started running away as they saw that many people. You're awesome, Maibara-san. You had those punks transfixed all by yourself. All of them even had a nosebleed. You're so strong, Maibara-san. It seems my personal aura has grown more powerful. If this keeps up, I'll soon surpass even Coach's Made in Heaven's reality marble. Anyway, are you alright, Mion? The boy was apparently called Maibara. He turned around to face me. This is the only person I'd strip to just to be safe around him. That's lewd. The boy was apparently called. He turned around to face me. Even the way he mistook me for Mion sounded like Satoshi-kun. But Satoshi-kun wasn't a pervert like him. I was anxious to see how you'd fight back, but I guess 3 guys are too many, huh? I don't believe it. I was so confused, I couldn't yet grasp the situation. Who was this guy? Mion has friends like him? I was still spacing out in shock, so I forgot to move until his hand touched my head. Well, you know, I'll forget that I saw you cry, so cheer up, okay? Rub, rub. The boy called Maibara stroked my head roughly. It didn't feel good. It hurt, actually. But still, his hand had the same warmth. Later on, Mion told me about him. He was called Keiichi Maibara. Kei-chan for short. He's 1 grade below us. Not only that, but he just moved to Hinamizawa. Thanks to his attitude and lack of manners, he'd already become an idol in their class. Mion joyously explained all of this. If he loves clothes being nude around, it would be the same as Ash. He'd be like, you absolute animal. Sure, he sounded like a fun kid. I knew why Mion was into him. But Satoshi-kun is way cooler. He wasn't worth stealing from sis. Or was he? My heart throbbed. I was excited. It felt like I had gotten a new toy. I was curious as to what kind of relationship Mion intended to build with him. I'd love to tease her about it. Thanks, Kei-chan. Let me buy you a drink. My uncle's restaurant is just nearby, so why don't we go there? Satoshi-kun would refuse out of modesty. But Keiichi Maibara said okay within 2 seconds. Well then, I couldn't wait to tease the 2 of them. My boring life suddenly became bright again. Whoa, hey, don't cling to my arm. Oh, don't you like it? Well, I don't hate it, but it's just your breasts are touching me, and my breasts bother you? Keiichi Maibara was fun. Mion thought the same way I did. She always would talk about him. I was happy for her. It made me smile. I guess Kei-chan is really your favorite, huh, sis? What's the most interesting thing about him? Let's see. To put it plainly, he's just funny. For example, just a couple of days ago in the club, Mion really liked him, but it didn't seem like seemed to think it was love yet. She was reserved in that area, so that was really like her. As for me, well, I didn't hate him, but my feelings weren't the same as Mion's. Kei-chan was just too childish compared to Satoshi-kun. I wondered how Satoshi-kun was doing. Was he waiting for things to cool down somewhere far away? The case had already been solved, though. That dopehead was the murderer. There was no reason for him to wait anymore. I shook my head. I shouldn't think about it too much. Oh, wait, I know. The case was confidential, so the arrest of the culprit hadn't been made public. So Satoshi-kun hadn't realized that he could come back. I know he's a little thick-headed. Maybe he's waiting for things to calm down until the end of time. But if so, couldn't he give a call to Satoko at least? He could tell her he's living in a faraway place, but that he'd be coming home soon. That stupid Satoko. He'd been living with Rika Furude, or she's been living with Rika Furude since Satoko went away. So nobody would pick up the phone even if he called. Stupid girl. Don't you want your big brother to come home? Given Satoshi-kun's personality, he wouldn't even remember any phone numbers other than his home number, so he wouldn't be able to contact anybody in Hinamizawa. Maybe he's been calling Satoko every night. He keeps ringing but nobody picks up. Then he'd assume Satoko might be taking a bath or be in the restroom. He'd put on a puzzled smile while mumbling, like always. I imitated his voice, rather, without realizing it. After that... what? What's up? Didn't you say something, Shion? I laughed it off and urged Mion to continue. I realized that her tone had changed. I hadn't been listening to her because I was thinking about Satoshi-kun. I'd thought that she was still happy talking about Kei-chan, but Mion sounded grim now. Her faint smile looked pitiful. It was too late to ask what was going on, so instead I concentrated on her story instead. After all that, Uncle gave everybody a doll as a thank you gift. Everybody except for me. Okay, except for you. I wanted one too, but I couldn't say it in front of everybody. You still can't express your needs, huh? And then? Mion sniffled. I realized that she was on the verge of tears. Cutest doll was in Kei-chan's bag. And you wanted that doll? didn't matter which one, but although Kei-chan knew only I didn't get one, he didn't give it to me. He didn't give it to me. He said the doll wouldn't fit me and that I should be born as a boy in my next life. That's what he said. That was Keiichi's weak point. He might be fun and popular, but he wasn't mature, not like Satoshi-kun. I wanted to start all over. I want to go back to when I just met him and start all over. I wanted to treat me like a girl from the beginning. Don't take it too seriously. It'll be okay, because it's just you who wants to start over while he didn't even notice anything wrong. It'd be harder if you guys fought over it or something. Can I start over? If you didn't cry in front of him, it's not too late. You can cry as much as you want now, and if you show him a different side of you from tomorrow on, you can still fix it. Okay. I'm amazed how insensitive he is, but part of that is just the impression that you've been giving him so far. If you change your attitude from tomorrow on, you can still change his mind. How do I change my attitude? How? If I tell you to act cute, you'd start going to school in frilly clothes. So don't think, just be natural. But without overdoing it. Pay attention to how you behave around him. And don't forget to be cautious around Rena. She's a bit ahead of you so far. Kei-chan might prefer Rena at this point. Oh, that's true. Rena's really girly. She's cute and caring. That just means you can't slack off even for a moment, sis, because you've got a rival. Tears can attract men, but they don't anchor them. You should always be smiling, but cry when it really counts. That's how you typically do it. Maybe I should try on Kei-chan for myself. Or try that on Kei-chan. No, don't. He's the boy you like, so I guess it's natural that I like him too. How can I attract him? Hey, sis, why don't you have a competition over him? No, never. I'll kick you into orbit if you come near Hinamizawa. I'm happy for you, sis. It's not too late at all. It's important to know the distance between the boy you love and yourself and shift the way you appeal to him to compensate. The boy I love is missing, you know? I don't even know where he is, or when he's coming back. Compared to that, you're very lucky. Mion was saying that she'd do her best from tomorrow on with red, tearful eyes, but I sensed a deeply negative feeling emerging inside me. Nobody was blaming Mion for being happy with Keiichi. I wasn't envious. I wasn't jealous. I didn't want her to be blamed the same way I was blamed. It was just that there was no space for Satoshi-kun in Mion's mind anymore, filled as it was with Kei-chan and her other friends now. It didn't matter to her if Satoshi-kun came back or not, just like how she didn't care if it was sunny or rainy tomorrow. What about me then? Had I been thinking about Satoshi-kun all the time for the past year? I wasn't proud of my own answer. I'd become used to life without Satoshi-kun. His absence didn't hurt me anymore. I was getting used to life with Keiichi Maibara. And if I let my guard down, he might just fill up the space I've been saving for Satoshi-kun. If Shion Sonozaki had prayed harder for Satoshi-kun to return, he might have come home already. Where did Satoshi-kun go? Last year, right after his disappearance, I'd paid close attention to the information circulating in the Sonozaki family and its underground connections, and I frequently went to the police station to check with Oishi for new information. Even with all that, I couldn't get any new leads on his whereabouts. I eventually became interested in Oyashido-sama's curse, which surrounded Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I researched the dark history of the village. The more I looked into it, the less likely his survival seemed. I'd returned Mio-san's scrapbooks to her, and then I hadn't gone to the library since. I started a new life and a new school. I'd made new friends, and in the same way, as falling leaves cover the ground, I felt like I was losing sight of what was really important to me. It was already almost the end of spring. They said that summer was coming early, and it'd be very hot this year. Normally, it'd be rainy season now, but we'd had no rain at all. The Watanagashi festival was right around the corner. It had been almost a year since Satoshi-kun went missing. In Hinamizawa, they don't allow you to talk openly about Oyashiro-sama's curse, or the series of mysterious deaths, so everybody acts like the murder of Satoshi-kun's aunt never happened. That's because Satoshi Hojo was a member of the family of traitors. He fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 4th year running. He was demoned away. Nobody was trying to forget about his existence and erase their memories of him. Or everybody was. Sorry. Don't make him disappear because of the curse. Don't erase his existence. Satoshi-kun was living in Hinamizawa just a year ago. He went to school. He was an A student. He was a member of the Hinamizawa Fighters. He could never hit the ball when it really mattered. He was unreliable but pure. He was warm. Because of the curse, people made him disappear. They stopped mentioning his name and acted like he never existed. A new resident like Keiichi Maibara wouldn't even know him. He seriously believed that Satoshi-kun had transferred out. I miss you, Satoshi-kun. I want to go shopping with you again. I want to be in a baseball game with you again and get a cold drink afterwards. I want to tease you, and I want you to stroke my head again. Your hand was so warm. I felt as if my whole body was being caressed. Satoshi-kun. I hadn't opened this notebook in a while. My feelings have been written down for over 150 pages. This notebook is the key to my heart. The other me who has been sleeping since last year is slowly waking up. Page 150. Wow.
Just call it like a journal or a diary. Oh, I'm quite amazed by your dirty deeds, Keiichi-san. He is a boy after all. Sii-chan, Keiichi looks confused. Huh.
Did you hear that, sis? We're not playing tug-of-war here. Are you trying to tear Kei-chan apart? I'm not playing tug-of-war. You're the one who's stretching him. Go back to Okinomiya, Shion. Okay, I will. Oops. I let go of Keiichi suddenly, and she and Sis fell off like a rubber band. Keiichi rolled on the ground while Sis was stuck in a bush head first. What lively people. See you, Kei-chan. Sis might assault me if I stick around any longer, so I'll get going. Oh, Shion. Thanks for today. Forget it. I didn't do much. See you, Shion. His hand landed on my head. Rub, rub, rub. He stroked my head pretty roughly, but the warmth reminded me. Excuse me, I'm going. See you, sis. Don't ever come here again. Rena, keep your eyes on her. Satoko, set traps. Rika-chan, purify this area with salt. The warmth remained on the top of my head. It felt ticklish and sore. I had to stop. I got off my moped and pushed that aching spot against the telephone pole. I'm sorry, Satoshi-kun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I never forgot about you. I still remember you. I'm worthless without you. I can't stand life without you because it's gray and cold and boring. It's true. I can never smile because you aren't here. I can't. See you, Shion. Keiichi's face appeared in my mind. I recalled the touch of his hand stroking my head. It wasn't warm. It wasn't happy. It was rough and painful. I hate that insensitive guy. He's too childish, rude, and cold. He's like a stray dog. I wasn't happy. It wasn't warm. I wasn't happy or overjoyed at all. No! Oh, Satoshi-kun! Ah! Satoshi-kun mumbled. He didn't know what to say in a situation like this, but he knew that he had better say something. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say, so he just mumbled. I'm sorry, Shion. Why are you apologizing, Satoshi-kun? I'm the one who should apologize. Even though I said I'd wait for you, even though I believed my heart wouldn't change. My heart is full of holes. You're leaking out of the small cracks in my heart, little by little. You're leaking out from me. Are you suffering because I'm here? Why? You're so precious to me. So don't say that. I've been here with you all this time. But I think I'm hurting you by continuing to exist. I don't want that. That's not true. No. Where have you been, Satoshi-kun? You weren't with me. Tell me where you are. What's the address? What's the postal code? What's the name of the city? What's the city? The street number? Tell me. There isn't an address. I knew it. telling me you've always been with me, always by my side. That's such a cliche. Which do you prefer, Shion? If I can give you strength, I'll stay by your side forever. But if you're suffering because of me, I'll disappear right away. Don't say that. I want to be with you always. I want to be with you forever. Okay, stay with you then. A car passed by. The noise snapped me out of my reverie? Probably reverie. The sky was turning orange. I should get home before it gets cold. I should go home to Okinomiya. You're with me, right? Are you with me right now, Satoshi-kun? I walked back to my moped. My feet sank into the grass. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped when I reached my bike. But then I heard an extra footstep. I gasped. I could feel somebody else's presence. I'm not stupid. Nobody else was around here. Nobody had suddenly appeared behind me. So I wasn't surprised to find nobody when I turned around. But he was definitely still there. Satoshi-kun. I couldn't see him, but he was there. He was there for me. Satoshi-kun never lies. He said he'd be with me all the time. I'd just been too insensitive to feel his existence until now. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. A breeze tickled my ear. My hair, rather. It felt cold, but to me, it was nothing but the warmth of his hand. It took me a while to notice that my cheeks were wet with tears. She didn't deserve this. I was too scared to sleep. If I went to sleep, I might not find Satoshi-kun there in the morning. So I kept talking to him until I passed out. I told him about what happened while he was missing. I told him that I realized how much I loved him after he went away. I'd searched for him, looking into various different things. I'd gathered underground information through Kasai and bargained the police for information with Oishi. But I couldn't find any leads. A long time passed, but I kept thinking about him. Etc., etc. I told him all the small details from my daily life, the places I wanted to go with him, the things I wanted to do with him, the food I wanted to share with him, and I told him a lot of things. I was sitting up at first, but I got tired, so I lay down. I got tired of moving my mouth, too, so I started talking to him in my mind. It was the happiest night I'd ever had. When I woke up, I didn't find Satoshi-kun by my side. I knew it somehow. I was afraid of it. That was why I didn't want to go to sleep. But at least I got to see him for one night. Just when I had resigned myself to that, I felt Satoshi-kun's presence again. It wasn't a dream after all. I thanked God. And so I began my strange life with Satoshi-kun. As promised, Satoshi-kun was always by my side. He couldn't laugh, mumble, or stroke my head, but he was always with me, always right by my side. He disappeared sometimes, but he'd come back when I looked for him. Probably less ghost love, more like Shion's going mad. She's losing it. It seemed that all I could hear was his footsteps. That's just the way it was. It was a bit sad, but I was still satisfied. His presence was really faint, so it was hard to sense him in a crowd. But he never left me. Yeah. If he were tangible, I'd be taking his hand all the time so that we wouldn't be lost. In contrast, I could feel him very strongly in a quiet environment. Oh, of course. I couldn't tell what his expressions were because he was just a presence. Mind ghost love, kinda. But after I got used to it, I could tell what he was thinking. At first, I could only tell if he was laughing or not. Eventually, I started to feel his emotions more strongly. I could communicate with him normally. I was usually alone with him, though. I didn't want to go to school or hang out with my friends anymore. But Satoshi-kun got upset about that. He'd keep mumbling unhappily. Now that I knew he'd always be with me, I shouldn't just stay home all the time. I was sticking to my time alone with him, however, because I was scared that he might suddenly disappear again, and I wanted to make the most of the time I was sharing with him right now. I must have been worrying too excessively. Satoshi-kun will always be by my side. Yeah, that was his promise. He never breaks his promises. I was fine because he was there. Of course, I couldn't tell anybody about him, not even Sis. I could try to explain it to them, but they'd never understand. But I was certain that he was with me. So, I'd be alright. That's usually a sign of not being alright. I never got fed up with life with him. He's really cute, you know? We always walk together, but when I stop, he always walks one extra step. That's so adorable. I love it. It's totally him. Totally. No other footstep. Nope. Shion-san, what are you going to do on Watanagashi this year? I guess I'll have some fun at the festival. Maybe I'll tease Sis and her friends. I wanted to go to the festival with Satoshi-kun. I know he liked to see me having fun with everybody. He might get jealous if I play with Kei-chan. But Satoshi-kun isn't very sensitive in that way. Satoshi-kun loved to see me and my friends have fun, so I should have a lot of fun for his sake. Then I'd talk about the day with him after. How are you going to Hinamizawa? I can give you a ride if you want. I'm taking my moped, so you don't have to. That won't do. Aren't you going to the family party afterwards? I can't let you drive under the influence. He won't let me drive, but he's kind enough to let me drink. Alright, take me then. Good. Let's leave before nightfall. I'll come pick you up around that time. After Kasai left, I sensed that Satoshi-kun was excited about going to the festival. Watanagashi, huh? So, it's been almost a year since you went away. Satoshi-kun seemed confused. I bet you're going all, right now, aren't you? We laughed together. This is where the schizophrenia started. This is how she got unalived by Mion when she wasn't actually there. Welcome! Here's your net and bowl. Great! Wow, these fish are so active. They look delicious. I could eat this little one raw right here. Huh?
What are you saying, Mion-san? Mita, you eat goldfish? Did you eat the one that I gave you last year too?
No, I didn't say that. Sis shook her head hard. She turned all red. But you just said that. You said they look delicious. I heard it too. Sis eats everything as long as it fits inside her mouth.
If it's really good, I'll try it once. No, you can't, Rika-chan. You're going to get sick.
Wait a minute. Hey, you... How long have you been here, Shion? Hey, Kei-chan, Sis, and everyone else. Good evening. When did you get here, Shion? Something bad is going, eventually. Later tonight? Here? I've been here since you were at the chow mein booth. I found you guys quickly since you were making so much noise. Hey, you're not in our club. Get lost. Don't be mean, sis. Right, Kei-chan? You're fine if I come with you guys, right? I took Kei-chan's arm and held it between my breasts. Puff, puff. We were going to have a ball. Very fun. You know, Rena just beats us up. Everybody laughs. Mion's just like, I went around the booth with Sis and her friends. I joked around and laughed out loud. I teased Kei-chan and Sis, too. Kei-chan was at the center of the group, so if I did something to him, it naturally involved everybody else. It looked like Satoshi-kun was having a hard time finding his own spot in the crowd. When I glanced at him in a quiet moment, he smiled and told me to have fun without worrying about him. If he were tangible, I'd pull his arm to join the crowd. It made me sad that I couldn't do that. I bumped into somebody's shoulder. It was obviously my fault, so I apologized right away. As it turned out, it was somebody I knew. Oh, looks like you're having fun. Good evening, Shion-chan. The moon looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it? Oh, it's been forever, Takano-san. And you were... Nice to meet you. I'm Tomatake. I heard you were Mion-chan's twin sister.
Nice to meet you too, Tomitake-san. I heard you were a great cameraman. Please take a picture of me someday.
I'm just an amateur dreaming of being professional.
Well, you're actually great, Jiro-san. You're good at many things.
No, I need to study more. I have no talent, so I have to put up a lot of effort to compensate.
They must be in a relationship. You two look so happy together. Am I interrupting you?
Oh no, I appreciate your consideration, but you're not interrupting us at all. And you can call me Mio like before. Not Takano-san. It's a bit hard for me to call someone older than me by their first name. Well, never mind. I smiled bashfully and Takano-san smiled back elegantly. I haven't seen you in the library since. I wanted to talk to you more as a fellow researcher. Well, when I feel like it. A fellow researcher? Are you interested in it too, Shion-chan? I mean, in the legend of this village. Tomitake-san raised his eyebrows. As far as I knew, Takano-san's hobby wasn't exactly normal. On the surface, her research dealt with the cultural history of ancient Hinamizawa, but its main focus was the Watanagashi festival from the ancient times, the cannibal banquet in which they captured and gutted a living sacrifice. Her research covered various stories surrounding that and other legends of cruelty. It was nothing if not gory. That was where her main interests lay. So I didn't feel comfortable being called a fellow researcher, to be honest. But objectively speaking, her research notes were fun to read. It was then that I heard the loud booms of the taiko drums. The main event of the Watanagashi festival, the dedication dance, was about to start. According to Takano-san's hypothesis, the part of the dance where the shrine maiden tears open a futon mat represents gutting a living victim. It's starting. I should head over. Or aren't you guys going to see Rika-chama's performance? Oh, I guess it was her saying that.
I don't know. I thought it was him.
Tomitake-san looked bewildered. Did that mean he wasn't coming? Takano-san giggled. Oh wait, no, it was Shion who said the first sentence. Oops. Takano-san giggled, then whispered in my ear. To tell you the truth, we're thinking of sneaking into the ritual storehouse. It? She made it sound like she was going to do something fun, but it wouldn't be amusing to anyone who knew what the ritual storehouse was. The ritual storehouse, or the storehouse for ritual implements, is sort of a treasure house belonging to the Furude Shrine. I'd heard that Oyashiro-sama's sacred treasures were stored in there. Only people from the Furude Shrine and selected members of the other two families were allowed to enter. They believe that if other people enter, the place will be desecrated. Everybody in Hinamizawa must have been curious about what was in there when they were kids. But the storehouse was always tightly locked. You couldn't just peek into it either. Kids would get chided if they played around it, so they'd learn to stay away. I didn't like being around it myself, since I was familiar with all that. Even though I didn't believe in curses, I still didn't want to be near it. Nothing good can come from breaking the rules. Were they still going to enter the ritual storehouse despite that? I'm pretty sure it's tightly locked. It was, until last year. Rika-chan had a heavy bolt changed to a cheap padlock, because the bolt was too heavy for her to lift. Did you know that? No. But even if it's cheap, it's still locked, isn't it? Jiro-san is very skilled. Oh, are you good at picklocking? Once the Watanagashi ritual starts, everybody will gather around the stage, right? Then the area around the storehouse will be completely devoid of people. Tonight, this place will be a blind spot. Can't see the forest for the trees, I suppose. According to our hypothesis, the ancient tools used for human dissection and torture would be found in the ritual storehouse. Why don't you join us in a bit? It's now or never. Oh, Sue, so maybe I'll see you then. Takano-san, what are you telling her? Just girl talk. Let's go to some dark place for a quick date. Huh? Takano-san walked against the flow of the crowd alongside Tomitake-san. The ritual storehouse, huh? It was supposedly filled with torture tools. Considering that they had an underground torture room at the Sanzaki house, that's quite possible. Satoshi-kun fell victim to the curse in the 4th year. His aunt's death was the sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Satoshi-kun was the sacrifice to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. That was what Takano-san said last year. It was just her hypothesis. At present, I wanted to deny her hypothesis because I wanted to believe that Satoshi-kun was still alive. Yeah, the hands are definitely the art style. If her hypothesis was correct, either some religious fanatic or somebody from the 3 families must be imitating the curse in order to revive the ancient custom of Onigafuchi. That would mean that it was them who killed Satoshi-kun. So what if the ritual storehouse was filled with garbage instead of the torture implements? Maybe it was filled with broken palanquins or freshly painted signboards for the festival. What then? It wasn't really hard for me to believe that it was filled with the chemical smell of paint. Maybe I'll get to deny the hypothesis that Satoshi-kun was sacrificed by seeing the inside of the ritual storehouse for myself. Whatever was in there, it didn't mean that Satoshi-kun would come back. What should I do, Satoshi-kun? Since most people went to see Rika-chama's ritual dance, the festival grounds were deadly quiet. Even so, I couldn't sense Satoshi-kun. Did he go somewhere? Or was I not paying enough attention? Or maybe he wasn't feeling any emotions in particular? After thinking for a while, I decided to go with them. It had been almost a year since Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I'd been avoiding the truth because I was afraid he might be dead. But now I had a chance. I had a chance to see the inside of the ritual storehouse. I felt as though something divine had arranged that coincidence. On my way to the storehouse, I noticed Keiichi, who was jumping up and down, trying to see Rika-chama's dedication dance over other people's shoulders. If I took him along, we could split the guilt. Oyashiro-sama might put a curse on me for entering his divine storehouse. I wanted a partner in crime. Since the boy I loved did disappear last year because of the curse, maybe Mion's love should disappear this year. Wow. Whoa, what am I thinking? That must have been the demon inside me. I shook the thought out of my head. What's going on, Shion? Where's the best place to see Rika-chan's dance from? Is it far? Huh? I never said I was going to show you that. We made it to the ritual storehouse. Keiichi was baffled by the whole situation. Our timing had been perfect. I could see Tometake-san picking the lock. Even though Keiichi must have been curious, he insisted that we shouldn't go in. But I talked him into it anyway. He was quick to change his mind when Tometake-san joined in. It was completely dark inside, so Takano-san lit a battery-powered lantern. A small entry space appeared before us. It's so dark in there. Take care not to trip over anything. I appreciate the concern. Okay, doorman, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now. Takano-san closed the door with a smile, as if leaving Tometake out on purpose. Man. Alright, everyone have fun. As soon as the heavy door was closed, we were surrounded by a quiet darkness. All we could rely on was Takano-san's lantern. It'll be fine. It's an outdoor lantern with a backup batteries inside. It won't go out or anything. Takano-san teased Keiichi a little. Keiichi, in turn, looked a little pale. He seemed to be able to recognize the sanctity of the building even though he wasn't from Hinamizawa. Let's go in. Here we go. There. After Takano-san opened the heavy inner door, a dusty, foul smell flowed out. It was like the smell of a pantry that hadn't been opened in years and the smell of a fish market mixed together. I didn't know exactly how to describe it, but it was a bad smell. From listening to the echo of our footsteps, I could tell that this room was much larger than the one that we were just in. When Takano-san raised her lantern, I could clearly see how big it was. Wow! At the far side of the wall, there was a statue of some kind of god staring down at us intruders. The way it was lit by the lantern gave it a powerful appearance, and it scared me. That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro-sama. I looked up at the statue, which was holding its religious ornaments. If Satoshi-kun's disappearance really was a curse, I couldn't forgive this god. I found myself irritated by the way the statue looked down at me. Damn you, Oyashiro-sama. If you really made Satoshi-kun disappear, I'll never forgive you. Never! Keiichi didn't seem to understand the significance of the storehouse. He looked bored. Takano-san noticed that and took out her scrapbooks to show him the brutal history of ancient Hinamizawa. I'd heard that story before, so I decided to walk around by myself. Since I knew the significance of all these tools, I felt a little nauseated. Though they certainly wouldn't jump out to me, I still found them intimidating. They looked as if they were carving for fresh blood after not having been used or craving for fresh blood after not being used in hundreds of years. All the tools looked similar to the ones I saw in the underground torture room at the Sonozaki main house. If those tools were the progenies of torture implements, these would be their ancestors. All the implements looked old. I doubted they could really be used. They weren't kept maintained like the ones at the Sonozaki house. So, did that mean they shouldn't scare me? No, on the contrary. They told me that cruel rituals were indeed performed in this village at some point. Now that I found scary. What Takano-san told me was the truth. When I stopped, Satoshi-kun also stopped behind me, one step later. I felt no emotional change in Satoshi-kun. I couldn't tell if he was feeling something or not. I knew he was there, but I had no idea how he was feeling. I felt scared of him for the first time. If he could answer me, I'd want to ask him, "Who demoned you away? Are you listening, Satoshi-kun?" I couldn't tell if he heard me or not. He left, as if he didn't hear anything. I could tell that he had been sulky ever since we got here. I suddenly felt lonely, so I looked for him while walking around. I realized that there was an altar in front of the statue. He might be there. It was a clean altar, an altar ornamented with religious artifacts. It was kept well maintained. I saw no dust. That would mean, well, the flowers in the vase weren't wilting. I saw a pretty handkerchief under the vase. It looked out of place amongst everything else. I was fairly certain it was Rika Furude's handkerchief. That would mean that this storehouse is maintained daily. It wasn't a forgotten ruin buried in dust. So the brutality that dwelled in this ritual storehouse is still alive and well in Hinamizawa. That's right. Something as ambiguous as Oyashiro-sama's curse is nothing more than a simple delusion of the villagers. As Takano-san said, everything that happens in this world is done by humans. I'd accused Oyashiro-sama of demoning away Satoshi-kun. But Oyashiro-sama is just a statue made of bronze and wood. It's nothing but an icon. There are, however, human beings who would try to make that icon there seem real. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is a result of human action. It shouldn't be called Oyashiro-sama's curse. If Satoshi-kun was the fourth year's victim, then he was victimized by a human being who just was acting the part of a curse. The person who demoned away Satoshi-kun must not be very far from me. The truth behind Satoshi-kun's disappearance was not so far from my grasp. Thump. I was startled by the sound. It sounded like somebody had dropped something. I looked over at Takano-san and Keiichi. Takano-san was still lecturing him. Did she drop her scrapbook or something? Thump, thump, thump. The sound came from right behind me, not from them. I'd never heard Satoshi-kun do that. It sounded like somebody was stomping on the floor in frustration. But what is it? Thump, thump, thump. Oops, the sound continued, ignoring my question. Though I heard it right nearby, it sounded as though a child was hopping on the wooden floor somewhere distant. What's wrong, Satoshi-kun? Are you angry about something? I couldn't read his expressions. I thought he was mad, but I didn't sense any emotion from him at all. Was he mad that he touched the altar? Maybe you weren't supposed to do that. Thump, thump, thump. It's not that I was able to communicate with Satoshi-kun in a concrete way. I just talked to him. I was never expecting him to react like that. I didn't sense a willingness to communicate from this creepy sound. Then a chill ran up my spine. I felt as if all my pores were opening. I'd been thinking that it was Satoshi-kun stomping on the floor. Hey, you're Satoshi-kun, aren't you? The sound stopped when I asked that. It wasn't a yes or no, just silence. Satoshi-kun wouldn't scare me like that. I realized suddenly that the sound hadn't come from Satoshi-kun. A cold shiver shot through my feet, and I sprung a step backward. The sound had come from right there. It was coming from a person that has a ghost boyfriend. Right? Even though I jumped back, it was still just a few meters away. Satoshi-kun would sometimes let me hear his footsteps when I walked. But If that wasn't Satoshi-kun, then there was no guarantee I'd hear its footsteps. So that invisible being could already be right in front of my eyes. And I just wouldn't see it? I forgot everything and ran, straining my ears as much as possible for any sound, listening for any footsteps pursuing me. I ran right into Keiichi and clung to him, timidly turning back to look. The dimly lit area before the altar was quiet, like nothing was happening, but seeing that chilling dark stillness, realizing I was just in that space, made me even more frightened now. What's up, Shion? Did you get scared? Keiichi made fun of me. Even though he'd looked horrified just a little while ago, he now looked satisfied to see me scared too. I know girls tend to get freaked out by haunted houses. Well, I don't mind it. Anyway, let's go, before Takano-san leaves us behind. I pretended to be fine, but I wasn't sure if I was able to hide my fear entirely. The footsteps were chasing me. They were outside of the illumination of the lantern, as if they couldn't get into the light. The presence never left us, however. It followed us like a fourth member of the party. Sometimes it made a stomping sound as if wanting some recognition, but neither Takano-san nor Keiichi seemed to notice it. It was possible for Takano-san to be ignoring it, but Keiichi would never ignore it. If he could hear it, he would have said something. So, just like with Satoshi-kun, only I could hear it. What was this thing that was making me so scared? Was it Satoshi-kun in a bad mood? Or was it possible that the presence I believed to be Satoshi-kun might not have been him at all? Thump. Thump. What are you upset about, Satoshi-kun? Tell me if I did something wrong. I'll apologize. Thump thump. Thump. If you aren't Satoshi-kun, then where did he go? Why did you take his place? Thump. 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 Shion, are you alright? Huh? I'm fine. You look pale, though. And I'd appreciate if you didn't stretch my clothes too much. Oh, sorry. Oh, am I interrupting you two? I decided to engage in the conversation to help myself ignore the sound from behind. I didn't hear the sound as much, and it became a bit more distant. Yeah, I shouldn't pay attention to it. It wouldn't bother me if I didn't hear it. I should just ignore the noise. Takano-san, you're researching those customs survived into the past. You are, right? Thump thump. What I'm about to tell you is a secret, all right? I told you, Shion-chan, because you're an understanding person, but the other villagers don't want to hear it. If things go awry, I could be ganged up on and punished. She smiled at me like a witch. Thump thump. Mahabara-kun, can you keep it a secret too, okay? If things get out, I could suffer Oyashida-sama's curse, or be made into a sacrifice. If that's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's the sacrifice, then I will be thrown into the Onigafuji swamp while still alive. And it is tonight, you know. The night of Oyashida-sama's curse. It certainly is. If the curse strikes for a fifth time, it'll happen tonight. Thump, thump, thump. Takano-san pulled out an old scrapbook from her paper bag and started turning the pages. She opened it to the page with that one article. It was the article about the brutal murder of the Watanagashi victim. It happened in the Meiji era. This is a story that actually happened. It is around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse, the victim of a murder in Onigafuji village. Thump! Thump, 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 thump! Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Thump, thump, thump! Hey, you guys seriously don't hear that? It's freaking loud. How can you not hear it? Hell, it's freaking noisy. Cut it out already. And the next moment, we all heard a squeaking noise. We turned around in surprise. It was just Tomitake-san opening the door. Did I startle you? Oh, Jiro-san, could you not resist seeing inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices, right, Thumper's Angie? I'll pass on that. I'm bad with this sort of thing by nature. Takano-san laughed as if making fun of Tomitake-san for being such a scaredy cat. In any case, the dance and ceremony are over, and everyone's going down to the river. The festival as a whole will be over within minutes. Time is up. I had never expected that Tomitake-san would save me from this nightmare. His face suddenly looked heroic. Oh? Keiichi-kun, are you leaving too? I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. I agree. Let's leave. I went into the entry room and turned around. Takano-san was taking photos in a mad rush, though our time was up. I didn't hear that sound anymore. I didn't feel that presence. I didn't feel Satoshi-kun either. But somehow I wasn't too sad about that. Even if he followed me out here, I wouldn't be able to tell if it was really him or somebody else. Bum bum bum.
Who could it have been? We'll never know. We'll have absolutely no answers on who it was. Let's see what the notebook says.
Nobody knows. Yes, you know nobody. Tell us who it was. That underground torture room is officially called the Underground Ritual Storehouse. So, do torture room and ritual storehouse mean the same thing? According to Takano-san's theory, bloody rituals, including Watanagashi, have been passed down among the three families even after the Meiji era. The rituals are always ready to be performed. Their form of worship always revolved around torture, so Hinamizawa's history involved a great deal of human slaughter. Takano-san's theory is correct. The underground storehouse at the Sonozaki house looked well maintained. Takano-san is right about that too. Since the Sonozaki family and the Furude family both have ritual storehouses, the Kimiyoshi family must have one too. After all, these ancient and brutal customs are still handed down through the generations. I should remain armed with the knowledge that occult events are still secretly being performed in this cursed village. Also, I definitely know that this is gonna probably have to continue into another stream. Like, it's 2 hours before I need to end, but I'm just like, there's a lot of content that it's probably gonna have us go through, and I'm not gonna get it done in 2 hours. The sanctity of the ritual storehouse is one of the most prominent elements in the worship of Yashiro-sama. Of course I knew that, since I'm originally from Hinamizawa, but violating that sanctity is actually a more serious problem than I thought. Takano-san's research shows that the history of the ritual storehouse goes way back. The ritual implements within have long been viewed as inviolable objects, which is why it was strictly forbidden to enter. Takano-san's theory says that Watanagashi was once a public execution, performed to stabilize the reign of the three families, rather than a purely religious ritual. If so, the ritual should hardly be called sacred. Under these circumstances, the implements should have been despised as symbols of hatred and fear. When instruments of fear are too visible, it only creates a reign of terror. But keep them as hidden as possible, and they gain divinity. Many said that they become tainted if the layman touched them. The only reason for that was to preserve their false prestige through secrecy, since they would lose their sanctity if revealed before the common folk. In other words, the true identity of the ritual storehouse's sacredness was fear. That was the true emotion ruling over this village.
And then the last page.
The reason why Takano-san and Tomitake-san were cursed is because they broke into the ritual storehouse. I don't know how the villagers found out about it. Maybe somebody was watching? Maybe there was an anti-theft alarm. Either way, our intrusion must have been reported to the highest level of the curse system. That's because, considering the distance between the village and the site where Takano-san's body was found, she must have been killed right after we came out of the ritual storehouse. It was done very quickly. It's possible that a special assassination team exists for this purpose, or that the plan has been set up a long time ago. They might have been secret agents of the Sonozaki family, but the latter sounds more valid. But if so, who would have been the victim if nobody broke into the ritual storehouse?
Somebody else.
We don't know who. Because when you're relevant, there's nobody going in there. I mean, when you're relevant, There's no avoiding somebody going in there. My relatives gathered at the Sonozaki house after the festival had a little party. I mingled with my uncles and had fun. I was trying to get rid of my eerie memories of the ritual storehouse. Mion was acting as the successor, so I tried to stay away from her. I'm sure she would feel weird if I talked to her in a formal way. In consideration of the hag's old age, we ended the party at around 11 p.m. We all helped to clean up, with the women washing the dishes in the kitchen, and the men folding the tables and putting them away in the storeroom. It only took about 30 minutes, then everyone left, and one after another. By then, Mion was no longer acting as the Sonozaki successor and was back to being her normal self. Maybe I drank too much. I was lying on the tatami floor. Kasai asked me if I could get in the car, so I told him I'd barf if I got in now. Sis, can I spend the night here? I just want to sleep. Granny will get mad if she finds you. By the way, don't you have school tomorrow, Shion? No, tomorrow's a school's anniversary, so there's no class. That sounds fun. How many times a year does your school have its anniversary? Oh well. Okay, Kazai-san. She can stay here tonight. Understood. Good night. Come on, Shion, wake up. Granny will get really mad if you fall asleep here. Here, hold on to me. You can sleep in my room. I was left alone all of a sudden, in this late night. My alter ego told me that if I was in a demon's stomach, I wouldn't have woken up if I hadn't heard that voice. I might not have woken up at all. Okay. That's a really weird thing for Mion to tell you, but okay. I didn't remember much after that. I was probably brought to Mion's room and immediately crawled into the futon. After a while, Mion got her futon ready next to me, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. At least, that's what I thought. I got up and turned the lights on. Mion's futon was empty. The futon felt cold. Mion must have left a while ago. Did she go to the bathroom? No, the closest bathroom was right there down the hallway. The light in the bathroom was off. Where did she go? The ticking of the clock was loud and annoying in this quiet. The hands pointed to a little before 3 a.m. I was left alone all of a sudden, in this late night. I felt the eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me, despite drinking it away with alcohol earlier. I tried to sense my surroundings in this house. There shouldn't be an eerie atmosphere, strange noises, or footsteps. I stepped out in the freezing cold hallway to look for Mion. When I did, I immediately noticed light coming from one of the nearby rooms. That room belonged to the hag. The hag went to sleep early and woke up early. She was very strict about her bedtime, so it was strange to see her light on in the middle of the night. I could hear voices too. Those voices belonged to the hag and Mion. I creeped out up to the room and listened to their conversation. Since it was the middle of the night, I could hear their words very clearly. But you know, those young ones went too far. You're right. They made Oyashiro-sama angry, so I guess they got what they deserved. Mion's voice sounded as cold as the one I'd heard down in the torture room. I held my breath. The police say they are investigating, but are you sure? I guess. It's probably Takano-san. My heart almost stopped. Oyashiro-sama got angry. The police are investigating. It's probably Takano-san. And what day was it today? Those words told me that something was happening. My teeth started to chatter. I desperately tried to stop them. I felt like my body was swelling up suddenly. I could no longer hear as well. Calm down. Breathe. Listen more carefully. According to Mion and the hag's conversation, another incident definitely took place. The victims were Takano-san and Tomitake-san. From what I could tell, both Mion and the hag thought it would make sense that whatever it was happening to them. No. I needed to think more calmly. They did say they deserved it for making Oyashiro-sama angry. Did they say Takano-san and Tomitake-san made Oyashiro-sama angry? How did they make Oyashiro-sama angry? They knew. My body started to shake. They knew we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Then that would mean Keiichi and I were also subject to Oyashiro-sama's curse? While his phone is ringing, I'm gonna move my mic a little bit because I want to lean back. So There you go. Okay, and I needed to make sure it wasn't going to be buzzing.
Now I can lean back.
Suddenly a phone rang. The phone was by the front door. The front door was opposite the hag's room, further down the hall. The ringing echoed throughout the long hallway. It sounded so eerie, almost like it was coming from hell. That was when I felt someone behind me. Of course there was nobody there when I turned around, but there was someone there for a moment ago. I didn't know if it was Satoshi-kun. I didn't sense any emotions, so I couldn't tell. I also didn't know how long it had been there. It was as if that somebody was watching me listen in on their conversation. That was the feeling I got. It couldn't be Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun would never be that intimidating or scary. Unless... My mind turned all red, like it was suffused with blood. Have you experienced anything like that? Those footsteps always followed me. They even came to my bedside and looked down at me. That was Rena's voice. I remembered what Nenorigu had said on that rainy day.
You'll be okay if that's true. Oyashiro-sama won't get mad at you.
If Oyashiro-sama wasn't angry, nobody would follow me. So, what did this mean? Ever since we snuck into the shrine storage, something was following me? What is it? Calm down, calm down. That's right, Rena wasn't talking about me. She was talking about Satoshi-kun. That's what happened to Satoshi-kun.
Everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
That's right, that's why he encountered the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
You feel someone is watching from a distance, and it follows you.
Creepy feeling crawled up and spread across my back.
When it watches from right behind you, after that, you start hearing an extra footstep.
I swallowed loudly. It's almost as though Rena Ryugu was predicting what would happen to me. Had Rena been talking about Satoshi-kun back then? Or had she actually been talking about me?
But you start hearing it even inside your house after a while. Then, Oyashiro-sama keeps watching you even when you're sleeping in the dark. Right by your side, waiting silently.
I knew by now that that was no mistake. No matter how I looked at it, she had been talking about me. Yes, me. It had been about me. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? That was when I actually felt something for real. Someone grabbed my collar. Ah! No voice came out. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was open and close my mouth, as if something was stuck in my throat. It was Mion. She looked even colder than how she'd looked at the underground torture room. It only made sense that she'd come out into the hallway to answer the phone. I tried to come up with an excuse. However, the way Mion looked at me was so cold. Even if I had run into her by accident, I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wouldn't believe me. I felt cold sweat all over my body. I couldn't even move my fingers. Sorry, I apologized. I could have said something to get myself out of the situation, but the apology came first. But Mion didn't appear to hear me. She walked to the front door, still holding my collar. The phone was still ringing. A normal person doesn't usually let the phone ring so long at this time of night. The phone call itself didn't seem real to me. Mion picked up the phone. This is Mion. I see. I understand. Please take care of things at your end. Also, please make sure that nobody talks about this. Yes. Goodbye. Mion put down the phone after a short conversation. What did she mean, make sure nobody talks about this? I did not mean to hear your plan to kill someone, right? Just like, I'm sorry, sis, I was just wondering why you were taking so long in the bathroom. What did she mean, make sure nobody talks about this? Who called anyway? Mion put her forehead to mine and spoke to me. Did you hear? Which conversation was she asking me about? Well, she had to be talking about the one with the hag. If I said yes, what would happen to me? I don't know what you're talking about. Mion pulled my collar and pressed her nose against mine and continued to speak. Just what you heard. The curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon Tomitake-san and Takano-san. It's really very unfortunate. It was like I was talking to myself in a mirror, but what I was saying in the mirror was ever so cold. Sis, what is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? Tometaka-san killed himself by clawing out his throat. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. Terrible, isn't it? Tometaka-san clawed at his own throat until he died? What? Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum? What? What? I felt something furry crawl up my spine. I also felt like my stomach was turning upside down. I didn't feel any strength in my legs. If Mion let go of my collar, I'd probably collapse on the spot. But why did they die that way? Don't you know, Shion? I'm asking you because I don't know. I don't know. Don't you see there can only be one reason? Please don't talk as if I already know the answer. What do you mean? My heart was pounding. I felt that my next breath would be so bloody and hot that I'd choke on it. Don't you know? It's because they made Oyashiro-sama angry. The first year, it was the manager of the dam construction site. The second year, it was the traitors to the village. The third year, it was the pacifist. The fourth year, it was the relatives of the traitors. I'd always thought that the victims were people who had something to do with the dam conflict. Since I didn't do anything against the village during the dam conflict, I assumed I was safe. I should have known. I should have known everything would be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama's anger was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama would get angry if I snuck into the ritual storehouse. But since I wasn't held responsible in any way for the dam conflict, I never thought I would be a victim of the curse. Did I ever think that there would be an incident to the 5th year? Did I ever think that I'd be the victim of the 5th year incident? Tometaka-san snuck into the storehouse and he clawed out his own throat until he died. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. It must be a lie. It couldn't be true. Even if it was forbidden, it's just a space for storing some old torture implements. How could they be killed for just sneaking in there? Especially in such gruesome ways. But I thought about it again and realized that those people were absolutely capable of doing things like that. The main Sonozaki family was capable of it. The Sonozaki family had been pulling the strings behind the series of mysterious deaths. They could do it. The Sonozaki family even kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction during the dam conflict. They could do it. The Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear completely. They could do it. Man, there's a lot of flashing screens in this chapter. Mion leaned against me before falling onto the cold hallway floor. She collapsed rather violently. I usually didn't go to sleep with my stun gun, but since I was too drunk to get ready for bed, I still had it on me. I had my stun gun on me. I finally understood. I didn't know who killed them exactly, whose idea it was or who ordered it. I didn't even know who was actually involved, but Mion and the hag knew everything. Satoshi-kun. Now I finally know. Now I know what I need to do. I will settle the score for you, Satoshi-kun. I will avenge you, Satoshi-kun. I won't be killed like you, Satoshi-kun. I walked into the hag's room. She was sitting up to take some medicine. Her back was turned to me. Mion and I are twins. If I acted like her, the hag wouldn't notice the difference. I didn't think she ever suspected me. I put my stun gun to her neck and pulled the trigger. I heard an indescribable electrical sound, and the hag's legs went out. She fell in a twisted position. I didn't know how long it would take a person to regain their freedom of movement after getting knocked out with a stun gun, so I had to restrain them before they woke back up. I was unbelievably calm. The key to the underground torture room was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mion had told me about this once. I'd never looked for the drawer before, but I found it exactly where I thought it would be. The key was on the keychain with several of its sisters. Each key had a little plaque on it that said what it was used for. Shion going crazy. She has convinced herself that the family did make Satoshi disappear, so she snapped. And so she stun-gunned Mion, and now she's stun-gunning Oryo. And yeah! They were all in Mion's handwriting. She was an idiot for being so conscientious, but it sure helped me out. I put the keychain in my pocket and headed to the outdoor storeroom to find a cart. I found a large flashlight there as well. There was a strap on the flashlight so I could put it on my shoulder. That way, I'll have both hands free to carry Mion and the hag. I loaded Mion and then our grandmother into the cart and carried them to the underground torture room. I was prepared to use the stun gun again if they woke up while I was working, but it was more powerful than I imagined, and the hag showed no signs of waking. This was the stun gun Kasai specially ordered for me while I told him I wanted a powerful one. I remembered him telling me that it was an illegally modified stun gun and that I should never use it just for fun. I used my flashlight to find the light switch. I found it easily and turned it on. All the lights went on in the basement. Although there was now illumination, it was very dim. I moved quickly as to finish what I needed to before they woke up. I decided to put Mion in a cell beyond the torture room. The lights in the torture room were so bright that it was like daylight. There was a door there. I was fairly certain the cells were on the other side of that door. The proper key was here. The keys made a tinkling sound. I felt cold air coming through the gap in the door. There must be a huge opening on the other side. Oh no, you're gonna miss the part! No! But I gotta do English. Rip. Well, you have a good time in English even though the professor sucks. I opened the door and saw nothing but darkness. I felt along the wall to find a light switch. I turned the switch on, and the light bulbs lit up, revealing a huge rocky cave. It didn't look like a natural cave. It looked more like an air raid shelter. There were several hollow openings with bars across them. Those were the cells. I walked up to the closest cell and checked to see if it was strong enough to confine her. I pushed and pulled on the bars. I rammed against them with all my weight and decided they were perfectly sturdy. This was secure enough to be called a cell. I opened the lock and carried Mion in. I wasn't particularly strong, just average. I'd never thought I was strong enough to carry a whole person. But now I didn't need to pretend to be weak. I could easily lift and drag their bodies. I put Mion in the cell. She seemed to moan a little. I didn't need to check to make sure. The effect of my stun gun was wearing off. I closed the bars and turned the key in the lock. Then I ran to the hag, who must have been starting to wake up too. Fortunately, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness. Maybe the difference in age had something to do with it. I looked for a table to restrain her on. I found a wheelchair with restraints for the hands and feet. I put the hag in it. Of course she didn't resist, but her dead weight made it seem like she was a huge French doll, but one made of flesh. I put her hands on the armrests and restrained them at the wrists with the metal rings and hinges. I did the same with her feet. This must have been a wheelchair specifically remodeled to restrain a person. Other than the restraints, it was a regular wheelchair. I waited for the hag to wait up. I had so many things I wanted to ask her. I didn't think she'd answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. I was in no rush. When the hag had a concern, relatives took care of the problem. That was how it worked in the Sonozaki family. She was the leader of the family, so all the information they gathered would make its way to her. She must know everything that happened in Hinamizawa, including the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I heard a noise from the cell. Mion must have woken up before the hag did. Speaking of the hag, she didn't seem like she was about to wake up anytime soon, but she was restrained even if she did, so I had no need to fear. I left the hag there and headed for the cell. Shion, what do you think you're doing? She talked like the successor, but she had also sounded frightened. She obviously understood the situation she was in right now. Good morning, Mion. You never thought you'd be in there, huh? As the acting head, I order you, open this up. You don't sound so scary in there. You need to talk more like a leader, don't you think? Though, talking that way will only make you look like a fool. There was nothing funny about it, but I wanted to intimidate Mion. My laughter echoed throughout the cave. It was artificial and meaningless laughter. I heard it over and over as it echoed. It sounded as if I was the only one laughing. I couldn't stand it, so I stopped. Silence filled the air. That silence almost hurt my ears, so I started to speak. I never thought Tomitake-san and Takano-san would be the victims. What an idea to burn Takano-san to death. But actually, she would be the kind of person who'd prefer to die that way. Maybe she's satisfied, huh? Mion didn't say anything. She just stared at me to see how I would proceed. What about the way Tomitake-san died? He clawed out his own throat, right? Did you give him a shot of some kind? Or is there a torture device that did that to him? Mion didn't reply. I was smiling broadly, but I became impatient and finally kicked the bars. It made a violent noise. Mion jumped as if she was kicked directly. It's boring not getting any answers. Do you have any idea what will happen if I get angry? How would I know? Mion finally replied. She was odious, but at the same time sounded pitiful. Hey, Mion, as the successor, why don't you tell me? Let's see. I had just too many things I wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask her about me, about the incident, about the curse, about Satoshi-kun. I didn't even know where to start. Before I asked her about those, I asked her other things. You know there's no point in trying to resist, do you? Mion glared at me silently. Because we were twins, I knew that was just a bluff. We've come this far, so there's no point in me hesitating anymore. You shouldn't expect hesitation or even mercy from me, sis. Mion must have been feeling the cold sweat on her face. Although the light was dim, I could tell she was frightened. Okay, here I go. First, about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. What's the meaning of it? Is it to signify the end of the dam conflict? I think so. Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I readjusted, sorry. I felt satisfied now that we were communicating. I continued with a smile. You think, huh? Don't you know the details? You know yourself that the successor is simply a messenger for Granny. Yeah, right. But the successor must know everything the current head is thinking, right? Do you really think I believe you're just a messenger? Although I'm always around Granny, I don't always know what she's thinking. It's not like I can understand her all the time. Okay, so you're saying that everything about the curse of Oyashiro-sama is decided by the hag herself, right? I assumed we'd talk to the successor about it. When it's something dangerous, Granny decides it on her own. I don't have anything to do with it. But even if she decides by herself, the hag uses you to take care of various things, doesn't she? And you're telling me you don't know anything? No, she doesn't use me for that. I really don't understand it myself, but it's like I take care of problems on the surface and someone else takes care of problems on the underside. Who? Who is the one that takes care of these underside problems? I don't know. Haven't you seen them? Seen anyone? Haven't you overheard a phone conversation? It must be someone who gets in touch with the hag at the same time every year around the time the curse happens. I don't know. I really don't. Mion shook her head. Okay, let me change the question. Why were Tomitaka-san and Takano-san chosen as victims, even though they had nothing to do with the dam conflict? Was it because they snuck into the ritual storehouse? As soon as Mion heard the words ritual storehouse, her expression shifted. The ritual storehouse? Did they intrude on the storehouse at the Furude shrine? Didn't you know? I thought you already knew. If they really did that, then it was truly stupid of them. Of course something would happen to them. Mion muttered bitterly while shaking her head repeatedly. Mion's reaction made me realize the true meaning of the forbidden storehouse for ritual implements. The ritual storehouse is a sacred building, so nobody can go inside. The curse will fall upon any who disobey. Any child would know that rule. However, just because they knew about it didn't mean that they'd all believed in it. Although they were told that they would be cursed, most of the kids actually enjoyed hearing the stories. They simply didn't believe it was true. However, Mion's reaction told me it absolutely was. If they actually did that, of course something would happen to them. She was saying that if someone snuck into the ritual storehouse, that person should be killed. What you know and what I know aren't matching up anymore. Of course I'm aware I shouldn't just waltz into the storehouse. But to be killed in such a gruesome way for doing it? I never knew, did you? That's just because you're ignorant about it, Shion. Well, sorry for being ignorant. Could you please explain it to me? Just like you said, the kids don't really believe in the curse. They assume it's just superstition. But they also know that if an adult found out, they'd be getting in big trouble. But to the elderly people of Hinamizawa, it's something more serious. Mion explained it to me how the elderly people blindly believe in Oyashiro-sama and how scared the festivals are sacred. Not scared. It's probably something the younger generations would never understand, but they're possessed by a very strong, deeply rooted devotion towards Oyashiro-sama. Mion then went to tell me about how sinful it was to violate the rule of the ritual storehouse. I just couldn't believe things like that were still going on even in the modern day. I couldn't even reply appropriately. But even if it was unbelievable, I couldn't ignore what I was hearing from my twin sister. I see. But, Mion, doesn't the rule say that one victim gets killed by the curse and another has to be the sacrifice? The body of the sacrifice is never to be found, but there are 2 dead bodies this time. What do you think of that? Mion doesn't know that besides Takano-san and Tometake-san, Keiichi and I also snuck into the ritual storehouse, so I tried to lead her a little. I know that doesn't make sense. Maybe Takano-san's burned body wasn't supposed to be found. Maybe the intention was for her to banish. Or, I'm not too sure, but what? Just saying what you're thinking, I won't get mad. Mion hesitated a little first, then started to speak. Actually, 4 people snuck into the shrine storage. So maybe... Maybe what? Maybe the other 2 will be the sacrifices and get demoned away.
Bum, bum, bum. I'm gonna take a little sip. Because that little section was making my throat feel dry. Ooh, knuckle cracks.
Mion's words were stuck in my head. If those 2 dead bodies were the result of the curse, then there should be 2 sacrifices to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger. The 4 of us snuck into the shrine storage together. It was a simple equation. Did that mean Keiichi and I were in danger? I got drunk, fell asleep, and decided to stay overnight. Was that because of the alcohol? Or did someone put a drug in my drink? It's not like me to get drunk and spend a night at the hag's house. I wanted to forget about what happened in that eerie storehouse, so I drank too much. But it really was strange for me to get that drunk. Maybe it was a good thing I woke up in the middle of the night. I could have been the one to wake up in the cell. Sometimes it's harder to recognize danger when you avoid it accidentally. Part of me wanted to just laugh at the idea, but another part felt frightened that I was so close to being in Mion's position. If my thinking was correct, I wonder how Keiichi Maibara was doing right now. I didn't see him at any of the cells, but that didn't guarantee his safety. Takano-san and Tometake-san had been executed. There was a possibility that Keiichi could already be dead, but just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, it might only happen after a few days. When the sun rose, I was going to pretend to be Mion and head to her school. I was going to check if Keiichi Maibara was safe. If he had already disappeared, the enemy would come after me next. I'd have to be a decoy for myself. But if he was still safe, I'd need to keep my eyes on him. I was sure the enemy would come after that scatterbrain. If I became Mion, Shion would disappear. The enemy would think Shion had already been demoned away, and they'd concentrate on Keiichi. If nothing happened to Keiichi, that would also be fine. That'd prove that nothing would happen to me either. The hag was still sleeping in the wheelchair. I was going to interrogate her, but actually I wasn't expecting to learn that much. The woman who was also known as Empress Sonozaki probably wouldn't say a thing even if her fingers were cut off. Mion, her successor, was a complete opposite. She spoke readily but didn't know too much about anything. Mion had said she was only a messenger, and that someone else is taking care of problems on the underside. It was possible Mion had grown to be a good liar, and that she'd tried to deceive me with a straight face, but at the same time I could see the hag not letting Mion get involved in the underside of the village. If I were her, I wouldn't have used Mion for that either. Unlike me, Mion was a nice person. While there were only ones and zeros in the world, she believed that there were numbers with decimal points. I'd step away as Mion and Gran dead. Mion is locked in the cell. Gran, I think, is dead, but I don't think they've confirmed it yet. In other words, she could never be cruel. If the hag thought the same way I do, it was very possible the one who took care of problems on the underside, X, was the one who actually governed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. If the hag became concerned about something, X would deal with it, either directly or indirectly. Or maybe the hag and X would discuss the details first. But did X really exist? If he did, this place in the village hierarchy was a lot more important than that of his successor. Unlike Mion, who was too nice, he was discreet, cruel, and cunning. Furthermore, he was extremely close to the hag, someone who would have had a lot of contact with her just before it was time for the curse. Because of the way Tomitake-san died, it would be someone who regularly dealt with unusual drugs. He could be a member of the medical institution. The director of the Iri clinic. Iri? In this isolated village, Iri was famous for opening such a beautiful clinic and for working so hard for the villagers' sake. The villagers liked his mature personality and really respected him. There's nothing scarier than a doctor who's also a murderer. I mean, iwamine, shoo. Anyway. If Edie was a person behind the curse, all the mysterious deaths could be explained. However, there was only a slim chance of Edie being X. The main reason for that, the hag wouldn't trust him. Like many of the elderly, the hag doesn't like young people. I knew she'd never trust him because of his age. Furthermore, she had openly criticized his behavior among their relatives once. Although Edie was famous, he was an outsider after all. He wasn't born here. He tried to maintain a good relationship with the villagers as a director of the clinic, but that was just on the surface. I couldn't even imagine the hag telling him about her worries or about the village's underside. If she was as suspicious of the others as I was, then she'd only gather trustworthy people to deal with that underside. The first people that came to my mind were the leaders of the three families. Leaving Rika-chama out, the head of the Kimiyoshi family was a strong possibility. He was the only one who could advise Empress Sonozaki. They were of similar age, and everyone knew that they were very close outside of the family councils. Furthermore, as the mayor, he often went to the Sonozaki house just before Watanagashi to discuss festival preparations. I could easily picture them talking privately. The exit, yeah, she just goes outside. It's like, okay, cicadas, this boy up, just destroy him, take him out into the woods and shoot him. And then the Higurashi are like, the one who executed the curse of Oyashiro-sama, the one who murdered Takano-san and Tomitake-san, the mastermind behind this series of mysterious deaths that have been going on for the past 5 years. Was he coming after me? Did he get to Satoshi-kun? When I thought about Satoshi-kun, I felt elevated. I was fearful of possibly being the year's victim until just a moment ago. I was scared that X was after me. But when I thought about it, I realized, whoever it was, this person had gotten Satoshi-kun. I'd looked so hard, but I couldn't find him. I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. For better or for worse, he was going to appear before me again. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find that enemy. But now, he was trying to find me. That was it. I wasn't only being chased. I was chasing too. When I realized all of this, I was no longer afraid of dying to the 5th year's curse. It had become a game. I wasn't only being threatened. I was threatening too. Now was the time to settle the score for Satoshi-kun. Now was the time to awaken passions that had grown weak over the past year. I could feel righteous indignation and courage flare up within me, the only emotion that could defeat fear and anger. When my anger completely overtook my fear, I felt as if I was reborn. Why don't you wake up, Empress of Hags? I kicked her wheelchair rather violently. But that didn't wake her up either. Oh, for context, nobody, she put her into a wheelchair that specifically, locks them in the chair. Are you just pretending to be asleep? I grabbed her hair and pulled her head up. But even then, the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. Then I noticed something. I looked for an appropriate torture device. They were all large-scale, none of them being particularly handy. That's when I saw a cigarette lighter on a cushion in the tatami room. One of the relatives must have left it there. I lit the lighter. A huge flame appeared. I turned the lighter off and went back to the hag with it. Can you see it? Can't you see it? This is a cigarette lighter somebody left behind. I lit it in front of her eyes. I'm going to burn your nose now. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't want that. So why don't you quit pretending to be asleep? There was still no response. I put the flame right under her nose without hesitation. The tip of the flame touched the tip of her nose. The flame must have burned her nose hair. It smelled terrible. I was already certain, but I continued anyway. I brought the flame closer to her eye. Her eyelid didn't move one bit. The flame burned her eyelashes, making it smell awful again. I turned the lighter off and then felt her throat and wrist. I didn't feel any warmth. I didn't feel a pulse either. Did she die from the stun gun? There was no way she could pretend to be asleep while being burned, even if she could endure the pain. Anyone would reflexively move their eyelids if a flame came close to their eyes, but she didn't. I turned the sink water on and aimed the end of the hose at the hag's face. The water pressure wasn't too high, but by squeezing the tip of the hose, I could make it squirt out. The water hit the hag in the face, but there was still no reaction. Shit. You've got to be kidding me. She's dead. The one who was at the center of everything is dead now. I knew she wouldn't talk, but I didn't expect her to end up dead. I'd never even thought of killing her. I walked around the room restlessly. I didn't feel guilty, but instead felt frustrated with what I'd done. Come on, I need to calm down. What do I need to be afraid of? Calm down and stay cool. Calm down. Stay cool. I feel my brain starting to calm down, and my emotions cooling down with it. She was my true enemy. It was just that I killed her before confronting her about it. Sooner or later, I would have killed her anyway. She wouldn't have said anything in the first place, so there wasn't really a reason why I shouldn't let her live. I didn't realize that until now, and that was why I got frustrated. My revenge for Satoshi-kun started with the unexpected death of my grandmother. It was such a strange feeling, like I was wearing sopping wet clothes. I replaced that feeling with anger. I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't forgive the hag for abusing the Hojo family, including Satoshi-kun, for so many years. She cornered him psychologically as well as physically. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun. I picked up a whip that was hanging on the wall. The whip was designed to make sure the person on the receiving end got seriously injured. I swung it up, and then down. The sound reminded me of when I was a child hitting things with a jump rope that I pretended was a whip. But unlike them, it made a purple mark on the hag's face, and reddish-black blood started oozing out. I swung it up and down, then down again. This time, the whip hits her in the head. Her hair flew up in the air. I saw a bunch of her hair on the tip of the whip. At the end of the bunch of hair, there was a pile of a piece of her skin. Seemed the whip had ripped part of her scalp off. Also, she knows good at the copium. Right? This is her copium. I continued to hit her with the whip. I wouldn't bother removing her hair beforehand. The tip of the whip was divided into many points, with each point having a fish hook at the end. Those hooks, added to the speed of the whip, not only scratched the victim, but tore their skin as well. The hag's hair was all messed up and her face was getting bloody. She'd started to look like a real demon. I stopped the whipping. Not because my arm was tired, but because I couldn't stand the feeling of her hair on the tip touching me every time I swung the whip. I threw the whip at the hag. Breathing heavily, I realized I was covered in her hair. It almost felt like thousands of maggots crawling all over me. I brushed it off violently. You deserve this, you demon hag. I put my hands on my knees and exhaled roughly. It was then that I noticed it. I perked up and turned around. There it is. The person who had been watching me since I snuck to the shrine storage. I sensed this person sitting in the tatami room. It enjoyed watching me torture my grandmother. An overwhelming emotion started to swallow me up. I tried desperately not to feel it. How long have you been there? You should have said something. It was just there. Just like Satoshi-kun, it was just there. It was extremely uncomfortable to have it just be there. I see. Rena told me. Are you Oyashiro-sama? I smiled broadly, and yet I could feel my body shivering. You can't fool me. Are you saying that you're Oyashiro-sama, and that the curse of Oyashiro-sama really does exist? Come on! Who would believe something like that? Huh? It was just my imagination. It couldn't be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse couldn't be real. Everything was done by humans. They made everything look like it was a curse. Well, I don't care if you saw what I did. I won't charge you for it. But if you're thinking about interfering, I won't hold back, you know. No matter what I said, nothing happened. It was like trying to communicate with an insect. I felt like I was staring at a spider in the middle of the web, and the spider was staring back. I turned to the hag in the wheelchair. I couldn't leave her body here forever. If I don't need to make her death known, then it should be quick, and it's best if the body doesn't exist. Yeah, not even in this secret underground torture room. I exhaled to try to calm myself down. Oh, I remember now. When I was a little girl, Kasai used to love making me feel scared. He often told me scary stories about various horrible things. I recalled his story about the secret torture room of the Sonozaki family. According to the story, there was a well in the torture room for dumping bodies in. There was a pile of tortured corpses at the bottom of the well, and resentful moans would be heard echoing from there. And about halfway down the well, there was a different tunnel, which was a secret passage leading to the distant mountains. That bit was from Mion's telling of the story. It was probably an amalgamation of tellings from different relatives. The room was supposed to be a huge secret, but everyone got loose lips at the chance to have fun scaring the young successor. Mion, do you remember one of our relatives talking about a hidden well a long time ago? There's supposed to be a hidden well somewhere in this underground torture room, and it's connected to a secret passage. Did you hear some noises earlier? That was me whipping the hag. Shion, maybe you should go to the hospital or the police and get one of those comfy jackets, right? Get one of those big hug jackets. Mion didn't reply, but I saw her bite her lip. Don't worry, I won't whip you. But if you don't cooperate, I might punish her some more. Next time I won't use a whip. Down at the end. Do you see a cell in the darkness? It's in there. Mion pointed weakly. I walked down to where her finger indicated. A light bulb lit up the cell. It was a lot smaller than the one Mion was in. It was very shallow, and I didn't even need to open the door to see how tiny it was. Of course there's no well in there. I became angry, assuming that she lied to me. But after considering it, I didn't actually think she would at this point. I opened the door and walked in. I noticed something immediately. There was an opening right in the middle of the cell. This opening was naturally disguised. The way the rocks and the shadows were positioned perfectly hid the well. The tip of the rock inside the cell concealed the entrance. Unless you went in, you'd never notice. But it was such a shallow cell that nobody would ever think of going in. And besides, the bars allow you to see the inside well enough. The cell is not even a few meters deep, so it would only take a glance to see everything. Nobody would think of unlocking the door and walking in, but walking in was the only way anybody could find the well. Furthermore, there were many cells in this huge cave. Who'd think that one of them was hiding a secret well? The inside of the well was dark. I couldn't see anything. But every little noise I made produced echoes. I could tell that this was a very deep well. I brought a flashlight from the torture room and shone it down the well. It almost looked more like a vertical tunnel. Obviously a man-made one at that. There were wedges on the wall, like a ladder, and they looked as if they were inviting me to descend. It's kind of ironic that the secret escape route from the underground torture room ended up being a well that takes you even further down. You had no way of knowing whether it would take you to freedom or to hell. Furthermore, there were tortured bodies of past victims at the bottom. Who would be able to go down this well without hesitation? Nobody in their right mind could go down this well to look for a secret tunnel, hearing the voices of the dead all the while. Have you ever gone down that well, Mion? I've never even wanted to. I feel the same way. Why would I go down the well where they tossed the victims in this torture room? I went back to the torture room and then returned to the cave, pushing the wheelchair containing the hag. Mion screamed. Shion, are you going to push Granny down the well? No, I'm not. I'm just dumping her body. She's dead. Rest assured, I didn't torture her to death. It was probably the stun gun. Maybe her heart failed. I could just leave her body here, but I don't want it to rot, you know? How could you? Hey, do you want to take care of her even now that she's dead? Maybe you can use chopsticks to pick maggots off her body. Huh? Mion covered her ears and shook her head. Everything I said seemed to bother Mion. Her own life wasn't guaranteed at this point. Shion, why did you do this? Dang, the one day Mion forget. Yeah, I think it's implied that she was like in like a pajama kimono type thing. But yeah, Shion, why did you do this? Let's see. Why do you think? Nobody said anything for a while, but the silence was soon broken. Satoshi? Is this revenge? I don't know if it was really revenge, since it happened so quickly. I'm sure she died without even feeling a thing. Hey, Neon. Now that I think about it, I did have a reason to kill the hag. Do you know what it is? It wasn't just because she killed Satoshi-kun. It's because she lied. I slapped the hag's head. You said it too. You told me that if I ripped out my nails, she would forgive everyone. That's why I ripped out 3 of my nails. I did what you told me to, right? But she didn't keep her promise. She made Satoshi-kun disappear. Why? What was that for? I continued to slap the hag's head. Her blood was all over my hand by then, and it felt gross. I tried to wipe it off on her clothes, but her hair got on my hand. I ran to the sink in the torture room and washed my hands with a brush. When I was done, I went back to Mion's cell. After Satoshi-kun disappeared, you came over and told me. You said the relationship between me and Satoshi-kun was forgiven. You also said that the Sonozaki main house has nothing to do with Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Yeah, You lied! Lied. My shouts echoed throughout the cave. I was breathing heavily. I felt like I used up all the air in my lungs. I believe you don't know anything. You aren't even sure if the hag actually trusted you. But I don't know if she forgave Satoshi-kun because of what I did. She wouldn't have told you the truth. The hag didn't keep her promise. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. She didn't forgive Satoshi-kun. Liar. Damn it. Give me back Satoshi-kun. I want him back. I want him. I kicked the hag's leg repeatedly. Each time I kicked, the wheelchair made a squeaky noise. I ran out of breath and kneeled down. Neon was still covering her ears and was now shaking. There were tears in her eyes. Sorry to scare you. Sorry about that. If you really don't know, I won't torment you. Don't worry. But if you were lying to me, well, you'll have to accept whatever comes your way. You know what I mean?
Now for sippies.
But Shiona's definitely went off the deep end.
Ooh, we got some notes. Let's see what we got.
On page 183. Double sips. Yeah, you sure about that? There you go.
Thank you for the hydrate.
I wasn't planning to kill the hag so quickly. I was going to kill her anyway, but it was too soon. People would normally assume that the Sonozaki family operates as a hierarchy, but that's not true. It's actually more like a system of government. Several ministries stem from the main family, and each form of a hierarchy of its own. These ministries don't communicate with one another. The people who belong to a given ministry don't know what other ministries are doing. That way, the Sonozaki family dealings are kept perfectly secret. Of course, the most important people in the family govern several ministries. They know, of course, about their own ministries. And they know a little bit, about the ministries their relatives run. But none of them know everything. There are ministries that work in the open. There are ministries that work unseen. And there are some smaller ones that Odio runs herself. Mion seems to know about most of them, but she doesn't necessarily know them all. In fact, she didn't know about the curse. Considering that, the fact that the hag died before I could interrogate her is a huge loss. I'm glad she still has time to, write these notes down while she's having her breakdown. The head of Kimiyoshi family was the one who called the main house most often after the 5th year's curse. My father called the second most. My parents were still high in the hierarchy, but the stir caused my mother's disownment still hung over us, so We got treated as outcasts. So the fact that my father received so many calls proved how much the hag valued us despite the distance at which we were kept, demonstrating her own two-faced respect for both sides of the coin. My father seems to be in charge of the intelligence bureau. He reported police information, gossip, and rumors going around in the Yakuza business to the hag. He silences, stirs, distorts that information at her request. By the way, my servant Kasai is an old friend of my father's. That must be why Kasai knows many things. But I don't know if my father is involved in the curse's execution. My assumption is that although he gathered information on the police investigation about the case, he wasn't involved in the execution himself. The fact that my father and the hag have this close connection isn't widely known. People know that she uses his information network, but they don't look very far beyond that. In the same way, it's possible that a curse execution team exists under the hag's direct control. People just aren't aware of it.
You never know. That could be the case, but you accidentally zapped her dead. Okay, now we save. I have no idea how many chapters are in this one.
Because it could... I believe it's going at a faster pacing than the original on Keiichi's side. I was having such a happy dream. Satoshi-kun was in my dream. He was leading his normal everyday life. He was back on the baseball team. Edie and I acted normally around him because we knew that's how mature people should act. We welcomed him back, as if he had been there with us the whole time. Although he hits well in practice sessions, he still doesn't do well in a real game. Come on, Satoshi-kun! 3 strikes already? I'm cheering for you! Then Satoshi pouted as he mumbled. I felt tears pouring down my face. Oh. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. Ah. And then she woke up. The happy dream faded out with my sobs. The harder I tried to focus on it, the faster it faded. Soon it was all gone. I could see the bright morning sun through the crack in the curtains. I was in Mion's room at the Sonozaki house. When did I come back? I was crouching in the corner of the room and crying. A dream is a dream. I wished I hadn't woken up. But one must wake up from a dream. We live in a world where there are no dreams, and that's why we always wake up. But I wasn't sure if I was the only one dreaming in that dream, because I felt like Satoshi-kun was right beside me. Satoshi-kun? Did you come back? There was no reply. That was the rule. If it was Satoshi-kun, I wished it'd smile at me just once. But Satoshi-kun's presence faded away, as if he were never there to begin with. I heard the phone ring by the front door. Ah, that's right. I was the only one in the house now. I had to answer it. I got up to walk to the front door. I felt unsteady, so I put my hand on the wall to support myself. I hardly got any sleep. It was like I had a bad cold.
That's a nice cookie you got there. Nobody mind if you share?
The phone continued to ring. I probably didn't have to answer it, actually. But I was still half asleep, and all I could think of was answering the phone. Hello, Sonozaki residence. Sorry to call you so early. Oh, sorry to call you so early. It's Kimiyoshi. Is your grandma still sleeping? It was Uncle Kimiyoshi. She is, yes. I guess she's still tired from yesterday. I think I'll let her sleep in.
Yeah, you probably should. Mion-chan, you're going to school, right? Can I leave a message with you?
Sure. What is it?
Let's see. There will be an emergency meeting regarding the incident from yesterday. It'll be at the Shrine's Assembly Hall, starting at 5 p.m. Did you get that?
Yes. I'll give her the message. As soon as I put the phone down, it rang again. Hello, Sonozaki residence. Good morning. Sorry to call you so early. This is Kasai. Is this Mion-san? Good morning. Kasai. Good morning. Is Shion-san still there? I wasn't panicked, but I hesitated. I could tell him no. Or I could play both Mion and Shion. Shion was watching her face just now. I'll go get her for you. I decided to play 2 parts. I went back and forth down the hallway and picked up the phone again. That's silly.
You think of a loopy.
Kasai? Morning. Good morning, Shion-san. Are you going to school today? Of course not. I feel miserable. I kind of expected that. By the way, how are you getting back to Okinomiya? I can have someone come pick you up. I think I could get a ride from Uncle Kimiyoshi or somebody else. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Your father told me to make sure you go to school often enough. I'd appreciate your cooperation. I'll go when I feel like it. By the way, Kasai, did you hear? About what? You know, the incident from last night. Yes, I have. How truly horrifying. All the past victims were war criminals from the dam conflict, right? But it's different this year. What do you think about that? I don't really know. Kasai wasn't the type to talk too much. If it was about something complicated, he usually responded like that. Do you know why those two fell under the curse of Oyashida-sama? No. I heard this last night. Supposedly, they snuck into the ritual storehouse during the festival. They used a metal wire or something to unlock the door. Kasai went silent for a while. I held my breath while waiting to see how he responded. I expected him to say that he couldn't believe those people were chosen as victims just for sneaking into a storehouse. I expected him to say that it was just too unrealistic. I see. That was stupid of them. Since Tomitake-san was an outsider, I bet he didn't know. I went along with Kasai, but I felt disturbed on the inside. Kasai didn't wonder why breaking into the ritual storehouse would justify their deaths. I'd known Kasai for a long time, which is why I knew there was a heavy meaning to what he said. By the way, Kasai, actually, I did it too. Did you go in? Yeah. You went into the ritual storehouse. Shion-san. Yeah. Takano-san invited me. Takano-san, Tomitake-san, and remember Keiichi who just moved here recently? Him and me, the four of us. Or him and me make the four of us. I heard Kasai sighing heavily. Even though he didn't say a word, I could tell he was shocked. I'd never known him to act this way before. Shion-san, don't you remember what happened last year? How do you think you can take care of this?
Last year it was 3 nails, so maybe 5 this year?
Sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of the situation. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I regret it at least a little bit. But is it really that terrible of a thing to do? You are related to the Zonozaki main family. Do you really think people would understand? But I've been living in Okinomiya all my life. Since the hag hated me, I've barely been to Hinamizawa. Besides, I was stuck at school. How would I know about any of that? I heard another sigh from Kasai. That sigh told me my excuses would be useless. Shion-san, I am your ally. I want to support you as much as I can, but there are dangers even I can't protect you from. Besides, Sorry, Sis is here. I've gotta go. See ya. Click. I interrupted Kasai and hung up. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear Kasai reject me, he who had been my ally all my life. Shit. Damn it. I could hear the sound of the cicadas. The sound made me feel like I was being cooked on a huge frying pan, making a sizzling noise. I couldn't help feeling remorseful. Now I knew that sneaking into the ritual storehouse wasn't a laughing matter, but I really didn't know it at the time. Sure, the door was locked, so they didn't want anyone to go in. Then why did they change the lock? What did they say? I think it was that Rika-chama said that the previous lock was too heavy for her, so she had it changed to that cheap one. That was how Takano-san broke in. If the heavy lock was still there, this wouldn't have happened. I slapped my own forehead. And then took a deep breath. I had to calm down. What was the point of fussing now? I'd already passed the point of no return. There was no use thinking otherwise. The hag was already dead. Even if she wasn't, she was now at the bottom of the well. Therefore, it was already past the point where I could just cut my fingers off an apology. I felt so unstable. I'd walked on the fence around the swings at the park before as if I was walking on a tightrope. It was fun because if I fell, it was only a very short distance, but it wouldn't have been fun if I were really up high. At that very moment, I was in fact already on the tightrope that was a lot higher than the fence at the park. As soon as I took a step, the rope behind me would vanish. I couldn't step back because there was nothing behind me. That was, in short, the current situation I found myself in. Just standing in one spot was all I could do. Even if I never took another step, I'd fall if I wasn't careful. If I forced myself to walk, the danger would only increase. But if I didn't move, I would fall eventually. I couldn't see what was ahead of me. There was no guarantee that I'd ever find firm ground. But if I stopped, there was only one fate waiting for me. I have to move forward. If staying here guaranteed death, then I'd rather try to walk, even if I die as a result. Even if there was a dead end ahead of me, at least I tried my hardest. In general, I try to be optimistic. I could accept my life not lasting particularly long, but I wouldn't go easily. I'd struggle as much as possible. I'd already killed the hag. For that, there could be no other punishment than death. I knew my life would end soon. In other words, I was actually already dead. A dead person has nothing to lose. That means I can only go on the offensive. I clenched my fists tightly as I muttered. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die easily. This was my chance to avenge Satoshi-kun. Who did it? For what purpose? And why? I was going to investigate. I was going to question. I was going to expose. Yes, I was going to settle the score. I'd carry out the plan I came up with yesterday. I could hide the hag's death somehow. All I'd have to do is say that she wasn't feeling well since Watanagashi. I could do it while pretending to be Mion. Just in case her friends at school became suspicious, maybe I'd start telling them I hadn't been feeling well either. In fact, I did feel groggy from my lack of sleep. When I became Mion, Shion would automatically disappear. I had already told Kasai that I'd snuck into the shrine storage, so he'd probably end up telling people that I was demoned away due to the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The last person I'd have to think about was the fourth one who snuck into this ritual storehouse, Keiichi Maibara. Maybe I could use him as bait to lure out the enemy. Maybe, Kei-chan, you're going to be my bait. I felt a little bad because I was starting to like him. With all that figured out, let's go to school. Yeah, time to hide, Keiichi. You got a big storm coming. I had gone to school as Mion before, so I knew how things worked. It was almost time to leave the house.
Mia-chan! You're late!
You waited? You should have just gone on ahead. Hey, Mion, your face is red. You're breathing heavy, too.
Mia-chan, are you not feeling well?
Urana put her hand to my forehead. Urana, your hand is pretty cold.
Mia-chan, you're a little bit warm.
It's no big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle.
Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know.
What's this? Kei-chan, you worried about me? Oh, it was Keiichi doing that. Oops. That's nice of you. I'd always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. I thought that they would tease me, but they didn't.
I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off.
I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working. Okay, then let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course, there's the time.
What? We need to run or we won't make it.
This morning got pretty thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off this sluggishness. Let's run! We raced into class. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. At attention. I'd make the same mistake before. I never learned, do I? The medicine was craziness. Right? The medicine was the adrenaline of murder.
Do you think Mi-chan is doing okay? She doesn't look good. Oh, really? How unfortunate.
It was a really good idea to make them believe I was sick. Even if I did things differently from Mion, I had an excuse. Well, you know, girls have these days when they just don't feel well.
I don't have those days. Mipa! have a period. Nipa!
Mion's friends kept each other occupied and left me alone. Keiichi Maebara. He might suddenly disappear one day. I couldn't let that happen. That would be like letting a fish take the bait and swim away while I was fast asleep with a fishing pole in my hands. I couldn't miss the moment the enemy took a bite out of Keiichi. I had to be very careful. But it was impossible to keep my eyes on him 24 hours a day. Spying on him at school like this wasn't good enough. Should I meet him? Should I have met him? Should I have him meet with Shion and let her explain that he's in danger? Maybe he could set up a strategy together. I didn't think Keiichi realized how serious a crime it was to step into the ritual storehouse. I hadn't, after all. Since last year, all the incidents that related to the curse had probably been investigated in secret. People involved with the three families would know about the incident from last night, but Keiichi shouldn't know anything. If he knew where he stood now, he'd be more cautious too. That should make him aware of his surroundings, and maybe he would notice if anything odd took place. The teacher caught him sleeping, so she ordered him to go wash his face. He walked out into the hallway. I was sleepy too. I had to be alert, but I couldn't clear my mind due to my lack of sleep. I decided to go home early. Since I'd been pretending to be sick since morning, my request was approved. As I exited the building, I saw Keiichi washing his face. I thought you'd be out here. Feels better outside, huh? Mion. No cutting class now. It looked like it felt refreshing for him to wash his face with cold water. I washed my face too, but it didn't really feel as good as it looked. Mion, how is your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, yeah? Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having, and, well, I had a bit. I pretended to drink with an invisible glass. Are you hungover? How old are you? Keiichi exaggerated his reaction, but he still seemed worried. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it? Keiichi turned around to go back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan. I stopped Keiichi. He, in response, turned around. What's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, depends on what it is. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitake-san and Takano-san anywhere? I noticed Keiichi's body tense up. His reaction proved that he felt guilty about sneaking into the ritual storehouse. He was frightened that Mion Sonozaki might know about it. I guess this was enough to give him a certain impression of Mion Sonozaki. You know Tomitake-san, Takano-san, don't you? You remember, Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during setup the day before? I could clearly see how dismayed Keiichi felt. He was trying to come up with an excuse. I can't remember. I might have seen them, or not. He was both a bad liar and a bad actor. He wasn't really that intelligent at all. Well, that would make him a suitable friend for Mion. He was just a brat, unlike Satoshi-kun. Although, when it came to lying and acting, Satoshi-kun was at the same level. Maybe Keiichi would be credited for at least trying to tell a lie. Satoshi-kun wouldn't have even said a thing. I didn't need to be thinking about him right now. I need to cough. Give me a second. There you go. That should be better. I see. Then, one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? That was a very mean question. Keiichi was perplexed, as I had expected. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you I wasn't sure if I had or not. Eh? I'd asked him that yesterday? He must have meant that Mion Sonozaki asked him that question. In other words, she asked him after he left the storehouse and got back together with his friends. Damn you, Mion. When I asked her, she said she had no idea we went into the ritual storehouse. Shit. Did you? I guess I thought I'd got a different answer if I asked you again. Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? He was getting defensive. Keiichi couldn't hide his panic as he flared up at me. It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomitake-san and Takano-san, Shion, you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. The room freezed. Yes.
It's now very chilly in the room.
Keiichi was really perplexed now. This wasn't fun at all, but it could still be an interesting game. I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I made sure Keiichi felt a sense of crisis, then left. Nobody can tell us apart. We're Mion and Shion. Perfect twins. Man, just being like, hey, I want you to feel bad. Let's make a bad situation for this boy. When I returned to the Sonozaki house, I saw a woman with an apron on. It was a housekeeper. Her name was Shimiko-san. But the hag had a few housekeepers who took care of the chores around the house.
Ah, Mion-san, I'm glad you're here.
Hey, Shimiko-san, can I help you? Today was her turn to come help out at the house. She'd arrived, but the gate was locked and she couldn't get in. She called, but there was no answer, so she had been just standing there, not knowing what to do. Something must have happened to Granny at the festival. She's been in an evil mood ever since last night.
Ah,
I see. Shimiko-san tried to remember if she had done something wrong. She isn't ignoring you. She's just sleeping. She was up until very late, so I bet she can't wake up yet. You know how she is, right? Once she gets into this mood, it'll take a long time for her to be happy again.
yes, that's too bad.
I think it might be better that you don't show up for a while. Even if you don't mean to upset her, Granny might take it the wrong way. Just let me take care of it. I see. Are you sure? I'm very grateful, though. Sorry to make you do this, but could you let the other housekeepers know that they don't need to come for a while either? When Granny feels better, I'll give you a call. So just please leave her alone for now. Shimiko bowed and then left on her bicycle. Anyone who had ever experienced Granny's wrath would understand. I headed into Mion's room, set her alarm clock for 2 p.m., and then crawled into her bed. I needed to recover quickly. I had to be sharp, calm, and cool-headed. School should be out by 2 p.m. Maybe I'll get in touch with Keiichi. I'll have to call him. There would also be a staff meeting at the Furude Shrine meeting hall in the evening. All the leaders of the 3 families, their relatives, and the town council members would gather at this meeting. They were all authority figures in Hinamizawa. They'd be attending in the place of the hag, who was sick. I'd worry about the rest when I got there. People shouldn't notice that Mion and the hag were missing for a long time. I didn't need to worry, as I had plenty of time. I checked the alarm once more, then fell asleep, as if someone switched me off. Are the nails gone?
Yeah, the nails are gone. I think.
Well, I bumped into the wire. I'm so sorry. But I think it's implied that they're growing back. I don't know how that works. But yeah, the nail scene. Actually, I don't remember if it happens to Kimiyoshi or not. I know it happened in another one, but I don't remember if it happens to Kimiyoshi. We'll see. I know we're past the big scene. It should grow back if the root is still there. Yeah. I don't know if the root... I guess the root would still be there in that case. I don't know. Hello? Ah, this is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to... Oh, no! This is... How could you do this? I look so offended. How could you? Do you have time to talk right now? Shion, I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion. What? My sis had a hangover? That's so like her. Keiichi had no idea that the Mion he saw earlier was actually me. He didn't notice when we talked in person, so there's no way he would notice on the phone. No. Oh. Aha. What? You tricked me. I never knew that playing 2 roles would be so much fun. I feel such enjoyment in this game of life or death. Maybe I was getting used to the situation, or maybe my senses had gone numb. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk too long. What do you need? I definitely need to like go through and make sure to like have the timers like synced up for scan, because I have scan going through like 2 different things. But I'll get that fixed probably after stream. There's something I wanted to talk about, but if we can't talk long, I guess that's that. Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that would be great. You mean the public library near the station? Yes, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway. We decided to meet in Okinomiya. It wasn't easy to get there from Hinamizawa, but I had to hurry. I couldn't run into Keiichi as he was heading there himself. I recalled that the key to the hag's motorcycle was in her secret drawer. The old lady has a motorcycle? The hag usually got driven around for public events, but when she had her own errands, she rode her motorcycle. Try next time. Scan is cooldown. Yeah. Keiichi, I assumed, was going to ride his bicycle. I tried to get to Okinomiya before he did. Keiichi arrived quite a bit later than me. Motorcycles are faster, after all. There are hardly any traffic lights to worry about on the way here, either. Wow.
Surprise, motherfucker.
What I do? Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble. You're a little unsteady. You were drinking last night too, weren't you? Don't try to hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Oh, too bad. I've been at home all day from the beginning. I'm smarter than my sis after all. Hey now, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You should finish your errand first. We don't have too much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far? No, it's right nearby. I meant it when I said we didn't have much time. I had to hurry a little. I was just going to talk to him on the phone, but I ended up coming all the way to Okinomiya. After our talk, Keiichi would slowly head back to Hinamizawa on his bicycle. I'd have to rush back there while making sure I didn't run into him. Otherwise, I couldn't make it on time for the meeting. Maybe I could be a little late, but since I needed to hear everything that they were going to discuss, I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be, rather. This is the Shishibone Public Library. It was sizable, filled with a collection of moldy, smelly books, but they did have air conditioning and it was quiet. It was the perfect place for when you wanted to be alone. After Satoshi-kun disappeared last year, I came here a lot to think about various things. This was where I first met Takano-san. I didn't want to run into her with Keiichi in tow, but when I remembered that she was already dead. The first floor of the building was occupied by government offices. The library itself was on the second floor, so we had to walk up a huge staircase to get there. I tasted cool air on my skin as soon as I walked through the automated door. Unlike outside, it was very quiet in here. The room temperature was both comfortable and suitable for books. I could smell the scent of old pages. All libraries smell the same. Keiichi walked up to the return table after he said so. Because it was a weekday, there was hardly anyone around. It really was very quiet. I was going to chat about some ordinary things, and then move on to the main subject. After Keiichi returned to the books, I invited him to the intersection of the library. Keiichi knew Mion well, but he didn't know me at all. He showed an interest in our life story. That was exactly where Takano-san told me about the true history of Hinamizawa a year ago. I was about to tell Keiichi about things that were very similar to that. Did God have a sense of irony? Now that you mention it, that toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean they operate Angel Mart too? I told him the reason why the Sonozaki family was so powerful in this area. I assumed that since Keiichi came from the city, there was a good chance that he couldn't even begin to understand how one old family member could literally control an entire area. Unless I explained to him how powerful the Sonozaki family was, he wouldn't understand what kind of danger was barreling towards him. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okinomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Oh, wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Your relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of people in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even some elected in local offices. Keiichi counted with his fingers. He was clearly surprised to hear all about the Sonozaki family. It seemed he was flexible enough to accept even something that sounded outrageous to him. He was starting to understand things, although slowly. The way he viewed Shion Sonozaki was changing little by little, too. That should be enough background information. Now I could go on to explain about Mion Sonozaki, the successor. When I changed the subject, like Takano-san did with me, I'd go on to talk about the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and then the series of mysterious deaths. So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area? Yep. Crazy, isn't it? A fat man with a cigarette suddenly cut into our conversation. Oishi? Why was he here? Hello, good afternoon. Are you on a date today? Ah, what I would give to be young again. If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us, Oishi-san? What timing? It couldn't be a coincidence. I knew this man too well. He was crafty, sly, and clever. His presence here can't be coincidence. Did he see us somewhere in town and follow us? But why? Did he need something from me, Keiichi, or perhaps the both of us? From what I could guess, I didn't think it was me that he wanted something from. Yeah, he's back. The stinky cop. Detective mans. It was almost like he was trying to keep Keiichi away from me. Oishi was aware I gave false testimony to protect Satoshi-kun last year. Maybe he didn't think he could talk to Keiichi if I was around. Why did Oishi need to talk to Keiichi? It must be about the incident from yesterday. I'm sure there were plenty of plainclothes officers at the festival, so they had to have seen them who was last of the victims. In other words, Keiichi and me. But Oishi knew I was hard to deal with. That was why he was focusing on Keiichi at present. Why did he have to show up at a time like this? Maebara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing anyone. Keiichi looked at me, hoping for assistance. Like, now that I keep accidentally bonking the mic, I'm so sorry. But like, now that Keiichi has art, it's just like, he looks so sad. He's just like... He blushed. The way he panicked reminded me of Satoshi-kun. That aside, this wasn't going well. Oishi might even start talking about my relationship with Satoshi-kun. I didn't want him to, nor did I want Keiichi to have any preconceptions. Oishi took a quick glance at me. His eyes told me something. He was purposely talking about the things I'd rather not talk about. He was basically telling me to leave, or he'd continue on to something that was worse than what they were currently talking about. He didn't use words, but his eyes clearly communicated that way. No! How dare you! You freeze me and then you stink up the place. I'm sorry for bonking. I really didn't mean to. I hope it didn't sound that bad when I was bonking. But yeah, I was bonking the cable. I'm sorry. See, he didn't use words, but his eyes clearly communicated that way. Damn, that big fat weasel. I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really do need to get to my job. Huh? Oh, you do? I realized that I wouldn't achieve anything like this, even if I stayed longer, so I used my part-time job as an excuse to leave. Oishi looked at me and grinned. Damn it. He won today, but I'll win next time. Wait, didn't you have something to talk about today, Shion? Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call at night, right? Yeah, probably okay. Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye. Just gotta nope out of there. Man. I feel bad for Shion, but I also feel bad for Mion. The Hag's motorcycle had become my primary means of transportation. My next stop was the staff meeting at the Furude Shrine's assembly hall. It was easy to imagine how a normal meeting would play out if it was just celebrating the end of Watanagashi, but today's staff meeting was likely going to be as strained as the Sonozaki family councils. Yes, the staff meeting was going to deal with the heart of Hinamizawa. I couldn't let my guard down, even for a moment. I rested for a while at the house, then left for the meeting. I walked up the long stairs to the Furude shrine. At the top, I saw some elderly men smoking in front of the hall. Since they had a minor fire a long time ago, it had been made into a non-smoking area. "Is that Mion-chan?" The head of the Kimiyoshi family, Uncle Kimiyoshi, noticed me and waved. He must not have expected Mion to come alone. Normally, it would have been either the hag by herself or Mion tagging along as an assistant. Granny's been in a terrible mood since the incident last night. She's been staying in bed and won't even let me get near her. They all understood how troublesome she was when she was in a bad mood. They smiled bitterly in sympathy. "So, you're here as the Sonozaki family representative then? Has Oreo told you anything?" Sort of." What did he mean by "has Oreo told you anything"? That line by itself didn't really explain much. The staff meeting was usually held by the mayor and the head of the Kimiyoshi family. As he'd asked me, as the subordinate for the Sonozaki family head, if I'd heard anything from her, then I realized she was supposed to lead today's staff meeting. Kimiyoshi-san, do you really have to lead the meeting today? According to the ranking order at the family councils, any subordinate for the Sonozaki family head is above the Kimiyoshi family head. In other words, I'd have to lead today's meeting. There was no way I could do that. Don't worry, I'll do it. You can just take a seat, Mion-chan. If there's anything you've heard from Oreo-san, just let us know, okay? Kimiyoshi-san, why don't we get started? Everyone's here now. The smokers put out their cigarettes and went back into the hall. The tables were set up in the horseshoe shape, and I was told to sit next to the chair reserved for the chief. The seat opposite mine was empty. Considering its location, it was probably for the Furude family head, Rika Furude. But somebody said earlier that everyone was already here. Either Rika-chama had called in absent, or the empty seat was just a formality. Knowing the subject of the meeting, I don't think the Furude family head would even want to attend. Even if Rika-chama actually attended, she wouldn't be able to say anything. All she'd usually do at the Sonozaki family councils was draw pictures on a notepad. She would probably end up drawing pictures in this meeting, too. Besides, they probably didn't want her to hear anything unpleasant. In this way, the empty Furude family seat was easily explained.
Mipa.
When everyone was seated, the head of the Women's Association served tea. She gave an evil look, trying to tell me to help out. I got up and did so. After that, everyone fell quiet, and the secretary stood up. "Everyone, thank you for coming today on such a short notice, despite your busy schedules. Let's start with a few words from the mayor. Go ahead, please." "Oh, please excuse me for staying seated. Ken-san, you stay seated too. Thank you all for coming today. Also, you all did a great job at Watanagashi yesterday. The festival, pardon me, was a festival with a great success as usual. There weren't any mishaps. Lots of villagers came, and believe it went great on the whole. Let me see, how many people was it? According to the Imperial General Headquarters report, approximately 5,000 people showed up. I didn't realize that many people did that. Everyone laughed except me. I hope we'll continue to work together to carry this tradition. I appreciate your cooperation.
Pachi, pachi, pachi.
An applause with only 8 people doesn't sound so great. Okay, let's move on to today's proceedings. Kimiyoshi will lead the meeting today. Please applaud if you approve.
Clap. Pachi, pachi, pachi.
Yes, great event. No murder at all. Nope, nobody disappeared. Thank you. Then, with your approval, Mayor Kimiyoshi will take over. Please, go ahead. Thank you, Ken-san. Let's start now. Sorry. Could you close the curtains? Everyone closed the curtains nearest to them. The sun was still up, but with the curtains closed, the room became very dark. The village chief explained the details of the incident, as well as what went on with the police. A police vehicle discovered Tometake-san's body on its way back to Okinomiya last night. Oishi's special curse unit was standing by, expecting something to happen for the 5th time, so they responded quickly. Nothing happened, we swear. You know, these people were outsiders anyway. They don't matter. They don't live in Hinamizawa. You know, maybe Takano-san. I don't know. She was the nurse here, but you know, yeah, they're outsiders. It's okay. We don't have to focus on their deaths. No, it's fine. Since Tomitaka-san and Takano-san were rarely apart, Oishi got in touch with the neighboring prefectural office departments and asked them to look for her. As a result, they found a burned body of a woman in the mountain of the Gifu prefecture, and the body was then identified as Mio Takano. Considering the circumstances, the police ended up labeling the incident as the 5th of the ongoing series of mysterious deaths. When he finished, there was dead silence. I watched to see who would speak first. Nobody said a thing. Then, I noticed Kimiyoshi looking at me. This was where the head of the Sonozaki family would speak. Mion-chan, has Orio said anything about this whole thing? Everyone looked at my direction. I was sure they could see the hag in me. I'm Mion Sonozaki, acting head of the Sonozaki family. I'm here in place of Orio, the current head. Thank you for having me. I became Mion. I tried to become as cold and unfeeling as Mion as I witnessed a year ago. That cold version of Mion was inside of me. That was me. I was her. Unfortunately, the curse of Oyashiro-sama has come to pass for the 5th time. This is deeply regretful. Everyone was held captive by my words. I wasn't a little girl anymore. The hag was speaking through my mouth. They all heard me and trembled in fear. Does anyone know why the curse happened again this year? After my question, everyone whispered to each other. I will tell you. It was because they broke the rule of the ritual storehouse and desecrated the sacred ground within. How dare they! A few elderly men got up and yelled. The fools! I can't believe this! They deserve to be killed! I can't believe this! Oyashiro-sama, please calm your anger. Oh my, how did this happen? Oyashiro-sama, this is why we hate outsiders. Ooh! Another 2. Very, very close to danger. And then nobody gets a 7. Not too bad. This is why we hate outsiders. They just don't think. They're just too stupid. They got what they deserved. It was their own fault. The angry old men yelled, even as they trembled in fear. Their sudden change scared me even more than a little. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was usually so gentle and sweet, became like a demon of war, cursing those who broke the rule of the ritual storehouse. It had become like a raging ocean inside the assembly hall. Their yells spun around like a whirlpool. They roared, crashed, and howled. I have a game tomorrow. This does not bode well. Well, hopefully... Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of a cooldown. But hopefully this means that you get all the bad rolls out. Even while doing nothing but watch, I could feel myself turning pale. Mion threatened me yesterday, and Kasai has been shocked this morning. We should build a wall around the village. No! Oh no walls! What I saw before me was similar to that. Even the sweet and gentle Uncle Kimiyoshi was saying they deserved to die. I was fearful of the sudden change in these elderly men. More than anything, the fact that they all believed that these people deserved to die for trespassing was what terrified me. It wasn't just that, of course. The real thing that I was scared of was that I was one of the people they wanted dead. In other words, it was almost like they were telling me to die of the curse. Around the storehouse might be a good idea, though. I keep bonking the cable, I'm so sorry, but just like build a Sims wall around it, it'll be fine. You know, Oyashiro-sama will be like, well, I can't get out of here. I guess I'll just hang out. Guess I'll die. But if they were to find out that I snuck into the ritual storehouse, it was very possible that they would strangle me on the spot. Actually, they might not kill me that easily. By then, I was certain the people in this room were true believers in Oyashiro-sama, just like the hag. I'm sorry for bonking you, I'm sorry. The people in this room were true believers in Oyashiro-sama, just like the hag. They wouldn't hesitate to murder whoever made Oyashiro-sama angry on his behalf. Even if they didn't carry out the killings themselves, they would pretend they didn't see anything. Yes, not even my head was cut off right in front of them. Everyone here would act in conclusion and say I never attended today. If they all testified that they waited and I didn't show, I'd be demoned away. It would be far too easy for them to erase someone and have them disappear. There was no mistake. The people linking the hag and the curse were definitely here at this meeting. I continued speaking. I was Mion Sonozaki. I was the side rep responsible for the curse. Therefore, at that moment, I didn't need to worry about anything. Nobody could tell the difference between Mion and me. That's what would keep me safe. Please, be silent. Hey! Quiet down! Uncle Kimiyoshi helped me to quiet everyone, but his tone was violent. He really scared me. Everyone gradually became silent. In fact, it was 4 people who snuck into the storehouse. 2 or more remain. People once more became restless upon hearing that, but Uncle Kimiyoshi yelled at them again and they settled down. Tometake-san and Takano-san were old enough to be made responsible for their own poor judgment. As a result, the curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon them immediately, but the other 2 are simply children. This curse had yet to fall upon them, but there would still be some kind of punishment. Everyone stayed quiet that time. They had all turned genuinely pale, trying not to miss a word I said. After all, they were all thinking that the kids I had mentioned could be their own relatives, or even grandchildren. They wanted to know who they were, to put their minds at ease. The other 2 who snuck into the ritual storehouse were Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maebara. I could feel the air getting drier. It was so dry, it almost felt like it was going to start making a crackling noise. Shion Sonozaki has already... I couldn't even hear the old people breathe. I took a peek at Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was sitting next to me. He'd adored Shion as if she were his own granddaughter, but she had been demoned away. I wanted to see how distressed and sad he'd look. And when I saw his face, I felt a sensation on my back, as if my skin itself was making a crackling noise. He didn't even have an expression on his face. Uncle Kimiyoshi adored me. I loved him, and I thought he loved me too. That was why I expected him to be saddened after learning that I met with such a cruel fate. What was I thinking? The memory of his warm smile shattered inside of me. There was no way of describing the fear I experienced in that moment. In mere words, he had suddenly changed into someone I didn't even recognize. Uncle Kimiyoshi noticed me looking at him and spoke. What about Keiichi Maebara? Not yet. I had to take a deep breath to regain my composure. All four who snuck into the ritual storehouse will suffer the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Keiichi Maebara is no exception. Chilling looks, cruel looks, emotionless looks, shrewd looks, and the looks of people who were about to snap. I could feel the demons chewing my words while they stared at me with their sharp eyes. I could see some of them sticking their snake-like tongues in and out. I could see flames in some of their eyes. They were memorizing the names of the intruder the curse had yet fallen upon. And so, the meeting went on. We were told not to tell the police too much, to report what they asked us, and to hold another meeting whenever something of significance happened. If something unexpected took place, we were to get in touch with either the head of the Kimiyoshi family or the head of the Sonozaki family for instructions on what to do. With those closing remarks, the meeting was over. It was already getting dark outside. Being in a valley surrounded by mountains, once the sun went down in Hinamizawa, it got dark pretty quickly. Even if it was hot during the day, it cooled down quickly at night. The elderly people said goodbye to each other and left on their bicycles, or on their motorcycles, or in their cars. I'm back for the end of your stream. Welcome back! Uncle Kimiyoshi waved them goodbye and started to head home himself. I called out to him. Kimiyoshi-san, do you have plans after this? I called him Kimiyoshi-san instead of Uncle Kimiyoshi. He stopped. No, I don't have anything planned. Can you stop by my home? Does Oreo-san want to see me? Yes, she wants to talk to you about something in person. Okay, I'll stop by. Uncle Kimiyoshi arrived at the Sonozaki house. He often came to the house to have secret meetings with the hag, so he wasn't suspicious at all. I invited Uncle Kimiyoshi into the living room. I served him a cup of tea and told him I was going to fetch the hag. I left the room and killed some time down the hallway. Granny will be here after she gets dressed. She might take a little while. Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait. Uncle Kimiyoshi relaxed as he sipped his cup of tea. I sat next to him. I think she wants to talk to you about Shion. Keiichi has the bus ticket time. Good luck. Right? Like, get out of there. I mentioned my name and watched her reaction. Uncle Kimiyoshi looked so grim. I couldn't even tell if he heard me. I decided to continue speaking until he reacted in some way. You remember the incident from last year with Shion, yes? She became friendly with people of the Hojo family. She was forgiven after ripping out her nails, wasn't she? Yes. And 3 nails. And by here, I mean I'm here to say have a good night because I have to throw stuff in my washer because I need clothes. I understand that completely.
Well, you have a good night, though.
Hopefully, none of your colors bleed, and the dryer actually works because my dryer is kind of ornery for larger loads. Yes, 3 nails. Uncle Kimiyoshi folded his arms and thought for a while. Where is Shion-chan now? I'll be here for next stream.
Okay, tomorrow's stream is the collab, so it'll be fine.
It's in the basement. How's she doing? Uncle Kimiyoshi sounded worried. When I heard that, I felt relieved that Uncle Kimiyoshi was on my side. His anger in the assembly hall was just an act. She's been crying. Mion-chan. Tell me, what is Oryo-san going to do with Shion-chan? She hasn't told me any details. As you know, Granny becomes awfully quiet when she is truly furious. Going into the ritual storehouse, huh? Furthermore, it's her own granddaughter. That's a tough decision to make. Uncle Kimiyoshi thought that the hag must be unsure of what to do with Shion. What do you think? What do you think will happen to Shion? Well, I'm sure it'll be far more than just 3 nails this time. Knowing how Oryo-san is, she won't hold back just because it's her granddaughter. Actually, she might even be more harsh, especially because they're related. Yes, she did go into the ritual storehouse. That's not something that can be forgiven so easily. Indeed. It's sacred, after all. But in a way, maybe it's not fair to Shion. She has been away from Hinamizawa, as you know. I'm sure she knew she wasn't supposed to trespass in the ritual storehouse, but maybe she didn't know how forbidden it was. Yeah, that's true. Poor Shion-chan. Other than the tattoo on my back, how would you tell the difference between Shion and me? There isn't one. There's no point in distinguishing between Mion and Shion in the first place. Twins are proof of bad luck. One should be eliminated as soon as they are born. Such is the family precept. The hag actually put her hands around my neck right after I came out of the womb. That's how the story went, at least. In the end, the hag didn't kill me, but instead pretended I didn't exist. She forced herself to call one of us Mion and the other Shion. She adored Mion and hated Shion. My sister and I never understood why we had to go through that. We didn't care who was Mion or Shion. So one day, we came up with an idea. We decided to share the joy Mion experienced and sadness Shion experienced. We often switched places. We were both Mion, and at the same time, we were both Shion. Adults around us tried to put different clothes on us or style our hair differently so they could tell us apart. That was nonsense. No matter what they did to us, all we had to do was switch places and nobody could tell us apart. Finally, they decided that we switched places because we were always together. On that day, Shion got to go to an amusement park. Since then, we've been separated. Mion-chan. I can't even imagine what will happen to Shion. Whatever it is Granny decides to do, I'm not in a position to say anything about it. She doesn't listen to her relatives. You're right. That's something Oryo needs to work on. If Shion wasn't Shion Sonozaki, she would have been dead a long time ago. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of punishment might be equal to death. Even if she wasn't killed, she'll probably never see the light of day again. In other words, she'll be demoned away. Mion-chan. Does Shion-chan regret what she has done? Yes. In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder and slapped his own chest. He smiled reliably. Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about what she has done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. Really? I'm sure Oryo will be furious to hear me say anything, but I won't give up. I'll explain to her that Shion-chan regrets what she has done, and I'll beg for her forgiveness. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I knew it. Uncle Kumiyoshi was my ally after all. He said he would forgive Shion. He was my ally. I was so very happy. Are you sure? Are you sure she won't be demoned away like Satoshi Hojo-kun was last year? Uncle Kumiyoshi smiled reliably again and told me. He was a brat of the Hojo family. This is Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family we're talking about here. Of course she'll be forgiven. Huh? A brat of the Hojo family. Are you talking about Satoshi-kun? Last year's victim?
Those Hojo people, they were traitors who tried to sell out the whole village. Of course he got demoned away. He was a Hojo after all.
Huh? 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 The Hojo people should be
all cursed. Only people like them get demoned away. Shion-chan will be okay. It won't happen to someone like her.
Uncle, didn't Shion take care of that for Satoshi-kun last year? Wasn't he supposed to be forgiven?
Take care of that? What do you mean?
Remember, 3 nails? She removed 3 of her nails. Kasai-san, Uncle Yashiro, and then Satoshi-kun. 3 people. She removed 3 nails for 3 people.
Eh? So that was why it was 3 nails, huh?
Huh? What? Wasn't that the significance of those 3 nails?
Yeah, you're right. There were 3 people involved, hence the 3 nails. I heard that too.
But what?
Kasai-san, Yoshiro-san, and Shion-chan. They makes 3.
What?
Oh, my eyes.
Eh? What? Huh? It was at that moment he knew. He f***ed up. Yep. Eh? What? I endured excruciating pain. The first one was my left pinky, then the ring finger, and then the middle finger. People held me down so I couldn't move, but I endured. I had to endure 3 nails. I didn't know which nail was for Satoshi-kun. If my middle finger was for Satoshi-kun, I'd have to endure it until the middle finger was done so that Satoshi-kun would be forgiven. That's why I would endure. That's what I was. Why I was blah blah blah. Even Mion said afterwards, everything was forgiven. Huh? 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 Mion didn't say Satoshi-kun was forgiven, didn't you? That's what I heard. I think that's what I heard. Or did I? Eh? Eh? Huh? I felt the air move. There shouldn't have been a breeze in the room, but I felt it anyway. The cool air stroked the back of my neck. That was when my true self stood right behind me and nodded. Although there was no wind, my hair billowed. The burning wickedness buried deep inside my eyes became visible.
Why do you think Satoshi Hojo-kun got demoned away?
Eh?
Satoshi-kun's parents did in fact try to sell out the village. They deserved the curse of Oyashiro-sama. But Satoshi-kun was simply their son. Oh, nope, that's us.
Simply their son. What has he done?
Eh? Mion-chan?
I'm asking you what kind of crime Satoshi-kun had committed. You said earlier that he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he done to deserve being demoned away? Kumiyoshi didn't know what to say to the sudden question. He seemed dismayed. I didn't hear her say it, but I know. It was Orio Sonozaki's decision. She decided that the curse of Oyashiro-sama would fall upon all the Hojos.
Well, wait. Mion-chan, that's not true.
Didn't she decide that?
No, she didn't. The curse of Oyashiro-sama falling upon the Hojo family, I do remember talking about something like that, but we never decided that. Nobody did.
Then why did you say because he was one of the Hojos earlier?
Sorry, Mion-chan. That was, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
That's just it. Anything that happens to the Hojo family is the curse. As long as someone has the Hojo name, nobody cares about what happens to that person. That idea was spread like a virus amongst all the villagers. It didn't matter if Satoshi-kun did anything or not, because he was a hojo, he was filthy. That infection of an idea is the entire problem. And you all believed in that idea. You couldn't even think straight anymore. I can't forgive you. I can't let someone like you exist. People like you cornered Satoshi-kun and his family. Poor Satoshi-kun. What has he done? He hasn't done anything. He was a hojo, that's all. What kind of a crime is that? Why did the curse fall upon him? What kind of crime has he committed? Wah! Kimiyoshi's upper body bent backward and fell upon the floor. That was that. I put my stun gun back into my pocket. Wait, what was the connection with the nails? The nails was, she had to do that torture device to be forgiven for exposing the secret. And so the one finger was to protect Kansai, her bodyguard friend. The other one was... to protect Uncle Yoshiro. Because he protected her and gave her a job, and she was under the impression that the third one was to protect Satoshi, and she's just learning now that that was a lie. Sorry, Shion. What was it that you just said? Apparently Takano and Tomitake-san died last night. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake was, well, it looked like suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my father talking to a relative on the phone about it. As I thought, Keiichi didn't know anything about what happened after the festival last night. Of course it's not getting reported by the media. Well, that's how it was in the past, too. Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, it couldn't be real. But the investigations into the series of mysterious deaths are done in secret now. Of course he didn't hear about it on the news. I hear the mayor and several important politicians from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then, you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? That's how it is. Of course, the police are still investigating. That's being performed in secret too, though, so I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with a police investigation. I can't believe this. People died, and yet they're dealing with everything in secret? If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies on the night of Watanagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard! Kei-chan, remember how I said before that the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse? That's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi. Yes. That's the truth about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. On the day of Watanagashi, 2 people will be killed. The perpetrators are using the curse of Oyashiro-sama as an excuse to kill one victim and make another disappear. That's why the curse of Oyashiro-sama takes place. That's what happens in Hinamizawa, and that's what happens with the curse. What Kimiyoshi said is all true. Infecting everyone with the idea that the enemy from the dam conflict deserved to die was the root of all of this. That was the system of vague commands used to the Sonozaki family, created by its head, Oryo. One thing that must be mentioned about that command system is that the person giving the orders and the one executing them didn't need to interact in any way. Though Oryo was the commander, she never gave actual orders. She only had to expect something to happen. Every single one of the family council members around her would want to satisfy that expectation if given the chance. They didn't have to be proactive about satisfying it. They could be passive too. But when the chances arose, anyone who knew Orio's intentions could potentially become the one to execute her orders. Therefore, Oryo would never know who actually executed her order, and none of the relatives knew it either. But they all knew things would conclude just as Oryo waited, and they could assume it was one of their own who did it for her. This passive support system was thoroughly effective, and it spread all over the village. Its ties became even tighter after the dam conflict. Anyone could be the one to execute Oryo's orders. Therefore, everyone supported each other. If someone did something, then the others would try to satisfy Oryo's expectation in different ways. For example, they'd come up with false evidence or otherwise passively interfere with an investigation. Even if they didn't know exactly who they were protecting, they'd still work together to protect whoever it was. Yes, I had finally figured out how it all worked. Phased in a more organized matter. It would go as follows. The system of killing 2 people who are unwanted by the village each year requires 3 elements. The first element was a region of celerity. It was created during the long and unique history of Hinamizawa. The villagers' bounds became even tighter during the dam conflict. That was one of the conditions for this place to have a curse.
Oh, hi. Hello. Welcome back.
Yes, I'm waiting for a nice spot to pause. That was one of the conditions for this place to have a curse. That was an element that was already in the region, not one that could be created. And the next element was having the same moral standards. This was a very important element, as the curse wouldn't have happened without it. Also, this element was created by Oryo Sonozaki herself, and that was why she could claim that the system was established by her own will. Having the same moral standards means that everyone everywhere acknowledges the same enemy. Even when everyone in the village joined together, it would be meaningless if they all didn't know exactly who the enemy was. During the dam conflict, Oryo Sonozaki made the identity of the enemy very clear to everyone. They couldn't just say that they were against the dam construction and that the government was their enemy. That wasn't clear enough. The government didn't really pinpoint who the enemy was, but Oryo made enemies out of the construction site itself, and therefore its manager. She chose targets that the villagers could see with their own eyes. They were clear and easy to understand. The villagers acknowledged that everyone at the dam construction site was their enemy, and that construction site manager was the enemy commander. No good stopping points, just keep going forever, right? That's how it was in, like, the questions arc point of this, like, of this happenings. It was just like, man, I would sure love to pause. Using the same method, she labeled one after another as an enemy of the village, practically categorizing a list of enemies to print into the villagers' minds. Earlier, I had used the term infecting for this phenomenon. Those infected by this idea were the people unconsciously giving the orders to commit murder. When the infection spread across the village, when all of Hinamizawa's residents acknowledged the same enemy, that's when Hinamizawa itself became a murderer. Oryo combined those 2 elements, a solidary region and having the same moral standards, then selected the enemy and spread that notion throughout the village. The law would normally have punished both the one who committed the crime and the one who gave the order, but Oryo's system didn't require an order at all. Oryo just had to become concerned about the enemy she had pre-selected. But that alone didn't cause the curse to take place. Oryo's concern was like a safety device. And even when the safety device was off, the curse wouldn't occur unless there was a finger to pull the trigger. The last necessary element was to set a date for execution, the night of Watanagashi, the night to venture Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Venerate, I think was the word. On that night, the curse of Oyashiro-sama falls upon 2 enemies of the village, and they disappear. Everyone in the village acknowledged that as a fact. In other words, if the same incident took place on any of the other 264 nights of the year, that would be nothing more than a murder case. But if it happened on the night of Watanagashi, then it would transform into a curse of Oyashiro-sama. The idea that villagers are allowed to kill their enemies on the night of Watanagashi had infected them. The villagers were the cells of this huge creature called Hinamizawa, and each cell would be taught who the enemy was. The set date was basically a green light for whoever was in the best position to kill the enemy. That was the truth of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Therefore, the one who actually killed Satoshi-kun isn't my enemy. The one who set up this murderous system and the one who named Satoshi-kun's family as the enemy is my enemy. To use a broader definition, Hinamizawa itself and the very system of Oyashiro-sama's curse is my enemy. I already killed the hag, the one who designed the system. Kimiyoshi, the one whose job it was to infect the villagers with the system, was already in my hands. I just had to find out who else was involved and how much. It was like pulling a weed while being very careful not to break its roots. I announced that Keiichi Maibara was one of the people who snuck into the shrine storage. I was certain that fact had already spread throughout the underside of the village. In other words, Keiichi Maibara was an object of the curse of Oyashiro-sama now. Takano-san and Tobe-take-san were found dead, having been killed in gruesome ways. That was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. In that case, they could demon away 2 more people as sacrifices to calm the anger in Oyashiro-sama. The set date for the curse was already over. But just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, demoning away was allowed a little extra time. Something would happen to Keiichi Maebara within a few days. I'd wait patiently, carefully, to not let my enemy simply take Keiichi Maebara, my bait. Keiichi had been yelling on the other end of the phone for some time. He kept yelling that he didn't want to go into the ritual storehouse to begin with. He claimed he was simply invited by Takano-san and me. He shouldn't be in danger because of that, he said. He was feeling a sense of crisis and tension. This was going to work. The livelier the bait, the easier it is to spot. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listening? Shut up. I've heard enough of your pitiful tears. I hung up the phone. There was no point in talking to him when he got like that. Besides, I had already achieved my goal, which is to make him realize the danger awaiting him. I took a deep breath, then called the house of the village chief. Hello, Kimiyoshi residence. This is Sonozaki. So, did you find the mayor? Oh, it's you, Mion-chan. We've been calling everyone, but no luck. We can't find him. I don't know who else to call. I wonder where he is. We've called a few places too, but nothing. I talked to Granny, and she said we would have the youth group look for him. At this time of day? Besides, we aren't even sure if he's really missing. That's right after Wata Nagashi. She just thinks we should be cautious. If the youth group can't find him, then we should call the police first thing in the morning. We'd rather not get the police involved unless we really have to, though. Did Oreo say that? Yes. If you don't believe me, I'll have her get on the phone. Oh, no, I understand. Okay, we'll gather the youth group and look for him. If they can find him, we'll call the police in the morning. Please call the leader of the youth group, then. I'll be right over in Granny's place. Thank you. I'll get everyone together right away. Okay. See you later. The youth group had gathered at the Furude shrine. They were going to try to find the mayor. I also had to go, in absence of the hag. Oh. Just to be mean, I stopped by the underground torture room to let the mayor know that I was headed for the Furude shrine to search for him. Incidentally, according to the tab on the keychain, this underground torture room was actually called the underground storehouse for ritual implements. This was the man who was yelling that whoever trespasses in the ritual storehouse should be killed. Although it was an underground ritual storehouse, he was there now, atoning for what he had done. It was pretty ironic. Maybe I was the only one who felt that way, though. I am gonna use this as a save point. It's like the background sound has reset. She's probably only gonna be there for a little bit, but I'm over my time.
I'm over my time by a little bit longer than I want to, but that's okay. I mean, no, I need to go. I need to.
There's 2 of me.
Don't riot, nobody.
Okay, let me find someone to raid.
Cause let me see. Ooh. Oh yeah.
Let's see, there are a lot of different people that I can raid, but I think it only makes sense. I keep bonking the cable. I am so sorry. I'm sorry I'm abusing you guys tonight. Let me go ahead and there we go. We can all say hi to Psyche.
So, I'm sorry I bonked. I know. I'm sorry. But thank you everybody for joining me for another little bit of Higurashi.
I know next week is probably when we're going to be continuing Higurashi because tomorrow we are going to be collabing with Psyche. It's going to be fun. We're finally going back to We Were Here after over a month, like a month and a half. Okay, let me, what should we do? What should we do for our raid message? How do you spell schizophrenic? Dragon keeps Sure, we can do bonking dragon with the bonk emote. Cause I keep bonking you guys.
I'm sorry. But yes, next week we'll be continuing Hikodashi, and tomorrow we are gonna be playing We Were Here with Psych. I feel like I was gonna say something else, and I completely forgot about it. oh no, nobody, your sub, no! But feel free to use whatever emote you have at your disposal. And I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you.
I can't word anymore.
Not really sure what to say to that.
We're motherfucking entrenched in this bitch. You and me. Welcome to Nick. Now grab my hand and shimmy your soggy ass off that muddy bank before Charlie gets the fucking drop.
It's Xephoria. How was Higurashi, Xephoria?